turn off the freeway to go through?
Sorry?
Where do you turn off the freeway?
I go to the first off-ramp, but just before you get to Mount Barker. Go around the back of Mount Barker.
Or Ball Hill,
Yeah.
skirt around.
Welcome everybody to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. Tailem Bend is the destination for what is the Bend Classic, brought to us by Burson Auto Parts. And we're going to kick things off with, as you can see, the historic touring cars, the under 2 litre historic touring cars, and the front of the grid is full of minis. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside of me is a man who knows this category very, very, very well indeed. He's commentated the series for many, many years, and yeah, we're really looking forward to calling the action, aren't we?
Certainly are, Dan. Darren Knight here alongside Dan McCarthy.
Sorry,
the first
Dan,
race for the under 2 litre Construct Hire historic touring cars this weekend. Good morning to everyone watching on Blendline all over the country, and of course to everyone here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This will be the first race of the weekend for historic touring cars. Unfortunately, their races were cancelled yesterday with that freakish weather system that rolled across a lot of South Australia yesterday. Lightning was the big fear yesterday, and there's certainly some big bolts we saw from the pit lane here across the back of the vicinity. So no racing for the guys, but beautiful day here at Tailem Bend. Bright sunshine, no rain is forecast, and we are certainly looking to some big action from historic touring cars this weekend. So 4 races each for the under 2 litre historic touring cars, which we're about to see now, and 4 races for the over 2 litre historic touring cars, the big bangers, and they'll be out shortly after another couple of races.
Yeah, it's going to be a jam-packed day, not just historic touring cars, but so much to sink our teeth into, including Formula 5000. But as you can see, it's a huge field of historic touring cars, and we've got 4 minis at the front of the field. These guys had a top 10 shootout yesterday in some very tricky conditions, and qualifying was in the dry, but the top 10 shootout was in the wet, and it depended on who was out and what time they were out, depended on how wet the conditions were, and it really jumbled up the order. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting on these first couple of laps. But it's the 177 of Jason Armstrong that will start from pole position, alongside a couple of, or ahead of a couple of West Australians.
All the way from WA, as we like to say, Paul Onofaro, the green machine, number 112, and his father, Conno Onofaro, in the yellow Mini, number 22. Very quick in their home state and very quick this weekend. So they are lining up in grid positions 2 and 3. And keep an eye on also another Mini, Justin Elvin, the local, the number 93 Cooper S. So the first 2 rows, a Cooper S lockout. The man that's looking to spoil that party is another local, Josh Axford, and the very quick BDA-powered Escort number 3. You mentioned the conditions in the top 10 shootout, Dan, yesterday. Josh probably got the worst of it. He got the sprinkles, the car was sideways, rally style, and he would probably have looked to get closer to the front of the grid, but unfortunately he copped the weather conditions. Still, nothing to sneeze at. P5, and he'll start alongside the Lotus Cortina from Victoria, Kim Shern, the Lotus number 58.
Absolutely. The provisional pole sitter was the man that starts from position number 8, Allen, but unfortunately he was unable to put the lap together in his Alfa Romeo, so he'll be starting even further down the pack within the top 10. So that's why we are really looking forward to this first encounter. As you say, they're meant to have a race yesterday, as were the over 2 litre historic touring cars. Sadly, due to the storms that came through late yesterday afternoon, the racing was cut short. The good news is that means an even more jam-packed day today.
Certainly is, yes. Good point, Dan, about Craig Allen and that Alpha. He unfortunately looped the car coming onto the front straight for his hot lap in the top 10 shootout. So he will definitely be looking to put that beautiful Alpha having its very first race meeting this weekend. It's a car owned by Graham Wakefield, who's racing his Mustang in the over 2 litres. So Craig, the guest steerer, and he certainly caught everyone's eye with that little spin. Didn't hit anything, but certainly it slowed his entry down to the front straight. So keep an eye on that Alpha, Craig Allen.
We are turning back the clock here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the Bend Classic. We're about to kick things off on a lovely sunny Sunday. The green flag has gone at the back. The lights are coming on. They're out. We're underway. A lot of wheel spin from the front row of the grid. Both of the Minis, they're bursting into wheel spin with the front wheels. And it looks to me like that's Onofaro, the second of the Onofaros, is going to try and split the pair, drive through the middle. And he's certainly got one of them, but not quite going to get through on Armstrong, who's going to hold the lead into turn number 1.
Good start from Conno Onofaro. Gets in front of his son, Paul, to slide into second place. You mentioned, Dan, the wheel spin, the front row, both of them. Thought they were at the Summernats. Plenty of smoke coming off those diminutive 10-inch wheels as Jason Armstrong leads the pack in the red and black Cooper S number 177.
Through the first sequence of corners, the right, left and the right, and then it really does open up. Here we are, look, the number 98, that is the Alfa Romeo drive we spoke of Allen, already making hay and moving through on Elvin, who qualified in position number 4, but further back a couple of the Cortinas are going for a move. That's a big send up the inside.
Will Colton, the number 5 Lotus Cortina, just a big move there up on the inside of the Datsun 1600 of Vic Draper, and the pushrod Cortina of Les Wormsley, number 99, who's trying to fend off the Humpy Holden of Phil Barrow.
Look at this. This is good classic historic racing. 4 different cars, all achieve their speed very, very differently. And through this middle section of the circuit, this should play into the Minis' hands. But these other cars behind it are pretty agile themselves, including that little Datsun, the number 65, swinging it through the long right-hander. It's a tricky corner, that one. If you're a little bit wide, you often lose the rear or potentially understeer, and it really does cost you time. It's a really deceiving corner, that one, as they blast towards turn 13. The blind rise through the crest, and using all the road there was the number 99 machine, the Cortina there, using all the road on the outside. But further forward, it's still the Minis at the pointy end of the field, but the question is for how long, because both the Escort and the Alpha have made good progress on this opening lap.
We certainly have Josh Axford now up into second place in the BDA Escort. Right behind that, race leading Cooperess of Jason Armstrong. Craig Allen got through on Justin Elvin, so the Alpha coming through now. So Allen, the number 98 Alpha, trying to put the move on the bright green Cooperess of Paul Onofaro.
Here we go then on the pit straight. Let's see the horsepower difference, the speed difference. The Mini really maximised the exit, took a very squared line to get the best run he could, but he's still going to lose the position. Speaking of losing position, through goes the little Escort into the race lead. So here's through and taking up the running ahead of Armstrong. So a change of the lead, and he's going to be challenged, I think, quite quickly by this car. The question is, how quickly can Allen move through the field? He's up to position number 5. In fact, 4 already on this lap now on the tail of the yellow Mini. He's going to look up the inside of Onofaro, I think, down towards the tight hairpin, turn 6.
So Josh Axford, our new race leader in the Escort number 3. Jason Armstrong will not give up the fight, though, in that red Cooperess. Here we see the Datsun 1600 of Graham Jarrett, his first race meeting with a number 46 machine on the back of the Volvo of Sean Ralph, the local, the number 8 Volvo.
Great to see a Volvo out there, isn't it? That's really cool to see. Oh, lovely exit from the little Mini, but I don't think he's going to have much room there. Too wide ahead of him, and he's going to have to slot in behind. Look at this, the approach, the different approach to the Mini, taking things a little bit more cautious than the BMW ahead of it. Great to see the BMW 2002. Fantastic to see. Immaculate condition.
That's the Kirk Davis machine. It's in fact owned by his father, so Kirk stepping into the seat this weekend, having a good run there, trying to fend off the Cooperess, and then Will Colton in that very quick yellow twin cam powered Escort as the number 9 Cooperess of David Foster comes through on the Volvo of Sean Ralph. Now Kirk Davis in the BMW right on the tail of Graham Jarrett in the Datsun 1600 number 46.
I noticed that Axford is not showing on timing. It's showing him down in position number 29, not recorded a first lap, but we can tell you he is in the race leading position at the moment. So some timing issue for the Escort out the front of the field. Oh, this is going to be a 2 for 1. I don't think he wanted to go for 2, but I think he was forced into it there. Nicely done. And he gets them both, and the little Cortina there was squeezed out wide, and that's going to affect his run all the way to the last corner. And through goes number 46 as well of Jarrett. So nicely done there, and the BMW might follow suit as well. So they're all changing around the tail end of the top 10 at the moment. Forster on that lap moving up 6 positions in the little Mini. The number 9 Mini moving up 6 places on the second lap. Oh no, Cortina is off.
That's Mike George in the Lotus Cortina. Hopefully he hasn't contacted that wall. He's very close to the wall there.
Certainly was, and not facing in the right direction. If that there was, no doubt they were too wide into turn number 1, a little bit further back, but Jarrett is looking really fast at the moment, isn't he, in the number 46 machine.
Right on the tail of Kim Schoen in the Lotus Cortina, number 58 from Victoria. The Forster, definitely the man on the charge, as you mentioned, Dan. He's right on the tail of Jarrett. Kirk Davis in the BMW trying to put a move on Will Colton in that yellow Lotus Cortina number 5. Here's a Phil Barrow, the FJ Supercar we like to call it, the number 72 machine. Bit of a cult following for that car amongst the early Holden fans. And if you want a definition of enthusiasm, that's Phil Barrow. Just loves that car, loves putting it everywhere. Raced at Bathurst, he's raced all over the country, and particularly likes hunting Cortinas.
Well, he's just got one, actually.
Yeah, just rounded up Les Wormsley in the number 99 machine. Just wondering if this Wormsley got an issue there. He looks like he's dropping back in the number 99 pushrod Cortina.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that car's dropping back at a vast rate off Knots. Crossed the line in position number 14. He's already lost a couple in the first couple of corners, so clearly an issue there. But I'm very impressed by that old Holden. To be where it is comfortably inside the top 20, clearly a good steerer.
Very, very experienced steerer. Phil Barrow comes from a family of FJ Holden races. His father raced one for many, many years, so he's grown up around them his whole life. And certainly likes throwing that car around. Colton now right on the tail there of Forster and gets through. So does Kirk Davis there. So not a good corner for Dan Forster. He had a fantastic early part of this race, but the bigger engine car just getting through him. And now he's not giving up, though, down the hill.
No, certainly not. Coming back up the inside on at least one. He's going to make it 2. Oh, that's deep. That was quite close to contact there.
What a move from Dan Forster. Kirk Davis fighting back in the BMW. He's alongside Will Colton in the Cortina, but Forster lost 2 places and then gained them almost immediately.
This is what made touring car racing so good in this era, wasn't it? It was the strengths and the weaknesses. The little Mini so super nimble, then it would get blasted past in a straight line, and then you'd have to do it all over again. That is what touring car racing was all about back in the day.
It certainly is, spot on. Jarrett now rounding up the Cortina of Kim Schön. Vic Draper looks like he's about to join the party in that blue Datsun 1600. He'll be looking to put a move on Colton and Davis as they're still side by side at turn 2.
He's going to try and make the move. Not at turn number 3. Wasn't close enough there. Look at all the campers that have stayed overnight. Fantastic to see so many of them out here. We had concerts all into the evening, and despite the conditions, there was still a reasonable amount of people down there yesterday. It really is a country festival. We've got wood chopping, whip cracking, lawnmower racing, as well as the kart drones being used. We've got a hill climb on the East Circuit as well. It's all going on here at the Bend Classic. So much to see and do, not just on the race circuit that we're watching.
Definitely a multifaceted event, so make sure you put that in the diary, folks, once next year's date gets announced. It really is unique in terms of particularly historic motor racing in this country with the concerts and everything else going on. It really is a fantastic event and one to put in the diary.
Yeah, Casey Chambers was here last night, the big name act on Saturday night's bill. We've still got some concerts throughout the day here today as well. But the FJ Holden there, look at it, lumps him. You can see it leaning through the long loaded corners. It certainly would be quite a beast, a heavy beast to drive around a place like this.
Not really the optimal centre of gravity on the number 72 FJ Holden, quite high body shape on it. Les Wormsley now fighting back right alongside Barrow.
That was tight.
And gets through on Phil Barrow.
Great move around the outside at turn number 14.
So no problem for Wormsley. He must have had a slightly wide exit. We didn't see it on camera there. That meant he dropped back initially from Barrow, but fighting back now. And Wormsley now moves up in front of the FJ. Peter Olver, the number 54, Lotus Cortina right behind, and problems for Justin Elvin, the local, who's having a very strong run, and his race has come to an end. Looks like at the end of the front straight, Dan.
Yeah, it was at the end of the front straight. That's not good news, and we've lost a Cortina, I think, there as well, just coming into the pit, so yeah, losing a few.
King Schön retiring his Lotus Cortina, number 58.
That's a shame. He was a real front runner in qualifying yesterday. Just made it into the top 10. Probably had the best of the conditions of anybody, and ended up qualifying in and around the top 5 in the FJ Holden, waving people past down at turn number 1. But they're probably not allowed to pass because there's yellow flags out there for the stationary Mini of Elvin down at turn number 1. That's a shame for Elvin. Inside the top 6, performing very, very nicely. One of the front running Minis. Oh, they're dropping like flies.
Craig Allen in the Alpha, he was running in second behind our race leader Josh Axford, so Craig Allen looks like he has an issue in that brand new number 98 Alpha GDV.
Seems to have got it backfiring now. I think he's just had an off-track excursion on the section down the bottom of the hill through turn 6, 7 and 8, but he was up to position number 3 until that moment. He's certainly going to lose out a few places. Of that there is no doubt, but there's racing at the front, racing in the middle, and racing towards the tail of the field as well.
Don Knight, the number 32 Pushrod Cortina, trying to fend off the local Stuart Barnes in the number 22 Pushrod Cortina. So 2 cars, very similar specifications. Barnesy has been running that car for many, many years over here. A car originally built by Stephen Tate in Victoria, the son, of course, of the great Ian Tate, the former chief mechanic at the Holden dealer team. And Barnesy has moved back into that car after running a fastback Mustang for a few years, and has not been getting any slower over the years. Stuart, he's trying to put the move on Knight as we speak.
immaculately presented, all of these cars, aren't they? As we can see a bit of change towards the front of the field. So let's see how far Alan does drop down the timing. So he's lost at least a couple of places. Crossed the line at the end of lap 4 in position number 3. But certainly he's going to lose a few after that off-track excursion on the last tour. We should say the historic touring cars, because of the field size, the biggest historic touring car field of the entire year all around Australia, they've had to split them into unders and overs because we've got over 70 cars this weekend.
Exactly, a fantastic entry. I think about 26 Victorians made the journey across, some from Queensland, some from WA. So it just shows you the draw of this event, and particularly this fantastic layout at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. 18 corners you need to learn. That is no mean feat, as Josh Axford looking like he's heading towards the victory in race 1 for the Construct Hire Historic Touring Cars. A handy lead now over our second place man, Jason Armstrong, the local in the Cooper S number 177.
While you're talking, Alan has come into the pits, so the Alpha has struck problems. Of course, we saw it have the moment down there, but I think it might have been a bit more mechanical than what we first feared. So that is an absolute disaster for him. Had worked his way up to position number 3, but his race has come to an early conclusion, just one lap shy of making it to the finish. That's real heartbreak for him. So there'll be a couple of top 10 contenders coming from the back of the field in the race later on today. But it's a big day for these guys. 4 races to come. This is the first. We've got 3 more after this. But out in front, the Escort has not put a foot wrong. He had to move through the minis quickly, and he did just that in the first couple of laps. And from there, he has not been challenged at all. Is he going to lap the Cortina before he crosses the line? He certainly will. He comes across the line to take the first win of the weekend, and it goes the way of Axford in the Escort.
Great drive from Axford. Jason Armstrong, as usual, very quick into second place in the Cooper S. Connor Onafaro, he'll be happy with that, on the podium in that bright yellow Cooper S from Western Australia's son, Paul, who finished in 4th in his bright green example. Kirk Davis now coming under attack on this last lap from Graham Jarrett in the Datsun. Will Colton in the Cortina. Dan Forster still fighting hard. He's right on the tail of Ralph.
It's going to go right down to the wire, and so is this fight as well. The 4 of these guys fighting tooth and nail for position number 9. Or Davies got a little bit balked there by one of the cars ahead going wide and making a mistake, and that has allowed the 46 Datsun up the inside. But they're leaving each other lots of room. It's going to be a drag race. The BMW has been able to open up the steering and get on the power that bit earlier. He's going to come across the line in 9th, and it's 3 wide across the line for position number 10 in the end. It all changed around. So Jarrett, look at that, less than a 1/10 of a second ahead of Colton on the timing, and Draper just a 1/10 behind that. So 3, 10th, 11th and 12th, separated by just a couple of tenths. Awesome stuff.
What a finish. Peter Olbert gets home in front of Phil Barrow, who waves to the crowd. Rob Fgrave have a solid run in his GT Cortina, the local. So what a finish that was. Jeff Vo there, just right, they caught him right at the wrong time there on the last corner, allowed Jarrett to sneak through. He'll be pretty happy with that. His very first meeting in that car, finishing at 9th outright behind the BMW of Kirk Davis.
He'll only get stronger from here as well. I expect to see him moving forward as he gets more and more confident with the machine. Treelaw is coming to the line in position just outside the top 20, 21st position for him in what is a fantastic field of under 2 litre cars. Such variety, so many different machines, from Cortinas to Minis to Escorts to Alfa Romeos. So much enjoyment in that category if you are a historic touring car nut like both of us too.
Yeah, most people just say I'm just a nut, but anyway, put historic touring car in front of it's better. So, recap of the top 10, Dan?
Absolutely. So Josh Axford taking the victory in the end by a smidge over 5 seconds from our pole sitter, Jason Armstrong. The Onofaros came home 3rd and 4th. Conno beating Paul to position number 3. Dan Forster finishing in position number 5 ahead of Sean Ralph. Then we had David Cheney, Kirk Davies, Graham Jarrett and Anthony Colton rounding out the top 10.
Vic Draper, Les Wormsley, Peter Olver, Phil Barrow, Rob Fgrave, the local on the Cortina, Anthony Green, Gordon Cox, the Mark II GT Cortina. Barnes got through on Knight on that last lap, so Don Knight won't be happy with that. Barnsy's pretty tricky around here. He's a sly old fox, Barnsy. What a great drive.
Good stuff. Here are the rest of the runners. Despite how many old historic touring cars there are, just 2 DNFs in that one, which I'm pleased to say is a good start. 3 to come. You can see some of the campers are only just waking up. They were woken by the sound of the historic touring cars. Well, it's about to get a little bit louder with the Group M and O, and historic touring cars up next, along with the historic touring car. Historic Formula Ford. So looking forward to that in a few moments' time. Thank you, Darren Knight. We'll be back on the other side of this ad.
Got a car or bike you've been itching to unleash? The Off-Street Drag Meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-Street Drag Meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big for the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
out come the Group M and O, as well as historic Formula Fords for their first encounter of the day. They were lucky. They were one of the few categories that was able to squeeze a race in before the storms came through yesterday afternoon. And what a race it was. It was an absolute cracker. We had some real good battling throughout this field. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out. We saw some real classic old-school Formula Ford racing throughout yesterday's race. Real slipstreaming duels and some real tussles for sort of third position it was in yesterday's race. I'm Dan McCarthy. For the first time today, I'm joined by Martin Ancaro, who has commentated every edition of the Bend Classic. Mark, great to have you alongside me.
Yeah, good morning, Dan, and good morning, everybody. We're just going to kick off our open wheeler action here for Groups M and O combined with our little Formula Ford group as well. So as you mentioned, Dan, very close racing yesterday amongst various packs in this very interesting group of race cars. Groups M and O, we described it yesterday, basically cars that were built and designed in the 1960s, and of course the Formula Fords, of course, from the 1980s era of the National Championship. Let's have a look to see how they're going to line up. Dave Hartman in a borrowed car yesterday in Norm Faulkner's Elfin Mono. He managed to get up and take that victory alongside Dave Kent, who copped a penalty yesterday of jumping the start, but he still managed to finish into second position. That's the Brabham BT21. Sean Whelan in the Formula Ford. Evan Farrell also in the older Formula Ford in the Lola. And Ben McNamara in Formula Ford. John Gregg also back there in the Reynard in the Formula Ford. Then it's back to Groups M and O. Dave Smoker alongside Grant Perryman. So the two Brabhams there alongside of each other. If we round out the top 8 on the grid. And got just a full selection of Brabhams here. And the last is George Vidovic in that Super Can-Am McLaren race car. We certainly will see that stand out on field. And Noel Bryan, who actually got the shunt from George yesterday down in the second last corner and in the Rem Max. So hopefully they've rectified that problem. Not too much damage done.
I don't think the Can-Am car's out there. I did not see Vidovic go on through. So we might be down to just the real open wheelers. The Can-Am car, although it's got no roof effectively, it's these are more traditional open wheelers. That's a real shame. Hopefully that is repaired and can get back out later on today. Still 2 more races for these guys later on in today's proceedings. So much racing as a result of yesterday's storms. It's just from here all the way through to 5 o'clock, just back-to-back racing, no breaks, and really looking forward to seeing what is to come, including Formula 5000, and of course we've got some modern sports sedans. The national sports sedans are here as well as part of the Burson Auto Parts Bend Nationals. You can see all the campers in the infield. A few have packed up, I think, early on this morning, because that was packed to the rafters yesterday. There was no breathing room in there, and already there you go, you can see another one just taking off now. So they'll probably find a nice park and view spot around the circuit and watch from there. As we're also missing Kent from position number 2. So there's more. There's already drama before this race has even begun. So we will call all of the on-track action once this green flag drops and the lights go out. But yeah, already drama before the lights have even extinguished. So looking forward to this one. Here we go. Who is going to win the drag race to turn 1? Hardman certainly has an advantage with nobody alongside of him, and it should be him that leading into turn number 1 ahead of those historic Formula Fords. So here's the first Group O car, and there's nobody really in sight that's another Group O car, so it's the historic Formula Fords that are next. The number 32's made a good start, leading that little pack, so started third, obviously taking position number 2 because of the DNS for Kent, and he remains in that position just ahead of Farrell and McNamara just behind that as well. So they remain in formation at the start of this one, Mark.
Look at it, Dave Hartman, obviously that's North Faulkner's Alpha Mono. They've already got a nice little break. It was a clean start. Unfortunately, as we did mention there was no Kent car, so no David Kent in that field. So obviously some issues there, which is a bit of a shame. Certainly had plenty of pace earlier on yesterday also. So just go back to our next group there. Looks like Evan Farrell has got himself up into second position. And he has in the car 342 in the early model Lola Formula Ford, so he's the oldest Formula Ford in the group. Then back to Sean Whelan, the local South Australian pilot there in car 32, and then Ben McNamara, another South Australian in the Van Diemen. They're the three we're looking at the moment. And just behind them, I think that's John Gregg there in the 66 car, so that's back there in the Reynard too. Talk about this era yesterday. Reynard and Van Diemen, very prominent models back in this era of racing. These days we've seen the introduction of the McGales in the more modern sense. But these were the dominant pairing, certainly back in the 1980s. Really good elbows up racing back in that era. In a very strong series. It used to be called the Motorcraft Formula Ford Series back in the day. Sean Whelan there. He's a real Formula Ford enthusiast here in SA in the 1989 Van Diemen. Sean's had quite a selection of different open-wheeler race cars over the years. This is his latest to the collection. He's got Ben McNamara all over the back of him too. Look at him getting a bit of drafts in here, just tucked in behind. And that'll certainly doing some good favours. This is the first time that Ben's actually raced at this circuit, even though he is a local South Australian driver. Has already done a couple of interstate rounds. But good to see him here. Oh, wheeling under brakes here, a little bit squirmish there. So he's a little bit late on the brake pedal. So he gets past Evan Farrell there in the early model T340 Lola, I should say.
That was a really good move, that one, for position number 2, and quite clever as well, because he was so much under threat from McNamara. He turned defence into attack, went around the outside and took that position from the, as you say, the older class car in the terms of, huge lockup for the number 66 of Grieg, who sails wide. He locked up badly there, and as soon as he got on the brake, so no surprise there, and the tyre will be very second-hand as a result, but down the hill they go. As we said, Whelan's moved ahead of these guys, and he's going to try and pull away in this middle section of the lap, break away from any potential slipstreaming threat. But I don't think the 342, even with the slipstream, will be able to blast past. Such is the horsepower disadvantage for that machine compared to all of those around it. That car built in 1973, the cars he is racing against built in 1988, 1989, and that is the latest Formula Ford that qualifies for the historic Formula Ford class that's here this weekend. 1989 is the most modern Formula Ford that you can have, and we've got a couple of 1989 built Van Diemens out there, including Sean Whelan.
Just to note that Wayne Wilson was another entry in the historic M&O. Unfortunately not here, and that was I was looking forward to seeing that car, because it would have been the only Brabham in the field that actually had an aerofoil on the back. The only one that had aerodynamics. So all the other old Brabhams, of course, it's an era where we saw the transformation of making them look like real race cars. All of a sudden we had rear-mounted engines, and of course that was the initiative of Bernie Tornak, of course, in the Brabhams. He was the engineer of these race cars. Back to rear-mounted engines and so on, and the history was made. So it's certainly much later in the early 70s when we started to see more of the Formula One style with the wings on and all the different aerodynamics went on and progressed through those particular years. So the 29 car there of Dave Smoker, and he's in the 1970 built BT29. So he just fits in the Group O category there. So much a later model in that particular group. And that's the Sean Whelan in the 32. He's currently running in position, well, he's leading the Formula 4 group and overall second on track. Still got Evan Farrell behind him. And you mentioned there, Dan, two very different styles of a Formula 4 there. Both completely different body styles and different eras. And there's the 34 Grant Perryman in the 1966 BT18. That's a Brabham, of course. With a big white stripe that goes straight down the middle of that race car.
So this is for second in Group O. So Group O, you can see the different colours on the blend line timing. Green is Group O. The blue machines are the historic Formula Fords, and then the sole Group M car, that is Brian, who is in position at number 8. So last of the runners, of course, Kent and Vidovic, unfortunately non-starters in this one. But that's what you come to expect, isn't it, in historic competition? You normally start the weekend with more than what you finish with. So hopefully, though, those will be repaired and we see them back out later on this afternoon as we look at the number 34 machine. The battle is intensifying further forward. So Farrell has caught back up to Whelan. However, this is where Whelan's car comes into its own in comparison to the Lola behind. So Whelan will come onto the main straight, put the power down, and even with the slipstream, I just don't think the 342 is going to be any threat in a straight line. The Whelan Van Diemen is far too powerful as he roars down, kicks straight. Sean's been competing in historic racing for many, many years and certainly got himself a nice historic Formula Ford. That Van Diemen certainly goes. So, of course, Van Diemen, founded by Ralph Furman and Ross Ambrose, who people might know the name of course, the father of Marcus Ambrose, two-time Supercars champion and NASCAR race with NASCAR Cup Series race winner. Van Diemen, though, what a unbelievable brand that was. Of course, Australian, two Australians finding Van Diemen, but what it went on to do not only in Australia but also overseas as well, in the US and in Europe as well, not only in Formula Ford but making cars for Formula F2000 or US F2000 I should say, Renault Euro Cup, Formula 3. Van Diemen conquered them all.
They certainly have. So 34 car there of Grant Perryman, pretty regular around here. He's done quite a lot of historic meetings under his belt now, and also with the bloke behind him there in Dave Smoker. Dave's had a driver of many different race cars in his career. Back to historic here this weekend. Has been known to dabble in GT spec race cars as well. So in the much less power race car here this weekend. Dave Hartman is out to about 8 seconds in front here in the Elfin Mono. A much lighter capacity race car as well, but really fast. So this is cars 34 and Dave Smoker. This is 6th and 7th position on track. This is the battle for actually 2nd and 3rd position for Group O. We know the other Group O car there of Dave Hartman in a world of his own, and I'll tell you what, it might be game on here. And Dave Smoker now looking for the pass down there at turn 17, not quite close enough. They're actually going really good because they're going to get on the back there of John Gregg in the 66 car, a very famous car too. That's the Davison family here in Australia. That's a big history tour in itself. They got past him quite comfortably there down the straight. Now this is the battle for Group O for 2nd and 3rd position. You can see the two Brabhams going at it there. Still, obviously, Dave Smoker still trying to put the pressure down to get that position done.
The number 34 machine, a BT18, of course, the BT19, one of the most famous Formula One cars in history, built in 1966, and of course that car went on to take the Formula One title with Brabham at the helm himself. I don't think that'll ever be achieved again, will it? A car designed, built, raced and won the Formula One World Championship. In this day and age, that is just not possible. You can't imagine Adrian Newey designing the car, building it, racing it and winning a Formula One World Championship.
And of course, Repco came on board and engineered the motors for these Brabham race cars. So another Australian built. Bit of engineering as well. And John Gregg there in the 66, the Reynard there in the Formula Ford, and in fact he's got Dave Smoker in his sights, even though they're in two particularly different classes, but certainly in a straight line. These Brabhams are really going for it, aren't they? Have a look at this.
Smoker up
on the inside. Oh, that's a nice move. Down there at turn 13 down the hill.
I think he caught Perryman off guard there. Perryman went to turn into the apex and had to open up the steering as he saw a blue blur up the inside of him at a very opportunistic overtaking point on this racetrack. You don't see too many overtakes there. Oh, that was a Larry moment there for, I think that was Grieg, it was, who lost the rear end there coming out of the fishbowl. He just about managed to catch it. That was a good save, but that would have cost him a bit of ground, and as a result he wasn't close enough to fire back up the inside at turn number 17. But here we go then onto the pit straight once again. Through they go. They're going to be side by side coming across the line. What can the BT18 do? The answer is roar past in a straight line. The car that was built for both Formula 3 and Formula 2 competition breezing past with relative ease down there.
So now with Dave Kent there just doing all the chasing at the moment. His time didn't come up on the timing screen either, so he's got a bit of a Dorian issue. But he certainly is in that position there behind Grant Perryman. Dave Hartman gets further in front, in fact 9 seconds on that lap between first and second. Tell you what, with certainly Dave beyond the wheel at Alpha Mono, it certainly shows its capabilities. Taken over there from one of the veterans of historic racing here in Australia, Norm Faulkner. So there it is, in the Alpha Mono Adelaide Builder course, right here in the Gary Cooper stable here at Edwardstown in SA, in the Alpha Mono. That
designed for the Australian 1.5 formula. As you say, designed by Gary Cooper, built from 1964 to 1969. So we're talking the very late 60s. But what a run it had. And great to see one out here. You don't see too many of these kicking around anymore, do you? Just 19 built in total.
It's one of the really early models that actually Gary did engineer and design. Of course, we know the history of Alpha race cars here in Australia. There was a lot more to follow. And of course, when certainly Formula 5000 came along a little few years later, there was a lot of cars, of course, engineered and built for that Tasman series. And we've got one of them here this weekend.
Absolutely.
So we'll get to that a little bit later on. So this is the last lap there. So another win there to Dave Hartman, not in his original drive. But you'll take one any way you can get it, just as we described yesterday. And then we go back to Sean Whelan, the first of our historic Formula Fords. Back there in the Van Diemen. And then we go back to the next of our Formula Fords, Evan Farrell. Then it'll be Ben McNamara, so that's the top three in the Formula Fords. Then we go back to second in Group O is Dave Smoker. And it should have been Perryman just behind him.
I was just about to say, Perryman stopped, I think, on the circuit. He is nowhere to be seen. He's either at a spin or a mechanical. That's not him either. That's Brian. So there's been some last lap issue for the number 34 machine, the Brabham BT18. Last time we saw it, it was roaring past on pit straight. Oh, there it is. He just went through just ahead of the 63 machine. And there was some issues there for that car, unfortunately, late on. But he did manage to finish, albeit 25 seconds slower on that final lap. So very costly final lap for him. But fortunately, he did make it home.
So let's have a bit of quick recap there. So it'll be Dave Hartman, Sean Whelan, Evan Farrell, Ben McNamara, Dave Smoker, John Gregg. You see the different colours there for the different class. Obviously Formula Ford in the blue colours. Then we go back to Grant Perryman, Noel Bryan in the Rem Max, who was the last to come across the line. And the ones that didn't start were Dave Kent and George Vidovic. It's a bit of a shame we didn't see that Can-Am race car in that field. But hopefully we might see it later. We're not too sure what's happening there. And you can see the breeze too, because you can see the tents flapping down there in the camping ground. Stick around. This is our revised program from yesterday. Obviously, we're trying to get through the last four races from yesterday that was, of course, cancelled due to the intensity in the weather that dropped here about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And so historic touring cars over 2 litre are coming up next. Then we go back to our first of our Formula 5000 races for today. Then we go back to historic touring cars under 2 litre again. So historic touring cars are getting a fair roll out here, this certainly on the Sunday program. Then we go back to, we just mentioned, the National Sports Sedans. And then we get back into historic touring cars over 2 litre again. So they've got 2 morning sessions or 2 morning races on the Sunday morning. So we're on Blendline TV Premium, of course.
They're on the
Free.
free
Oh, we are
Blendline
free, thank
TV
you.
channel
I know,
today.
I know we were yesterday, so we're all free today. So that's incorrect down on the bottom.
So we're going to take a quick ad break, but yeah, we'll be back on the other side of this with the big banging over 2-litre historic touring cars. Stay tuned for that.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
As you can see, we have our first race here for historic True Cars, over 2 litre, massive field. So let's run through them here. At the moment, obviously, with Jamie Tilley on pole position in the fastback Mustang, leading them out. And once again, I'm going to be joined alongside of me will be Darren Knight once again as we bring this big field. This is certainly the highlight of the meeting here at the moment. So as I mentioned, Jamie Tilley on pole position, Aldo DePoli in the Camaro in second position, Ian Hewitt in the Mustang. Then we go back to Adam Smith, the South Australian, in the XW Falcon, Andrew Beard in the 86 car in the Camaro, Jason Humble in the rotary Mazda there. And then we go back to Graham Wakefield in position 7, the car 88 in the Mustang. Then Ben Wilkinson, another one of the Mustangs there, rounding out the top 8.
Adrian Moyle, the Victorian, or now based in Queensland, the Camaro alongside Brad Tilley in the Mustang, Chris Stern in the Mustang number 90. He'll start alongside the first of the charges, Michael Hibbett in 71. Pete Muhlman, the black Mustang 43, alongside Nathan Gordon, the HQ Monaro number 45. Glenn Miles in the second of the charges, number 16, alongside Gary Finnemore in the Mustang number 19.
Then we get to the next part of the grid. Got a few to get through here. We've got Rob James in the 111 car. Then we go back to Keith Davison, Evan Goebel out there in the XU1 Tirana, Andrew Gervin in the same make. Then we go back to Leo Tobin, Rob Smith, another South Australian there in the Tirana. Then we go back to Ray Hepburn and Bill Trengrove back there in the 64 car.
That's an NB Mustang, so a pre-65 Mustang for Trengrove in the red machine number 64. Brett Hodgkin rounding out the field in the number 4 XY Falcon GTHO. What a lap we saw from our pole sitter Jamie Tilley yesterday. A top 10 shootout for historic touring cars this weekend. Absolutely nailed that lap. Hit every apex perfectly. Never put a wheel out of place. A very quick time of a 2:07, which we're still doing some research on, which we think may be the quickest ever lap by an historic touring car around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We've got to do some more research on that, but it will be very close to a time Paul Stubber set in his Camaro here a couple of years ago.
Paul, of course, was a part of this program here last year.
Yeah, unfortunately, a few family commitments back home in WA, so had to pull out of the meeting at the last minute. Keep an eye on that white Mustang with the blue stripes, number 28. Brad Tilley unfortunately had a gearbox issue right at the start of his top 10 shootout lap yesterday. So, of course, it means he finishes or he starts the race in 10th. But he was certainly very quick in qualifying prior to the top 10 shootout, was third quickest, in fact. So keep an eye on that white Mustang at number 28 coming through the field.
Big field of cars making their way around here. Pretty well supported here this weekend. We did all the shootout stuff yesterday. And unfortunately for these guys, this was a part of the later part of the afternoon program yesterday, and unfortunately due to weather conditions that was postponed, so we'll give them an early Sunday morning start instead.
They'll be chomping at the bit. The first race this weekend for the over 2 litre historic touring cars, groups NB and NC. So groups NB are for the types of cars that race in Australia prior to the end of 1964. Group NC for the cars that race on Australian circuits exclusively. Problems for Andrew Beard from Victoria in the ex-Graham Jarrett Chev Camaro coming into the pits. That's disappointing for Andrew. He ended up 5th fastest in the top 10 yesterday, so that's very disappointing. A very quick driver and car. Hopefully he'll get it back out there for the second race. 4 races for these guys today, so they're going to be very busy in between their time on the track.
So right down towards turn 18 as they come around. Good to see a couple of charges in the field there. Michael Hibbert there, he's been here before, so he knows the track pretty well. Very retro style, isn't that lovely 1970s purple there?
Magenta, I think is the factory call. Some people call it dark pink, but magenta sounds tougher, so Michael refers to it as magenta.
Just waiting for that green flag, and there it is. So who gets the run down to turn 1? Obviously Jamie Tilley on the inside and Aldo DePoli on the outside, the West Aussie.
Mustang versus Camaro, just like we're seeing on the Gold Coast, and they're away in race 1 for the over 2 litre historic touring cars. What a start from Jason Humble in the Mazda RX-2. Leo Tobin out onto the grass a little bit there, just going around the car there off the line into turn 1 for the first time. Keep an eye on Ben Wilkinson too in the silver Mustang. Humble very fast away, but Tilley will lead to Powley. So Mustang versus Camaro. Aim Hewitt into 3rd. Adam Smith, a great start. The White Falcon up into 4th.
Yeah, good start. Certainly Jason Humble stood out there trying to split the pack there and actually gets himself up into 4th position at this early stage. Look at all the brake lockups down there at turn 3. It's pretty busy, trying to sort out their track positions. So now they open them up and head down the sweeper here.
Brad
turn
Tilley.
5.
Brad Tilley on the move. Mark Ory up into 4th place. We knew this would happen in the number 28 Mustang, just getting through on Jason Humble in the sole rotary in the field, who is in turn leading the White Falcon of Adam Smith. Chris Stern has had a good start as well. On cue here, Ben Wilkinson just rounding up Chris Stern there, the 268 Ford Mustang. So Ben Wilkinson, the Sydney sider, started out in an EH Holden many years ago, moved up to a Mustang, and is right up there on the tail of the Falcon of Adam Smith.
So the 88 car just makes its way through there, which is
Graham Wakefield.
Graham Wakefield, of course it is. I should have better pick that one out. And he's got the 90 car just in front of him there of Chris Stern. So they're a little bit further back in positions, about mid-pack at the moment. So a few good old-style Mustangs amongst that group.
Adrian Moyle in the black and silver Chev Camaro on screen now, the number 25 machine. Went the wrong way, unfortunately. The top 10 shootout with setup was 5th fastest in qualifying, but did some changes to the car after qualifying, and he had a very eventful top 10 lap. Now trying to gain some track position after issues during that shootout. He's right on the tail of Wakefield as Adam Smith coming under pressure now from Ben Wilkinson in the Mustang. So the 3 Mustangs, the 368 model Mustangs are Stern there, Wilkinson, Stern, Wakefield, all running the 302 Windsor.
So Wilkinson looking for a pass too. There in the
DePaoli into the lead, no. Putting the
quite.
moves on Brad Tilley, Jamie Tilley rather, at turn 1. They got very close, just backed out of it in the last minute. So it's still Jamie Tilley leading from Aldo DePaoli in the number 96, 1969 model Chevy Camaro.
They were the ones that were dominant yesterday, certainly as far as qualifying and top 10 shootout was concerned. And you can see that starting to show on track. But just getting that nice little break between them and Adam Smith just behind them. So DePaoli there, the Western Australian on the attack there, and behind the very experienced Jamie Tilley there as they do the climb up towards turn 7, and then they'll drop off down towards turn 8. It's quite a big hill down there, down that part of the track. Doesn't look too much of it on the TV coverage, but certainly if you stand on that hill and look down, it is a long way down there, believe it or not. Not a lot of passing go happens down there. The track does really tighten right up to through that section.
Brad Tilley in 3rd place on screen now, the number 28 Ford Mustang. That's an original generation shaped Mustang, the 64 shape. So that means it is running the little 289 Windsor under the bonnet. Jamie Tilley, the 69 fastback, running a 351 Windsor versus the 350 Chev of Aldo DePaoli.
Tilly certainly the hard charge at the moment. Oh, gee, Jason Humble was a little bit crossed up there in that turn.
Well, I hope he didn't spin. We heard some squealing in our earphones there. He was very sideways out of the corner there. Jason Humble.
Very Hibbert was too, and a little crossed up as well. There in the magenta.
Ian Mewett. So that squealing we heard was the number 55 Mustang of Ian Mewett. He was running right up there in 5th place. Has lost a few positions there, now battling the Charger of Michael Hibbert.
There was another one I got a little bit. I got someone in the boys. That's the Gordon.
Nathan Gordon in the HQ Monaro is stationary, unfortunately.
That looks like the fence down behind turn 13 as well. That's all happening down there at the moment, isn't it? Yeah, let's get that section. There's a few interesting moments for a few race cars going through that section. They come down to put another lap down towards turn 18. They come. So Michael Hibbert has got Wilkes. So we've got to have a look what we're looking at. So the 55 car there at Mewett gets up on the inside there of the 90 car there of Chris Stern. And Michael Hibbert also into that group as well. So that's 10th, 11th and 12th position. So those cars just outside the top 10. And everyone's trying to get inside the top 10 in that particular group.
Pete Muhlman, that all-black Mustang, trying to hold out Ian Mewett in the number 55 machine. Stern now on the number 90 Mustang, trying to fend off Michael Hibbert in the number 71 Charger. Real big battle there up ahead of them between Pete Muhlman, a 3-time club champion in Victoria, in that all-black Mustang number 43, running in 9th place at the moment in front of this battle of Stern and Hibbert.
That Pete Muhlman car is a real angry-looking Mustang, isn't it? There it is. The all-black car there. But Ian Mewett's got other ideas here at the moment by the looks of things. And gets himself around the outside of that corner. It's not really where you want to be. It's probably a little bit wide down there. And we do the climb up towards turn 13. This is where it all tightens up. So that's good. He gets himself on the inside.
351 Windsor versus 289 Windsor. Ian Mewett there putting the move on Muhlman and trying to regain some of that position after running off the circuit earlier. So Mewett now back up inside the top 10, just about.
I think he's in 11th position at the moment.
So
there's Michael Hibbert there trying to out-worry Stern there as well. So the Charger there looking for the pass down on the inside of Chris Stern and doesn't. Might get past Pete Muhlman as well. We're not quite in the back out there as that corner tightens up quite considerably in turn 17.
Nice move from Michael Hibbert in the Charger down the hill underneath Chris Stern in the Mustang.
A little bit wide there for Stern too at the curbing there at turn 18. Give him a chance to get good as well. So Pete Muhlman now getting a nice little break for that position. And there he is, the all black. Not a bit of colour on that car at all, just solid black.
Black car, black heart is how Pete describes himself. Keith Davidson, the valiant pacer, having a good battle with the local Evan Goebel in that beautifully presented number 7 XU1. Keith Davidson gets the move on Goebel.
Love the valiant pacer. How retro does that look? That is a cool race car.
That colour could only come from one decade, Mark.
That's right, that's the 70s.
Keith Davidson, a renowned engine builder. In fact, of course, builds the engine in the Michael Hibbert Charger, and several others in the historic touring car category, as well as being a pretty handy steerer himself. The pacer, the little not little, but the 245 cubic inch Hemi under the bonnet. Of course, the Chargers moved up to the 265 after the pacer.
This is lap 4 of 6. Just some short races today, obviously. Got to try and fit all these races in. 46 car.
Leo Tobin.
Leo Tobin. Well, that's a guy that's been around in car racing for some time.
Yeah, been pretty busy with the Touring Car Masters Mustang as well. A different car to this, of course. And stepping back into Group N. He's just in front of that pacer of Keith Davidson, who's trying very hard there, we see. In the number 27 machine, as is Hibbert now. Trying to put the move on Pete Muhlman.
Certainly close enough. That's turn 13. You need to be on the other side there, on the inside to 14. Need to get a pass down. I think it's his size just to follow him through There is a passing opportunity there if you are close enough and have got the car in the right position. There, not quite close enough behind Pete Muirland.
The Charger, of course, South Australia's own, built right here in Tonsley Park all those years ago, and at one time the fastest accelerating production car in the world, a 14-second quarter mile out of the factory in that ultimate E49 spec.
Yeah, right here in South Australia, Tonsley Park, that no longer exists, obviously. Doesn't matter about that. He's now going to tuck him behind. Pete Muirland there trying to get another position. Might get a pass down at turn 1. See how close he is at the moment. This is for 9th and 10th position on track. They scream over the little hump there, and that's virtually where the braking marker down there at turn 1. Hibbert right on his tail once again, so not quite close enough. As they head down towards the combination of turns 1, 2 and 3.
Jamie Tilley continues to lead from Aldo De Paoli, so fastest lap so far for Jamie Tilley at 209.3 versus the fastest lap of De Paoli at 210.6. So the Mustang has the wood on the Camaro at the moment, but does the Mustang have the wood on the Charger at the moment? Michael Hibbert trying very hard to get past Muirland in that battle for a 9th place.
Bit better under brakes there too, Muirland. A little bit of a lighter car as well, so he gets through turn 6 quite easily. Gets a little bit of a break under brakes there down in the entry there to 6.
Quite a big car, the Charger. It doesn't look it in wheelbase, but as far as width goes, it's probably the widest car in the field. So quite a hefty machine to hustle around here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. He's certainly making Pete Muirland earn that 9th place.
Jill's just chasing him around at the moment. Gets nice and close under brakes there.
Ryan
Wakefield. So that's he's in the middle of the track as well. That's right down the back of the circuit. I think that's turn 10. So he's got it all crossed up and got the Mustang faking in the wrong direction. So I don't know whether that car is still running or sitting on. We'll have to find out in a moment.
Good driving from Muirland and Hibbert. They went either side of the stricken Graham Wakefield Mustang as we're on the last lap here for the first race for the Construct Hire over 2-litre historic touring cars. Still watching this great battle for 9th place between Muirland and Hibbert.
Now, this might be Hibbert's chance. He's left, turn right. Needs to be on the inside down there. Unfortunately, not quite close enough. Just follows him through. Both take pretty much the same line down through turn 17 for the battle just inside the top 10, their 9th and 10th position. Oh, a bit of drift style down there for Michael Hibbert. Got a little bit crossed up there in the final turn. And now they venture out onto their final lap. That battle for 9th and 10th. Jamie Tilley with that nice little break at the moment is our lead car. In a straight line, that Pete Muirland car certainly nice and strong. Michael Hibbert there just gets up on the curve here too a little bit there at turn 1. There's our race leader there, Jamie Tilley in the Mustang. And looking very strong at the moment. Nice little break. In fact, nearly 5.5 seconds between him and the Western Australian there and Aldo De Paoli.
Certainly got that car dialed in. It looks superb through the corners there, hitting the apexes, sitting nice and flat. We saw that fantastic lap from Jamie yesterday, and he's really strutted the field here. So De Paoli 5 seconds back in 2nd place. Nevertheless, a strong run for the West Australian. Another few seconds behind De Paoli is Brad Tilley, Jamie's father, in the Mustang. He'll be starting out at grid 3 for the next race, so be closer to the front right from the get-go. Won't have to battle those cars as he has in this race starting from 10th.
Yeah, great job to get from 10th up to 3rd position. Jason Hummel back there in 4th position. He got a good start as well, but he's got himself settled in that position pretty much throughout the race. And this is now for the checkered flag. Just one more corner to go through, so race 1 will go here to Jamie Tilley in car number 9.
He's looked after the tyres very well. They don't last a long time on these big cars, Mark, so victory to Jamie Tilley. 2nd place will be Aldo De Paoli. And he's put, speaking of tyres, you really do have to manage these things as Brad Tilley crosses the line in 3rd place. So there are tyre restrictions. You can't just keep throwing new rubber at it every race. You're restricted to 6 tyres overall. Keith Davidson, the pacer, having a battle here with Andrew Girvin. So Evan Gobel's got past Keith Davidson in that battle of the Aussie Sixers. So Andrew Girvin, the green Tirana there, trying to track down that pacer of Keith Davidson. Good drive there from Gobel. It's coming under attack, though, right at the end here with Davidson right on his tail.
That's for 16th position there at the moment. Evan Goebel, looking for the big pacer right behind him, trying to worry him down the penultimate corner there. And he won't be able to get that move done either. So Evan Goebel.
Onto the straight for the last time. Can Davidson slingshot past the Tirana. Gets a little bit sideways. That's compromised his exit. So right at the line here. Can the Hemi do it?
I think he didn't. Not quite. So Goebel hangs on in front of Davidson there for 16th or 17th position on track. Great little battle there a little bit further back. And, that's the Wakefield entry. That's the one that spun a little earlier on. So good to see that car refired and making his way back. The car we're looking at there is the Shell coloured car. That's Robert Smith, local South Australian Tirana driver there.
Who has done a fantastic job along with Chris Stern, who's come across from Victoria. So Robert Smith, a great effort in organising the historic touring cars. It's a bit like herding cats, historic touring car guys. So they've done an excellent job of getting them all together and putting this field together. So, and Rob also having a run, of course, in that beautiful Shell liveried Tirana XU1 number 155. That's a bit of a replica of the Dick Johnson XU1 that Dickie used to race before he became a Ford Colt hero.
Good to see Gordon back there too. That was the car that spun it a bit earlier as well. So good to see that car get back under his own steam. So a few recoveries there towards the end to get across the line.
We will see those cars back out a bit later. Here we go, the top 10 mark.
So it'll be Jamie Tilley, Aldo Napoli, Brad Tilley, Jason Humble, Adam Smith, Ben Wilkinson, Ian Muir, Pete Mullen, Michael Hibbert and Chris Stern back there in the Mustang, rounding out the top 10. And a little bit further back, we'll have Glenn Miles, Rob James, Gary Finnemore, Ray Hepburn, Leo Tobin, Ev Goebel, Keith Davison, who had that battle just towards the end, Andrew Gervin, and 21st position. Well, that didn't happen because did you see Brett Hotchkin out there? I'm not too sure. He must have finished. Okay, and then we go back to Graham Wakefield, who had a spin, and Nathan Gordon had a spin in that race as well.
Adrian Moyle, unfortunately, hasn't finished that race, so that's disappointing for the man that was 5th quickest in qualifying yesterday. Hopefully, the guys will be able to turn around the cars quickly. There's not much time here with this packed program. Those cars you just saw raced will be back out at 11:35 this morning for their second race. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the booming Formula 5000s. They'll be out around 10:05. So plenty more racing for the Construct High Historic Touring Cars. We have 3 more races for the under 3 litre Historics and 3 more races for the cars we just saw, the over 3 litre Historic Touring Cars.
Thanks, Darren. You can see our Formula 5000s there on screen there, getting themselves all prepared. And we'll come back with those thundering Formula 5000s in just a few moments' time. So we'll have a short break and we'll be back with that race.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big 4 The Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the 4-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
There is our race one winner yesterday in Formula 5000. Yes, we are old school here with the Bend Classic, turning back the clock. We had a chat to Paul Zazarin yesterday about this very machine.
We purchased the Lola about 13 years ago and have been racing it since, working on it ourselves, do all our own race preparation. My wife is my main pit crew, so yeah, we're a good team. The car is a Lola T332, one of the great Formula 5000s of the era, made in 1974, powered by a 5-litre Chev. Developing close to 600 horsepower. Car weighs about 800 kilos with a driver, so it keeps your attention. The car originally campaigned in America in 74 and 75. It was restored in the 80s and run by a guy called Tommy Drissy in the US in historic racing, and he won a US championship in the car. And we repeated that in 2023. when we went to America and won the US Formula 5000 Championship. So that was pretty much one of the highlights. We've won a lot of races over the years in the car. It's a great car. We've learned a lot along the way. They are great fun cars to drive, despite what people think that they're ill-handling pigs and everything. They're not. They're a lovely car to drive, plenty of power. So yeah, you can steer them with your right foot and just have a heap of fun.
Here he is, Paul Zazarin, going into turn number 1. What an immaculately presented machine that is the Lola T332 at the head of the field. Took a dominant victory in yesterday's opening encounter ahead of the rest of the field. But we really are winding back the clock with this series. So great to have Formula 5000 and a good field of Formula 5000s here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. This is the Bend Classic with thanks to Burson Auto Parts. And you've got 8 in total on the grid, which is a very large field for this category in this day and age. Of course, these cars raced back 60 years ago in the late 60s and the early 70s, so also into the 80s as well. So it's great to have them a part of the schedule this weekend. I note at the tail of the field that Hemming is back on the circuit. That is great news. So here's the grid. Paul Zazarin will start from pole position. Alongside of him will be Frank Harris in the Chevron B24. Beyond that will be Dean Cam in the number 74 machine, ahead of Jeff Walters, Rod Carroll, Robert Splatt, David Crabtree, and as I say, the number 11 is back out on the circuit after some issues yesterday with the clutch and also with the hydraulics as well. Bill Hemming is back out on the circuit in his Elfin MR8, built back in 1977. There it is, right at the tail of the field. These things are all immaculate. They are presented immaculately, just like they were back in the day. Cannot wait to get this one underway. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside of myself is Martin Ancaro. Mark, this is one of the highlights of the event this year.
Love it. Great stuff. Good to see Bill Hemming back there. That's an iconic ex-Theodore racing car in the MR8. Built right here, as we mentioned earlier, here in SA. Good to see Bill back. He does run the Elfin Centre back in Melbourne, and a little bit of a museum that he does have over there, so he's a real Elfin enthusiast. Jeff Walters there in the ex-Kevin Bartlett Lola as well. That's making his debut here this weekend at this track, so it's good to see that on board here as well. Kevin Bartlett has also competed in the Formula 5000 series back in 1973 and 74 Tasman series. Actually had a very bad accident in the 74 series in that particular car and actually broke his leg and hip. And so it has been fully restored. It was still damaged from Kev when current owners actually purchased the car. So it's been a full restoration. Good to see it back in fine form. But talking about fine form, about Paul Zazarin, I should say, out in front. Rolling start here. Frank Harris alongside of him in the Chevron. This is a British Formula 5000 car. They're the dominant two at the moment. This is one of the best sounds in motorsport anywhere. I love this rolling start when they get underneath the main straight here, underneath the footbridge, and all those people standing up on the viewing platform are going to make the hair stand on the back of your neck. Here we go. It's time to go Formula 5000 racing. Let's let them rip.
Can't hear us. These things are ear-piercingly loud as they go down to turn number 1. Zazarin will lead the way. Look up the far inside. That's Carroll, who's even looking to the left-hand side. Nobody you can see in his mirrors. Good start from the number 11 of Hemming. He's already made up a couple of positions there into position number 6, I believe he is, or even 5. So very good start from him from the back of the field. But yesterday, Zazarin took off into the distance and he left the 2 Chevron B24 drivers to duel it out for position number 2. That was the highlight battle of the race. And Harris and Cam remain in 2nd and 3rd position, although Cam is coming under pressure early on and he's going to lose 3rd position out of the hairpin. It did didn't take off how he would have liked. I'm not sure if there's a problem for that machine. So through goes Walters, straight through, up into third position for him. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff indeed. The introduction of Formula 5000 racing here in Australia, the Tasman Series, was really brought forward by Frank Gardner at the time. He bought a couple of old ex-Indy race cars, brought them over here, and that's really where the Tasman Series did begin, and Formula 5000 racing here in that particular era, certainly towards the late 1960s. Obviously not too many cars remaining from those earlier series, but good to see we've got 8 of them here from various series throughout the 1970s. A couple of older spec cars. There's a Chevron car there just making its way through with Frank Harris. That's just one of the earlier series cars.
Oh, nice exit, good run. He's going to surely launch one up the inside into 17. No, Harris goes sort of half a car width to the inside there to block any lunge up the inside at the tight turn number 17. One of the best overtaking opportunities here on this 4.95 kilometre track. But already they're back around completing lap number 1 in the click of your fingers. They come across the line. The race lead for Zazirin is 1.8 seconds, and we can hear them thundering down the long, near 1 kilometre pit straight. Boy, oh boy, do these things echo around here.
Just think of the drivers, where their head is situated, where the engine is. It's exactly behind their head. So the noise must be incredibly loud. So, and the heat as well, which is another factor that comes into driving one of these race cars. So Frank Harris there in the 33 car. Ex-Teddy Padet car, so another iconic racing name back in the era. It's good to see that some of the iconic racing names still associated with these race cars. So that's the ex-Kevin Bartlett Lola there as well, the T30, 330 I should say. It's got the more iconic style, sort of that big air intake that sits right up above the driver's head. It's right over the top of the engine cover there. You certainly see that style very much in the mid-1970s, a bit like the style that Paul's got out in front. There it is there, you can see him there, nice little break between him and Frank Harris. Jeff Walters back there in third position, and Dean Cam in the 74, car number 74 Chevron B24. There's 2 B24s in the field. Frank Harris with the first of those, and Dean Cam with the other one a little bit further back. Dean comes back from a sports sedan background. Sports sedans for a long, long time.
So these cars were raced internationally. Formula 5000 was particularly popular in the US racing from 1967 through until 1986. But here in Australia, it was a huge category for a good decade. The Tasman Series that ran both here and in New Zealand, it ran in both countries. That ran from 1970 through until 1979. And as well, it was the Australian Gold Star Championship from 1971 through to 1981. Legendary names competed in the series. Larry Perkins, Warren Brown, Vern Schuppan, John McCormick, Ray McRae. The list just goes on and on.
Some famous names in that list.
Certainly is. Certainly is. Those are champions are
Chris Milne here locally as well. He's not involved with Milton racing here also in SA. Unfortunately no longer with us, but those people that are involved with, as you said, those names you've just read out there, there's pretty prolific names in this series.
Spoke to Hemming yesterday, the driver of this car, on the screen. Yesterday he had a few clutch problems, and he said, unfortunately, we'll have no clutch for the rest of the weekend. If I spin it, I won't be restarting it, is what he said to me. But yesterday, it wasn't the clutch that was the problem. Yesterday, the reason he missed out for race 1, they thought when I left the facility yesterday, they were still hard at work with the night very much looming. They thought it was the hydraulics, so clearly they got to the bottom of it because it is back out there and running relatively well, considering it's got no clutch, that's for sure, inside the top 5 iconic Elfin MR8. That one in particular was driven by former Le Mans 24-hour winner and F1 podium finisher Vern Schuppan, South Australia's own Vern Schuppan, let's not forget. And what an iconic piece of machinery that is. Same can be said for this car, the Lola Lola T140. And this is probably the oldest car. I think it is the oldest car in the field this weekend, built back in 1968. It was originally built as a Formula A car before being changed to Formula 5000 spec. And he's coming on strong at this point in the race. With just over a minute remaining, he is caught up to Hemming, and he's going to blast past in the straight line again, all the way to the inside of the circuit, like we saw at the very start of the race. The problem is when you're that far to the inside, you get all dirt, debris and muck all over your tyres, and he blasts past. Hemming, I think, without the clutch, is really beginning to struggle, and he's dropping backwards, so he's lost fourth, and in very quick succession loses fifth and sixth in very quick succession, so he falls to seventh place and splatters right in there as well. So a good tussle actually towards the tail of the field, from fifth down to eighth, separated by less than a handful of seconds. Crabtree and Hemming go side by side through turn number one. Crabtree's going to have the inside now for turn three and will hold on to that position, but Hemming briefly drew back alongside there, didn't he? But good stuff from Crabtree, kept his head and moves back through.
Has done that. Lola was an interesting build, obviously American engineered and designed car, of course, coming from the Cole Haas stable. These days, of course, in the F1 circles, but a lot of the cars are actually built for Indy racing in America, and they were imported here to Australia, certainly the late 60s. And most of them came over with big side pods on the side of them full of fuel and things like that. They were fairly unsafe at the time, so they had to be modified to suit into or fit into Formula 5000 racing here in Australia. So
they're both wide, both really wide through turn number 12. I thought Walters was wide. He was, and Cam decided to follow him. If it was a wet race, that would be the optimal line, but it's not. It's bone dry here today. The F5000 is the last category, if memory serves me correctly, to squeeze in before that thunderstorm came through yesterday. You wouldn't know, would you? It is clear blue skies. It's a glorious day. We're headed for a top of 25 degrees here in Tailem Bend, around an hour southeast of Adelaide. It's really a hop, skip and a jump just straight up the Princess Highway on the way to Melbourne, and a quick stop off at Tailem Bend. It's a lovely little location. Right on the River Murray. It's right in the heart of the Riverland. It's a glorious part of the world, and made even better with this glorious facility. Not only the race circuit, but the kart drone, the drag racing circuit, and this weekend the hill climb over the backside of the circuit, as well as they roar down pit straight once again. Dean Cam is coming home strong, isn't he? He's caught back up onto the tail of Walters on what is probably Walters. Yeah, you can hear it revving. He can't quite find a gear. There it is. He's found it now. And I note that Scheckter is written on the side of this machine. That's pretty cool. Jody Scheckter, of course, 1979 Formula One World Champion, the only Formula One World Champion from South Africa.
I think he just missed a gear there, Jeff. I think he just had a handful of neutral there, and that's why Dean Cam managed to get past it fairly easily. So this will be for the checkered flag by the looks of things. So Paul Zazrin coming around here to collect another victory in the 24 Lola. Coming down towards turn number 14 at this very moment. Such an iconic shape, that race car. It's also for sale, I do believe. So that's going to be an interesting buy for somebody in the near future. It's a well put together car too. We saw the interview with Paul just a little earlier before this race began. Man's got a big history, of course, with the time that it did spend in the US, and Paul went back in 2023 and actually raced it over there, as we did mention, and actually won that series.
Indeed. Comes around the final corner, another dominant display from him. He takes victory in race number 2. I thought to start with the others were going with him, but in the last few laps he just waltzed off into the distance, comfortably lapping under 2 minutes, and pulled a hefty margin in the end. Be the minor position still to be fought out. It looks like Crabtree has made his way past Carroll on this lap to move up inside the top 5. So good stuff there from the driver of the number 15 machine, the March Formula 5000, which competed both here and in England as well. England as well had a very good Formula 5000 series, and I think that's going to be the way it remains here. Cam got through on Walters as well on the final lap, so a change for third and a change for 5th late on in proceedings. It's never over until it's over in Formula 5000. Of course, Cam got through with the missed gear down there at turn number 1 and was able to remain ahead. So Cam in 3rd ahead of Walters, and then we say Crabtree ahead of Carroll. So a few changes there late on. Just shows these old school gearboxes. If you miss a gear and you can't get it in, you'll lose 4 or 5 seconds straight away, and your rivals will be past. They are hard beasts to tame, that is for sure. These big V8 monsters are certainly a handful. You've got to really treat them with respect. You don't want to just quickly snap it into gear. If you do that, you could do some damage. You're better off sometimes taking your time and making sure you get it perfect. Paul Zazarin taking it in the end by 25 seconds, a huge margin in the end to finish things off there. So Frank Harris second once again. Dean Cam once again in position number 3, getting through on Jeff Walters, who couldn't find that gear on the final lap. Beyond that, David Crabtree, Rod Carroll, Bill Hemming with those clutch dramas fell back to position number 7. But what a start it was from him. Looking forward to seeing what he can do later on. And Robert Splatt rounding out the 8 drivers in the Formula 5000 field. Their first race of the day, but don't you worry, there's still plenty more Formula 5000 action to come. They will be, that's the old schedule I'm looking at, yesterday's old schedule. They got 2 more races today, the first of which is just after the lunch break at 1:15, and then they'll be back out for their final race at 3:15. So plenty more Formula 5000 action to come. On the other side of this, we're going back to the historic touring cars again, the under 2 litres, followed by sports sedans, and then the over 2 litre historic touring cars. We'll be back with plenty more action on the other side of this on Blendline TV.
Got a car or bike you've been itching to unleash? The Off-Street Drag Meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-Street Drag Meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four The Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Here we can see all of the campers at the Bend Classic, and what a classic event this is quickly turning into. An event that was formed just prior to COVID, had one running, and then it's come back since COVID, bigger and stronger and getting bigger every single year. You can see the wind is certainly picking up. A few of those tents are looking a little bit like they could take off anytime soon. Got to make sure those little anchors are certainly put in firmly into the grass, and I think that tent that we can see at the centre of the screen is certainly taking a pummeling earlier on today. So the wind is certainly playing havoc out there at the moment, and it's going to play havoc with a few of these race cars. And the racing cars that will be out there next will be the second race of the weekend, second race of the day for the historic touring cars, the under 2 litre historic touring cars, as we say, due to the size of the field, split into 2 classes, the unders and the overs. And we see quite a few people on top of the Bend Hotel and the Bend pit facility. Great to have so many people here, particularly yesterday. The crowd was enormous. Couldn't even see up there. There were so many people rows deep. So that's really cool to see how popular this event has become. A lot of people here for Casey Chambers last night, and there's many more concerts here today, as well as lawnmower racing. There's the hill climb as well. There's wood chopping. There's a whip cracking. There is so much to see and do around this venue. It's really cool. It's got a real country festival feel to it. I've never seen in my life so many country, the old cowboy hats and the cowboy boots, and people walking around with those on their heads and on their feet. It's quite something to see here at a motorsport event. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this event grows in future years. Of course, it's been a big few months for this venue. We had the Bend Nationals here a couple of months ago. That was a really cool event with several national categories coming to take part in the round that was here. And of course, before that, we had back-to-back weeks with the supercars, the Bend 500, the inaugural running of the AirTouch 500 endurance race with the Supercars Championship. And prior to that, we had the SRO categories here, GT3 and GT4. That was a fantastic event, coupled with Porsche Sprint Challenge, Radical Australia Cup, and the Ferrari Challenge as well. It's been a real good period for this venue, hosting so many different types of motor racing. Of course, these days the dragway has opened, and we saw some record numbers set earlier on this year, record times set on the Bend dragway. So that venue is clearly taking off. It's jam-packed every single weekend that the drags are out there. We were meant to have some drags this weekend. They've been postponed to run later on in the year and take place when the final round of the SA drag racing series is taking place. But so much variety this weekend, as we say, lawnmower racing as well. And you can see some of the Formula 5000s have just made their way back into the lane. They'll be cooling off the Crabtree machine there, the red, blue, yellow, glorious looking car. And looking forward to their final 2 races in the not too distant future. What great conditions we have here. You can see heat haze even from the screens of Blendline TV, showing how warm it is here today. If you are tuning in, watching around the circuit, listening in, you can watch all of the action live and free on Blendline TV. You can go to the Blendline YouTube channel or the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park channel as well to watch all of today's action. And we'll be bringing you all of the races all the way through to the very end of proceedings. Just prior to 5 o'clock, the final race will conclude. So we've got historic touring cars under 2 litres, over 2 litres as well. We've got historic Formula Fords, Group M and O, and Formula 5000, all of which you have seen. Oh no, the pegs have come out on the left-hand side of the tent. This tent is about to take off. If this is your tent, and you're watching on the screens the owner of a Ford Falcon. It's about to take off. The Blendline guys are in my ear, cracking jokes. They claim it's intense. Yeah, very good, very funny. Very funny. But yes, but probably if you are looking at the images and your tent's about to take off, I'd quickly leg it to the infield because I'm not sure that's going to be around for much longer. But we've seen a lot of the historic categories. We do as well have national sports sedans here this weekend. The current sports sedans, not the historic sports sedans. And they've got 2 more races. It was an absolute cracker yesterday with Supercars driver, now co-driver, former full-timer Tim Slade taking the race victory ahead of Steve Tomasi. It was a thrilling duel between the two of them. And in the end, Slade just about prevailed in a really tight encounter. While we're waiting, and on the theme of historic touring cars, in the over 2 litres, we have one runner, and he had a chat yesterday with us about his machine and how much he's enjoying being here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Oh dear, the tent appears to be taking off. Here we are. Some very nice person is going to try and rescue it by the looks of it. That is good news in tent update. I'm sure we'll have a few more updates, but that is looking worse for wear. I think a few poles have been bent, and they're trying to take it down. I don't think this is their tent. I think these are good Samaritans that are doing the right thing and are deconstructing that tent before it gets more damaged or even ends up on the racetrack. So thank you to those good Samaritans for what they're doing out there on the circuit. Great to see, though, that the campers are allowed on the infield here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. What a unique aspect that the venue holds here. You don't see that very often at any circuit, you know, the likes of Winton and all the other circuits, Queensland Raceway, you are camping on the outside, whereas here, as part of the Ben Classic, old school racing and a few old school stuff in the paddock as well, including camping within the racing circuit. A couple of people crossing the bridge have spied that they are on the live stream. There's multiple different vantage points all around the venue, and those guys are heading to the centre of the venue. I alluded to it earlier, but Adam Smith chatted to us yesterday, and this is what he has to say about the event.
My name's Adam Smith, and I'm here driving the number 69 XW Falcon. I've owned it for probably 7 years now. It was originally built by a local Trevor Jew back in 2004, I believe, and he raced it up until 2016. And I bought the car from there and developed it from there. So it's an old original Group N car. Like it's not a full rotisserie built race car. It was originally a road car in the ACT, and Trevor brought it over from there, and he put the roll cage in it, and started racing it. But like I said, there's been quite a lot of development gone into the car since Trev had it, and it's as soon as we go, everything's going in the right direction.
Great little chat, that one. What a glorious machine that is, and that will be out again in a few minutes' time. We've got the unders first, then we've got sports sedans, and then we have the over 2 litres. So that race scheduled to take place in an hour and 10 minutes from now. But we have up next the next of the 6-lap races for the under 2 litre historic touring cars, and that will include Cortinas, Minis, the Alfa Romeo. Hopefully we see that one back out there. I'm hearing that car number 92 won't be taking the start. That's Stuart Bailey in the Mark 1 Cortina. That's a real shame that we won't see that one out there. There's quite a few different machines that didn't quite greet the checkered flag. Justin Elvin was another one in the Mini Cooper S, as well as the Alfa Romeo. So hopefully, despite the short turnaround, they have been able to get those repaired and get them out onto the circuit. Look at the flags waving on top of the building. Oh, yes, okay, this tent update. It's being packed down, and you can see the outside lining is being taken off currently. But look, the right front is definitely loose. That is not pegged down, and it's certainly causing some distractions for the tent takedownerer. It's certainly dramatic scenes in the middle of the campground there, but it looks to me like the tent is under control and slowly being brought down, which is good news. Great to see. And unfortunately, though, I do think a bit of damage has been sustained. So an early mechanical drama for that tent, and it will probably be a DNF for the rest of the day, unfortunately. Hopefully that will be repaired, and we'll be back out here for the next Bend Classic in 2026. So not only some car repairs, but also some tent repairs, I think, are in order over the next couple of months. The under 2 litre class earlier on today was won by the escort driver of Axford, the number 3 machine, Josh Axford from South Australia in his Escort RS 1600. It was a great drive through the field. He got the worst of the conditions in the top 10 shootout yesterday, and he was able to move through, though, in the race earlier on, past all the minis to take the race victory. Lots of wildlife, as we say, right in the heart of the Murray Lands, and we can see the birds are flying around the venue. Got helicopter rides here this weekend as well, so you can, I believe, you can, general public, if they pay a certain amount, they can have a go. So I believe that's the case anyway. I certainly saw it flying around yesterday. I can't see it at the moment, but if you are around the venue, there is plenty to see and do at the moment around, including the wood chopping. The hill climb is just starting up as well on the East Circuit, so make sure you head out there. They've got a huge variety of machines, anything from XLs to some old historic-looking machines like what we got out here. I did see a nice VK Commodore that was out there, and as well anything up to and including radical prototype machines, and also an LMP3 car as well. Of course, there was an Asian Le Mans Series race here a number of years ago in early 2020. January 2020, in baking hot conditions, and that had LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars, as well as the top tier of GTE it was at the time, rather than GT3, so that was really cool to have Asian Le Mans Series here. Of course, we've had Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia here, but this is an event that continues to grow. The Bend Classic, brought to us by Burson Auto Parts. As you can see, we're getting through today's schedule. We've got the second race for the historic touring cars under 2 litres before the first race of the day for National Sports Sedans. Cannot wait for that one here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Glorious conditions, as we say, windy, but certainly dry. I did see about a 20 or 30% chance of rain later on this afternoon, but it does look like that will be well after 5 p.m. So we look safe in terms of weather, but it's certainly coming in again tonight. But for now, we are safe and sound. As you can see on the schedule, 10:35, the start time for the historic touring cars, the under 2 litres, which is in around about 5 minutes' time. Out in the country music show at Podium Park, the first concert will take place at 11:30 today. Shake and Bake DJs will be on first, followed by Scott Rathman Jr. Kingswood will be on, as well as Brad Chicken and the Bootstraps. Now, if that's not a country-sounding name, I don't know what is. Brad Chicken and the Bootstraps will be on at 2:15. But now we're going to sink our teeth back into some historic motor racing, the under 2 litre historic touring cars. And Darren Knight's joined me once again. Darren, looking forward to this one.
Certainly will be. Thanks, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone watching on Blendline TV. Second hit out for the Construct Hire under 2 litre historic touring cars. So groups NB and NC, the type of cars that raced on our circuits prior to the end of 1972. As Dan mentioned earlier, a huge field of historic touring cars here at the Burson's Bend Classic. The biggest field of Group N touring cars seen in the country this year. So a fantastic response from competitors from all across the country. We've got people from Queensland, WA, South Australia, of course, and Victoria. Dan Forster, he'll start out at grid 5, hopefully. What a run he had this morning in that number 9 Cooper S. Unfortunately, having some clutch issues with his Cooper S number 9, so hopefully he'll get back out there. Justin Elvin, another of the locals, he had some issues with his car too, got quite hot, so not sure if he's going to take the start. But what a drive from Josh Axford, the local in the number 3 BDA powered Escort, so all South Australian front row here. Jason Armstrong, very strong second place in that Cooper S, red with a black roof, number 177, and all WA second row. Kono Anafaro, the yellow machine number 22, alongside his son Paul in the green machine number 112. Dan Forster hopefully be out there out of grid 5 alongside the Volvo of Sean Ralph, the number 8 machine. Then it's David Cheney, the Cooper S number 158, and Kirk Davis, another South Australian in the BMW.
Beyond that, we have the number 46 machine of Graham Jarrett in his Datsun 1600. He'll start ahead of Anthony Colton, Vic Draper, Les Walmsley, Peter Oliver. Then we have Philip Barrow, Rob F. Grave, and Anthony Green rounding out the first of the 8 rows.
Yeah, Les Walmsley, the number 9, and Cortina, the car is jumping out of gear, so hopefully it doesn't have any more of those issues. Gordon Cox out of 17 alongside Stuart Barnes in the red Cortina number 122. Then it's Don Knight, the Victorian, number 32 Cortina, alongside Simon Browning, another Victorian in the Cortina, number 57. Gary Chalor making a return to the circuit after 8 years, and his number 11 Cortina, alongside Keith Williamson, one of those shy South Australians, number 49 machine. Of course, Keith, a legend in these parts, now driving a touring car. Stuart Bailey, the number 92 Cortina, alongside Mike George and the twin cam Cortina.
And then we go to the Taylor Woes, really. Evans, Vaux, they made it to the finish. However, the next 3 did not. Craig Allen, Justin Elvin, and Kim Shern. 3 drivers that were comfortably inside the top 10 in qualifying and in the race before their mechanical dramas. So they will be 3 cars to really look out for at the tail of this field. Do we have all 3?
No, we don't, unfortunately. Kim Shern and the number 58 Lotus Cortina had a little fire in the engine bay of that car, so too much damage, unfortunately. Got it put out pretty quickly, but too much damage, so we won't see Kim back out there. Craig Allen had some oil temperature gauge issues. The needle was bouncing around, which you shouldn't be doing with oil temperature, so an oil change for that car, so hopefully we'll see Craig Allen back out there. Very short turnaround time though, 4 races for each class of historic touring car this weekend, so just looking to see if Craig Allen has made the grid. He has not, so hopefully he'll get back out there for race 3. Brand new car. Jason Armstrong into the pits, the man that finished second this morning, coming into the pits. That's disappointing for the South Australian.
Certainly is, and a pole sitter as well from the top 10 shootout yesterday. So Saturday went very, very well, but today started strongly, but not so good now. 31 Cortina has stopped.
Rod Evans, the Victorian in the Cortina. We may get a delayed start here, so perhaps another warm-up lap as the number 31 Cortina of Rod Evans gets pulled out of harm's way.
He did do a good job of getting it well off the circuit. He did his best to get out of harm's way, but Yeah, they're certainly deciding to move that. Certainly, you don't want any car stationary around this high-speed circuit, and we are hearing confirmation that we are going to be having an extra formation lap, so these cars will go around once more. 6 laps in the book, a bit different to our other categories. All the other categories are timed races. The historic touring cars are laps. Both these and the over 2 litres, 6-lap affairs throughout the day. The final was set to be 8 laps, but that is also now going to be 6 laps. So
I like the set laps thing. I like a bit of certainty, as I'm sure pretty much everyone does. But, of course, television commitments with other categories. In other meetings, of course, you have time limits. But good to see that they're giving the guys another warm-up lap. These cars do not like sitting on the grid, getting very warm without any air passing through those radiators. So good to see them going around for another warm-up lap as the Evans Cortina is moved out of harm's way.
That's a good shot, isn't it, from the rooftop? Just showing you all the different shapes and sizes of machines that we have here this weekend. I do note that Armstrong has made it his way to the end of the lane. So although he came in with some mechanical drama, clearly a quick fix, and he will take the start of this race. That's great news.
Certainly is. He will be one to keep an eye on. No, he's coming back to the back of the pit. So unfortunately, it looks like Jason Armstrong will not be taking the start. So not quite sure what's happened there. As Dan mentioned, he did come to the end of pit lane. We thought he may be starting from pit lane, but looks like he's parking the car behind the pits.
That was an instant commentator's curse, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Well done. Kiss of death. We're pretty good at it.
Yeah, certainly are. Oh, you can see the crowd's growing up there. Certainly a lot of people out to see the historic touring cars, and why wouldn't you? The huge field, great variety of machines here this weekend under the sunny skies out at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. You can see a few Cortinas towards the middle of the pack.
Very windy conditions, Dan, too. So we saw a little shot there of the flags that very stiffly blowing there, horizontal. So we've had all sorts of conditions here this weekend. Of course, we had the lightning yesterday and a bit of rain. Bright sunny skies, but very windy, which has cooled the track for these guys too. It also, of course, washed all the rubber off yesterday with the showers. So it was quite slippery this morning, and quite a bit of adjustment with tyre pressures this morning with that wind blowing across the track and lowering that track temperature.
Paul Onofaro, we're just looking at the lime green Mini out there. First full season of racing for him, and he's really taken to it like a duck to water in this historic competition. And he's right there fighting Conor Onofaro, the 2 West Aussies. To be honest, they have to make really long trips, don't they, all around the country to take part in historic motor racing. A lot of the historic motor racing events are on the East Coast. This is probably a local event for them, South Australia.
Well, just about, yeah. It's certainly a lot closer than Morgan Park or Sydney Motorsport Park. So great turnout from the West Australians. Dan Forster, of course, also from WA, and it's good to see him out there. He will start in his number 9 Cooper S. Mentioned he did have some clutch issues. Hopefully it's not too bad in this second hit out. Josh Axford, he's the man that will start out of pole position in the number 3 BDA powered Escort, so the development of the twin cam Escort, a few extra valves under the bonnet. What a machine that turned out to be in all sorts of classes, that famous BDA engine from Ford. You may be wondering what's the big P on the side of that car. That car depicts a livery of an Escort that raced at the Nürburgring, of all places, in the late 60s. So you do have to present the car in period style, so no flashy fluoro graphics or anything like that. So Josh picked that unique colour scheme, and certainly does look a picture.
Absolutely. Of course, historic touring cars, you've got these old machines, but of course Touring Car Masters is very popular, but they're more retro. They've chucked NASCAR engines in and all sorts of different things these days, but these are as they were in period, albeit with a few reliability changes just to make them that bit more reliable over the many races that they do.
And safety, of course. No one's running around in open-face helmets with T-shirts anymore, back as they used to in the day. Roll cages, of course. Getting ready for a start now. The second race for the Construct Hire under 2 litre historic touring cars. Unfortunately, we're missing Armstrong in the second row of the grid. A nice big hole in front of Paul Onofaro. He'll be looking to make the most of that gap there, and they're away. Good start from Tono Onofaro. In the yellow Cupres, Paul Onofaro, a great start as well. Look at Graham Jarrett too in that Datsun 1600. He's made a good start in the blue and silver machine. Down into turn 1 for the first time. Onofaro taking up the challenge to Josh Axford. Can he get the lead? Yes, he can. A great move from the Cupres from Western Australia.
Yeah, around the outside he went at turn number 1. Escort of Axford tried to respond up the inside at turn number 1, but Onofaro was having none of that. Swung it around the outside. Despite that, though, I did see at the back of the shot the Escort has taken up the running. So through the left and right of 2 and 3, the Escort has made his way up to the front of this field. And in 5th position, the little Datsun 1600 has moved up a good few places.
He certainly has. Graham Jarrett having a great opening lap as the Cortina of Don Knight, number 32, comes under attack from Les Wormsley in the number 99 machine. Les has had a pretty slow start there, so still some gearbox issues for the number 99 machine. Keith Williamson right up there too, and as I mentioned it, Wormsley looks like he really is plagued with that gearbox issue. The car is slowing. Looks like he couldn't get a gear there as Simon Browning and number 57 Cortina puts a pressure on the local Keith Williamson.
I thought there was a bit of smoke literally as he went for the gear. He went on the throttle initially, and it brought out the corner, and then he went for the gear change, and that's when the smoke came out. So that's not a good sign, and he has gone tumbling down the order as a result of that. Look at the wheel work being done. Look at all these Cortinas. What a fantastic display of Cortinas out there on the racing circuit. The car that dominated the early years of the Bathurst 500. It was Cortina, 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 Cortina for many, many years. It really was the original car, the original dominator of Australian touring car racing.
Certainly was, of course, made famous by people like Bo Seaton, won Bathurst, of course, at the wheel of a Cortina. And there certainly has been a real resurgence of Cortina numbers over the years. Wormsley still looks like he's circulating, so sort of speeding up and slowing down at will, unfortunately. That number 99 machine just rounding up the number 11 machine of Gary Treloar.
It's a classic car, the Cortina, that's aged really well. It still looks gorgeous. It really does.
Yeah, classic shape, those famous peace sign tail lights. The cameraman having to do pretty hard work there with this strong wind. Here's the battle for 3rd place between Paul Onofaro, the green machine, versus Dan Forster. Sean Ralph in the Volvo coming under attack from Davey Cheney in the number 158 Cupres. Then it's Jarrett and the Datsun number 46. Having a very strong run in this early stage of the race. Up there in 5th place has Kirk Davis for company in the BMW number 60 in front of the second of the Datsun. And as I mentioned, Jarrett, he goes onto the grass and he's dropped a couple of places there. Well, that is the Datsun's natural habitat. That was such a fantastic rally machine, but I'm sure Jarrett won't like that little reference I've made to excursions. So unfortunately, he's dropped a couple of places, but he's back on the black stuff. And now we have the 2 Datsuns running in tandem. That's Vic Draper in the blue machine with the white stripes, hanging a front wheel around the corner. And then Jarrett right behind him in 46.
Yeah, that car's not raced for 12 years prior to this race meeting, so it's not only new to him, but new to this racetrack, that car. Of course, the Ben wasn't around 12 years ago, so a new venture for both car and driver. And we saw in that race earlier on today, he got stronger as the tyres came up to pressure. He got stronger as the race went on. He's made a couple of little errors early on in this one, but the good news for him is already first race meeting, the race pace is there.
Yep, can't argue with that. New cars invariably coming back to the track have niggles, but touch wood, going well so far.
It certainly is. Speaking and going well, unfortunately, number 77 is not going well. Cox has come into the lane at the end of that first lap, so that's a shame for him. Gordon Cox, the Victorian in his Cortina, the Racer Industries sponsored machine, sadly has made his way into the lane. It looks like we've got a few less starters than what we had in the race earlier on, so although only 2 retired, there's been a few less starters in this one. I love the registration plates, really adding personality to the Minis, each with a different message and a different indication of how they feel behind the wheel. There's quite some really funny ones, certainly the green machine of Onofaro. When you spy it, it's quite unique.
Onofaro, the younger, has gone up into second place now on that lap, so some shuffling between those Minis behind our race leader, Josh Axford. So Paul Onofaro into second place. Conno Onofaro having a great battle here on screen with the number 9 Cooper S of Dan Forster. So it's amazing. They've come all the way from WA and they're still racing each other. That happens all the time in historic touring cars. You can travel across the other side of the country and you still end up going door to door with the blokes who race back home as Forster zooms through on Onofaro. So Conno maybe missed a gear there because Forster just rocketed past him, Dan.
He was waving his hands around in frustration behind the wheel, so I think it was a missed gear down around the back section of the circuit out of turn number 3. Of course, it was about that point where the two Triple Eight cars came to blows in practice a couple of months ago in the Supercars Championship, but fortunately it was a similar thing where the car in front was slow on the exit due to the full course yellow, and the other car behind ran into it. So good heads-up driving there from the car behind, the Mini behind, to move on through and not make any contact. But further back down the field, just outside of the top 10, is Walmsley in the number 99 machine. He's in a bit of a Cortina battle at the moment, isn't he, just outside the top 10. That's where a fair bulk of the Cortinas are, and they're having a great ding-dong duel. So just behind him is George, and in fact George is going to run alongside, or thought better of it. He poked the nose up there, and I don't think Walmsley was aware of it. Closed the door, and the 63 had to back out, slam on the brakes to avoid any contact. So just about managed to get away with that one, but that cost crucial momentum for George. He's going to have to reset and close back in once again.
Mike George, the number 63, that's a Lotus Cortina, so twin cam under the bonnet. Here's this great battle with Kirk Davis in the BMW number 16 in front of Sean Ralph in the Volvo, the 142S. Boxy, but they're good, the Volvos. Very strong machine, very successful in rallying too, with that Swedish reliability. Also turned into a very handy circuit racer as well. Right on the tail, the fellow European BMW of Kirk Davis.
Fill me in for a bit of knowledge, and for the younger fans at home, the Lotus Cortina, the Ford Cortina, how did that come about? Why was it made by the two different manufacturers?
Well, basically, Colin Chapman was enlisted. Colin Chapman was enlisted to stick his Ford originally built Lotus developed twin cam engine under the bonnet after originally running in single cam form. Vic Draper now really starting to put the pressure on Sean Ralph with one lap to go. So one lap has come off the race journey here, Dan, with that extra warm-up lap, which is fair enough. Still a fairly hefty journey for these cars, drivers and tyres, of course. Almost 5 kilometres the lap length. Draper now puts the move on Ralph. They're side by side. Ralph not giving in.
Well, you don't want to be around the outside through the notorious fast left-hander that is turn number 5. So Draper slots in directly behind once again. Thought better of it, so unable to make it through there. Look at that, lifting up the left front wheel under full load through the tight hairpin, but he's got a fantastic run, a superb run as they plunge down the hill towards turn number 11. So through turn 8, through turn 9, and then the tightest of the bunch is turn number 10. And that can catch out the best in the business. You've got to compromise that corner a bit to get back to the right-hand side for turn number 11. And then the switch back through Crofty Corner, turn number 12. And the number 8 car certainly pulled a margin there, hasn't it? The Volvo 142S just pulling away a little bit when they really open the taps through the fast sequence of corners.
So the Minis behind our race leader, Josh Axford. They're running 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So these long layout, no fear for the Mini drivers as Ralph locks up a little bit of a break there as he tries to fend off that Datsun of Vic Draper. That's a car originally built and run by Russell Pilvin in Victoria many moons ago, and was an extremely quick car and a great way to start your motorsport journey, the Datsun 1600. lightweight, very powerful engine, beautifully handling machine, trying to make the most of that in this battle towards the end of this race as Knight starts to put the pressure on Mike George. So Lotus Cortina versus Cortina GT.
I'm really pleased to see a lot of P plates on these cars, so that's a good sign for historic motor racing, that there's still people joining new, fresh to motorsport and really having a go in a good old classic race car.
Yep, it's been a very good entry point for a lot of people over the years, not quite as expensive. Motor racing is never cheap, of course, but certainly a lot more budget friendly than some other classes, so it's why you're seeing quite a few P plates on these cars at each round.
And you've always, no matter what car you've got, whether you've got a Mini or a Cortina, you'll be in a battle somewhere fighting somebody all race long. That's the nature of historic touring cars, and we're seeing that play out on these screens as the BMW has moved up into position number 4. So Davies through on Cheney, so that's a pass for position number 4. And just behind that as well, the Volvo's coming under attack once again from the Datsun. So 4 different manufacturers, 4 different makes really going at it here as they head down the back section of the circuit. The Mini can't go around the outside there. You've got to slot back in line. You'll be out in the dirty stuff, in the marbles and sliding off the road if you try and stick it around there. But pulling out of that move has really cost the Mini dearly, and as a result of that, he's now coming under pressure from the big lumbering Volvo.
Josh Axford on his way to another victory in his second race for the Construct Hire under 2 litre historic touring cars. Phil Barra, meanwhile, has got through on Graham Jarrett in the Humvee Holden, so Barra now up into 9th. Josh Axford in the Escort will take another win, a great drive from the local, and he'll take the win in front of Paul Onofaro. He'll be wrapped with that. Second place, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's quite a margin in the end, isn't it? Axford really pulled away late on. Inside the 2 minutes, he was his fastest lap, 2 minutes 17.7. Compare that to the Minis behind, 6 seconds slower. Here we go, though, to the line. The Volvo's going defensive on the Datsun, and the BMW is forced to go defensive on the Mini as well. The Datsun goes all the way around the outside. Fantastic move from him into turn number 17, but the Volvo's got the legs towards the final corner, but the run's not quite long enough. They're all committed. The Datsun slides out sideways. That's affected a bit of speed onto the straight, and as a result, the Mini is going to hold on. But what a battle that was in the end. So Davies in 4th, Cheney in 5th, Draper 6th, and Ralph in 7th place. What a tussle.
Les Wormsey a little bit wide there on the second last corner. What a drive from Vic Draper and that blue Datsun 1600 getting sideways, and just got home in front of the Volvo of Sean Ralph. Stuart Barnes will cross the line in front of Les Wormsey. So another strong drive from Stuart Barnes, and he'll be the first of the pushrod Cortinas across the line. Speaking of pushrods, here's Knight still trying to get past Mike George in the Lotus, and that looks like it will go Mike George way.
Yeah, it does look like it will at this stage, but you never quite know in motorsport, do you, as they come around the final corner. No, it looks like it will stay the same. So 4 positions just outside the top 10. It's George from Knight. Jarrett has, I think, come to a stop on the final lap of the race. So that's a disaster. There he is. So he's come to a stop just a few kilometres from home. That's on the inside of turn number 14. And he's not the only one to stop out there on the circuit. The number 9 Mini as well.
Dan Forster, I would suggest that's probably the clutch has finally given up all sorts of pace from that car, but unfortunately he did not finish the race.
Here are the results, and Josh Axford taking it by a comfortable 16 seconds in the end, ahead of both Onofaro, so 2 inside the top 3. Very good stuff from the West Aussies. Paul ahead of Conno. Kirk Davies in the BMW finishing in position number 4. He just about held the hard-charging Mini off of Cheney late on. And then what a move it was from the Datsun to move up to 6th position around the outside of Sean Ralph at turn 17. That's one of the moves of the weekend so far on the final lap. Then Rob Evgrave, Philip Barrow and Stuart Barnes rounding out the top 10.
Les Wormsley coaxed the gearbox troubled at Cortina to 11th in front of Mike George and the Lotus. Don Knight, the Cortina. Gary Trelaw, the Cortina. Keith Williamson in the Cortina. Simon Brown in the Cortina with 16th. Graham Jarrett, unfortunately, he'll end up 17th. Not sure about that. Provisional results, of course, but unfortunately his car was stopped right at the end of that race.
And then Anthony Green did finish, and then Jeff Vauxhall rounding out the field there. So those two did finish ahead of Jarrett, who didn't. And then these were all of the DNSs. So a bit of attrition out there at the moment. Hopefully we will see them out for race number 3. There is a little bit of a lunch break between then and now for these cars. So they'll be out next at 1:45 local time here in South Australia. So that's Central Daylight Time here in South Australia. Great race once again, but no doubt about our race Victor Axford taking the victory once again. My thanks once again to Darren Knight. On the other side of this, we go National Sports Sedans Racing.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Bull the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights, and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for the Burson Auto Parts Bend Classic. You can see the 999 machine of Brad Shields is back out there after troubles yesterday. That is fantastic news. Yesterday, Tim Slade, Supercars driver Tim Slade, took race victory in a very unique Nissan Skyline. Let's find out a little bit more about this machine.
Hi, I'm Brad Sheriff, and I'm here at the Bend with my new R34 sports sedan. The car runs one of our billet RB engines. It runs a Hollinger MXT transaxle. The car predominantly is a floor pan car. It's got some non-factory parts in it, quite a few of them. And we're at this stage, which it's pretty early days for this thing, but look, right up to the point in time, I'll see what happens in race one, but yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I guess the idea of me coming along was just to try and help out a bit on the driving side. I think, you know, Brad has obviously built an amazing car, and his head's very much in the engineering and engine side of things. So I think he finds it hard to switch off from that mode when he's driving and concentrate on driving. So yeah, we were meant to do the test day Thursday and sort of gauge where he was at speed-wise, and then make a call on, you know, who was going to drive it for the rest of the weekend.
And the answer was Tim Slade. So great to see him behind the wheel this weekend, and great to have a chat as well to the man behind the car, Brad Sheriff, the Nissan R34 GTR. What a beast that is, and taking victory yesterday. And what a titanic tussle it was, though, along with Steve Tomasi. And those two will start on the front row of the grid, side by side, for this second race of the weekend. Martin Ancaro is back alongside myself, Dan McCarthy, for this one. Here is the grid. Tim Slade starting from pole alongside Steve Tomasi. Steve Lacey in the Innovation Race Car will start from third alongside of Ryan Humphrey in the Falcon. John Hollinger, another Innovation Race Car, from fifth alongside Michael Robinson. Then we've got South Australian Michael Barch from seventh. Matt Sims out of position number 8. Then Jeremy Davidson, Bernie Stack in the V8 Supercar, Miles Bond, Ash Jarvis, and the back on track Brad Shields in the little Fiat. We'll look out for that bright red machine at the tail of the field. One of the front runners normally in this series. Look for him to march forward as we await the lights to go out. They have done. We are underway in the National Sports Sedans race number 2. Look at Shields already. He's in fact taking to the grass. 2 wheels on the inside as he has already got 4 positions. A lock up for Lacey. He's got that just about stopped, and it's tight in the mid-pack. Humphrey's been hung out to dry in the Falcon, and through comes Shields as well. So Shields is already up in and around the top 5 positions, and he's trying to get a good exit. Look at it, fighting in the rear, trying to get the power down. He has now done it. He's through on Hollinger, and even had a little bit of a look on Michael Robinson as well. That thing is ultra fast. Bang on the brakes, down through the gears, up the inside of the Holden. What a start from the 999, and he's nailed the exit as well. He is on an absolute mission. He wants to join Slade and Tomasi at the front, and he's certainly going about it the right way on lap number 1.
Major rear end rebuild in that 999 Fiat Coupe. Gee, he's got some pace. We know the car's capability, so and Brad Shields' capability as a driver. See the lifting competition, or hill competition in the background there. Don't get confused. That's Ryan Humphrey in the XC Falcon, the Western Australian, behind John Hollinger. So it's pretty frantic there in that mid-pack pretty early as well. As they just excuse their view. There's Michael Barch. Looks like Miles Bond's also back. They've had a few fuel issues in that car over the weekend, the local South Australian driver. So, Ash Jarvis there, who didn't finish his race yesterday, started from the rear of the field as well. Another position here from Brad Shields. Gets up on the inside there of Steve Lacey. So that gets him up into third position. There's the front two of Tim Slade and Steve Tomasi. Positions 1, 2 just in front of him, but this is the one we should be looking at. It's the Fiat. You have the 999 car there of Brad Shields charging his way through the field.
Humphreys really struggling with the rear on this lap. He lost it at turn 12 and again coming out of the final corner. And that allows Jarvis to roar up the inside. Jarvis, an unfortunate DNF early on in race number 1 yesterday. But he has moved forwards nicely to start this one. Already up into position number 7. His next target is Robinson, just ahead, and there he is, the number 33 machine, the Victorian in the Holden Monaro, the big 6-litre powered V8 car, sponsored by Bell Real Estate, and in fact he's going to launch a move, is he, already up the inside. The number 44 locking up a little bit, I think, there, but Robinson has sailed wide. He's going to get a nice run, though, as a result of that, and just about holds on to the place. Good battle here between the two Monaros.
Certainly is. Certainly here for Ash Jarvis, who's had to come from back of the pack, failed to finish yesterday, and so has to work his way through the field. He's got the Western Australian behind him in the much older school XC Falcon. Car number 30 and the 11 car. Matty Sims there, the Albury resident here this weekend in that really cool BMW just behind them with a big aerofoil on the back of it, just like a lot of the other sports sedans here as well. And in fact on the inside there of Robertson at that turn, so picks up another position, and the Turfile entry picks up that position in front of Michael Robertson, the director of the series. He's trying to fight his way, so the Monaro is just changing position there. So Ryan Humphrey was on his tail too there of the Robertson Monaro, just out of the screenshot.
Nice,
and there we go. So there we go. So on the inside, as I predicted, and Humphrey on the inside there at 17. And he'll have a nice straight line speed down through that section, and he'll get across and pick up that position. So the Western Australian gets himself up into, what are we up to, 6th position, now in front of Michael Robertson.
The South Aussie Barch has got a nice run on the BMW, and he moves on through. He moves up a position. Oh, no, he doesn't. Not quite. The BMW has great top-end speed and is able to fight back. So they're scrapping a little bit further back as Humphrey in the number 30 just about remains ahead of Robinson, who tried to fight back there, didn't he, at turn number 1. Ultra late on the brakes, but not quite able to do so on that particular occasion. Sims, he races this in various different categories, not only in sports sedans, but in Super TT and a whole range of different series. But whatever he is in, he's always fighting in amongst the pack with his big horse-powered BMW, and he's doing a nice job out there at the moment in the number 11, the New South Welshman, 1996 BMW E36. It's got certainly some aerodynamic aids compared to what it came out the factory with. Look at the splitter on the front and look at the rear wing on the back, and that rear wing is certainly paying dividends around the middle sector of the lap, right on the tail of that machine ahead, the Monaro ahead of him. And that was a cool little battle. Oh, no, Bonds lost a tyre, a puncture, and it looks to me like a bit of rim damage as well. So the left rear has gone down for the local South Aussie in his RX-8. He's not driven that vehicle for quite some time, so great to see it back out here under the sunshine at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But you don't want to see any damage to it. It's pristine.
A bit of rim damage. I wonder if he had a bit of contact with somebody else. That's normally what happens when you bust a bit off the rim like that, so I don't know if we're going to get caught that moment. But anyway, there's now Matty Sims. He now behind Michael Robertson, so this now brings us into 8th and 9th position on track. And there's the hard-charging Michael Barch just behind him in the 6-litre Toyota 86 body Shell car. That's a typical build for a sports car, lightweight body and a 6-litre motor under there. There is a lot of motor squeeze underneath that bonnet, I can tell you. Not much space for anything else. So the GC and J Constructions entry. Michael Barch spent a bit of time in V8 Utes for some considerable time. And
there's the replay of what happened.
That's the reason. So he's torn the tyre off the rim there on that spin.
I think the spin was because of the puncture, I reckon. Not quite sure, but that's my theory there. I think that was the result of the spin, because you don't normally spin there that early. Normally you touch the grass and spin a little bit later, so that's my theory. But look at Shields, fastest lap of the race, last time by 1.1 seconds faster than Tomasi ahead of him. Tim Slade has pulled out a lead of 3.9 seconds out in front, so Slade leading by nearly 4 seconds, and I'm hearing reports from the team at Blendline in my ear. They're reporting that this car has a potential penalty hanging over its head. Not quite sure on the reasoning, but a penalty hanging over the Fiat, which would be a real shame if that is the case. Maybe he wasn't in formation at the start of the race. We saw him quickly bolt out to the right-hand side on pit straight. Maybe he wasn't in the grid box. You still have to stay until the lights go out in those grid boxes, so running along those rows on the grid. If you're on the right-hand side, you stick to those rows. If you're on the left-hand side, you stick to those rows. And he did pull out pretty early, maybe a little bit too early for Brad Shields. So I think that would be a 5-second penalty, generally is for a start infringement. However, the 5-second penalty added to the time currently would not drop him any positions. He would remain in position number 3 on the road. He's got a hefty gap back to Steve Lacey in the first of the IRC cars. The margin back to him is 13 seconds. Lacey and Hollinger, the 2 IRC cars, are nose to tail, separated by about 2 seconds. So they are line astern, 4th and 5th on the road at the moment, ahead of the first of the Monaros. But it's great to see this car back out there. Certainly had a lot of troubles yesterday. The rear of the car was jacked up all day long after some practice issues on Friday. So they've spent a whole 24 hours getting that car repaired to get it back out on the race circuit, and boy oh boy are we glad that they have. It's an immaculate machine and great to hear it. It sounds absolutely phenomenal. It looks absolutely phenomenal, and we have 3 proper old school sports sedans out at the front of the field. I love the innovation race cars, but those machines are pretty much, they drive them as they are, whereas these are proper old school sports sedans. I should say both of the IRC cars in this field, both Lacey and Hollinger, both of them have been improved a little bit. Extra 100 horsepower, no ABS, so they aren't standard innovation race cars. They themselves have also been improved.
They certainly have. Brad Shields there now, so of course that penalty to be incurred. And going back a little bit further.
So Tomasi has fallen behind Shields and is just ahead of Lacey. So something has happened in that lap. 15 seconds slow. He's got a lot of grass in the front.
Look at the grass into the front grille there of that Hollinger engineering car.
He's been off track.
So he's at a moment somewhere. Not too sure, but there's that big flame who was picked that out yesterday. So that's the reason why Steve Lacey has certainly picked up a fair bit of ground off that race car as well.
I noted as well that coming onto pit straight, John Hollinger also ran his machine wide coming out of the final corner as well. So he's pushing the limits, trying to catch up to these two in the bright green innovation race car that's normally run by Jeff Taunton. Sadly, Jeff at the last round, our early championship leader, had a crash down at Dandenong Road, and unfortunately did pick up a bit of an injury in that accident. So I'm sure Jeff Taunton will be watching on from home. We wish you a speedy recovery, mate. Hope to see you back at the racetrack in the not too distant future. But really nice to see he's lended his car to John Hollinger, and John Hollinger's doing that machine justice inside the top 5 here.
Certainly saw the footage of that accident, Sandy, and that was a massive accident. He's probably lucky to actually walk away from it. It was a really big moment. No doubt Jeff will be tuned in here today. As you just mentioned, there's Steve Lacey there. Some of the IRC cars as well, innovation race cars that we were just talking about. They're just going past Bernie Stack there in the iconic Kmart livered Commodore there. That's a new race car for the Stack group. Been on the wheel there this weekend. We've seen plenty of the Stack names certainly associated with Porsche racing here in SA and also in Australia. So good to see him with a brand new different spec of race car here for the National Sports Sedans here this weekend.
I'm hearing reports trackside that this car went off down at the fast sweeper through turns 8, 9 and 10. So that's why he's got so much grass and debris in the front of the vehicle and why he lost so much time. But that's also why he's been able to reset and get back on with it on this lap. It was just an off-track excursion, nothing more than that. However, with just a minute to go, I'm a little bit concerned. Fortunately, we're towards the end of the race. There is a lot of debris in the front grille, which of course feeds all the air to keep the engine cool. So if that's blocked up with grass and debris, that can cause the engine to potentially overheat. So fortunately, we are towards the closing stages of this race, but I'm sure that inside that car, Tomasi's engine temperatures, those dials will certainly be rising, and he will not be enjoying that sight.
So Lacey's now getting up a little bit closer behind him at the moment. You see the margin there at the moment, so that's his for third and fourth position on track, as we can see there on our timing screen there on the left-hand side. Tim Slade looking like another clean swim. In fact, 11 seconds between him and Brad Shields, who's got a penalty occurred with 5 seconds, so he still should retain that position. That's unofficial, of course. That's just my calculations, but certainly that's the way things are looking at the moment.
Certainly is. I'm looking at their fastest lap times. Tim Slade and Brad Shields. 1 minute 51.13 for Tim Slade. 1 minute 51.10 for Brad Shields. Now, if that does not whet the appetite for the final race of the day, when those two are potentially starting on the front row of the grid, I don't know what will. That's set to be an absolutely titanic tussle later on today. Cannot wait for that. But of course, we've still got a bit more of this race still to go, as the third place driver, Steve Tomasi, tips it into turn number 1. It's been an almost faultless year for him. Leading into yesterday's first encounter, he had taken all but one race victory, and the one race victory he didn't win was a DNF at Sydney Motorsport Park. Yesterday was the first time on track that he'd been beaten all season long, and this is round 4 of the series, and it took a fully accomplished supercars driver to go and knock him off his horse. Unfortunately, though, today Steve Tomasi has been his own worst enemy, flying off the road on this section of the road. That's why he's slid down to position number 3. But nevertheless, it's been a fantastic start to the year in the Hollinger National Sports Sedans for season 2025 for Steve Tomasi. It's been a really good year to date. But we're still on the closing stages of race number 2. I don't want to speak too soon, but out in front, Tim Slade has just extended that margin, or had done, until the last lap. The last lap was very slow for Tim Slade. Not sure if he made an error, but he is still out in front in the Racetech R34 Skyline. Look at the aero on the tail of this machine. But Tim Slade, 2-time Supercars race winner, comes around the final corner. And speaking of twos, he's going to make it 2 from 2 so far this weekend. Timmy Slade, the South Australian, takes victory here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Great drive from Brad Shields, certainly threw everything at it early on to finish in position number 2. No, he doesn't. With that 5-second penalty, he lost time on the last lap, and he's actually been pipped by Tomasi. So what happened to Brad Shields there in the end? He lost a little bit of time, but Steve Tomasi set his fastest lap of the race to close the margin down, and as a result, he will inherit position number 2 due to the 5-second time penalty for Brad Shields. So late race twist there, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is a bit further back. As Michael Robertson was still, Matt Sims still behind him. This is for 8th and 9th position. They've had a pretty good tussle through throughout the race. As Jarvis has just gone through just before them, that'll be Michael Barch in the 6-litre Toyota 86. And then we'll go through to Bernie Stack as well. We didn't see Jeremy Davison in that race either, which is another one that was missing from yesterday's action. But gee, isn't this going to be set up for a terrific next race as well, with these cars up the front? And yeah, terrific, especially off the rolling start as we've seen throughout the weekend. And there goes Bernie Stack there in the Kmart Commodore. Still got the original livery on that, and it still has got the original names on the back window as well. And those names being Murphy and Richards.
Steve Richards, of course, there's many Richards these days. Of course, Clay doing good things in Toyota 86s. So Jim, Stephen and Clay Richards, 3 generations of racers in the family. But taking the victory in that one, Tim Slade by a margin on track of 8 seconds. But let's not forget, 5-second penalty for Brad Shields will drop him to 3rd behind Steve Tomasi. So those two swap around post-race due to the penalty. Steve Lacey was only 8/10 behind Brad Shields with that penalty implied, but he will finish in 4th. John Hollinger in a lonely 5th place, head of Ash Jarvis, first of the Monaros. Then we have Ryan Humphrey, Michael Robinson, Matt Sims and Michael Barch rounding out the top 10. And then beyond that, on the second page, we had Bernie Stack, who finished in position number 11 in that Holden Commodore supercar that we were just talking about. He finished a lap down. Miles Bond, we saw the RX-8 have an issue. The left rear went down on that car. And Davison in the rotary-powered Mazda sadly did not make the start of the race. They had throttle cable issues yesterday. The by-wire system wasn't quite working and couldn't get any throttle. So maybe that problem has reared its ugly head once again here at the Bend. We're going to take a break in commentary. On the other side of this, we're back with the historic touring cars once again. It's the over 2 litres before the historic Formula Fords and Group M&O hit the track in just a few moments' time. Here is the schedule, but we'll be back in a couple of moments after this break.
You've been itching to unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big for the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the 4-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
My name's Adam Smith, and I'm here driving the number 69 XW Falcon. I've owned it for probably 7 years now. It was originally built by a local Trevor G back in 2004, I believe, and he raced it up until 2016. And I bought the car from there and developed it from there. So it's an old original Group N car. Like it's not a full rotisserie built race car. It was originally a road car in the ACT, and Trevor brought it over from there, and he put the roll cage in it, and started racing it. But like I said, there's been quite a lot of development gone into the car since Trev had it, and it's as soon as we go, everything's going in the right direction. Okay, some action back on track. It is now the next race, or race 2, for the over 2 litre historic touring cars. As we saw the dominant performance by Jamie Tilley in the Mustang in the previous race, and that's the car that is once again leading them out. But there's certainly a few a little bit further back that have certainly progressed through the field there. So quite an interesting race coming up here. Big, large field. Going to be plenty of action here on Blendline TV in just a few moments. And back to sitting alongside of me once again will be Darren Knight, and to tell us all what's been happening between races. No doubt there's been a few mechanical problems down there in between those events.
Microphone works better when you turn it on. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Welcome to everyone watching us on Blendline TV. Good morning to everyone here at a very breezy Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Jamie Tilley will start out a pole alongside Aldo De Paoli in the Camaro, Brad Tilley in the Mustang, Jason Humble in the RX-2. Adam Smith will start on the third row of the grid, the local in the Falcon, number 69, alongside Ben Wilkinson in the silver Mustang, number 189. Ian Mewett in the number 55 Mustang from Queensland will start out of grid 7. And Pete Muhlman from Victoria in that all-black machine, number 43, the Mustang, he'll start out of grid 8.
Let's go back to Michael Hibbert in the Charger. Then it'll be Chris Stern in the Mustang, Glenn Miles, Rob James, Gary Finnemore, Ray Hepburn, Leo Tobin back there, and Nev Goebel back there in the Tirana. To Keith Davison in the Pacer, then Andrew Gervin in the Tirana, Rob Smith in the Tirana, Bill Trengrove, Brett Hodgkins back out there again in the Falcon, and Nathan Gordon in the Monaro, Graham Wakefoot a lot further back after his spin earlier on, and Andrew Moyle at the back of the field there in the Chev Camaro.
Unfortunately, we'll be missing Adrian Moyle. Actually snapped the camshaft under the bonnet of his number 25 68 model Chev Camaro. So Moyle, unfortunately, a non-starter. Andrew Beard will be one man to watch right at the back of the grid in the silver and black 69 model Chev Camaro. Number 86 had some suspension issues this morning, so did not take the start, came into the pit lane, bit of a vibration, but they're hoping they've sorted that out. So keep an eye on Beard as he ploughs through the field. A very quick motor car and a very quick driver. Ian Mewett, he'll be looking forward to getting a few places further up after he was running very strong in the top 5 in this morning's race, as we saw Mark, but unfortunately ran a little bit wide, which is very easy to do here at the bend. Dropped a couple of places, but he'll be coming through the field there in the number 55 Mustang.
Certainly will be, bringing these cars around. Like I said, a few at the back of the pack. The Andrew Beard certainly one to look out for. He'll be picking a few early ones there. The 111 Capri in the field. We haven't mentioned that too much here, this field of Rob James.
All the way from Queensland. Just shows you the pull of this place, Mark. All the way from Queensland in that beautiful gold-coloured 3-litre V6 Ford Capri. The only Capri in the field there is on screen right now in front of the Mustang of Gary Finnemore. Keep an eye also on that big blue HQ Monaro on screen now, the number 46 machine of Nathan Gordon. Unfortunately, throttle cable detached itself this morning, so he'll be starting right down the back. So keep an eye on Gordo. Rob Smith, that beautiful number 125 yellow XU1, the local, real prime move in the category over here, and an organiser as well as a driver. So well done, Rob, and everyone here at the Historic Touring Car Association of South Australia.
Yeah, the biggest field we've ever seen here for this event. In fact, anywhere in Australia, that matter of fact. So cars, they're making their way up towards the grid. Good old-fashioned historic touring car racing, just like they were back in the day. We were talking about that earlier in the under 2 litres about, obviously, the way they are shown. They don't have all the advertising over or stickers or anything. I think is exactly how they would have been back in the day.
Yeah, Category 5, so they are a historic class, so no advertising allowed on Category 5 historic vehicles in Australia. Just the name, basically, and your state. What a front row that is. Jamie Tilley on the left of screen, and that black Mustang number 9 alongside Aldo DePoli in that beautiful 69 model Chevy Camaro alongside green flag at the back. Here we go, folks. Race 2 for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic touring cars. Mustang versus Camaro once again. Keep an eye also on Jason Humble in the RX2 right behind DePaoli on the second row of the grid. Another great start from Humble, usually very quick off the line. Brad Tilley also quick away in that Mustang on the left of the screen, white with the blue stripes, number 28. And he'll be looking to try and get up alongside Dan Paoli into turn 1 for the first time.
Oh, it's too tight. Can't go 3 abreast down there. And there's been a bit of contact. You see the damage on the front of the 28 Mustang there. Touch and go there.
Yeah, so that's allowed Dan Paoli, who copped a little bit of a tap there from Brad Tilley. He's gone through into the lead. So Aldo De Pioli leading for the first time this weekend. Gets in front of Jamie Tilley. Then it's Brad Tilley, Ben Wilkinson, Jason Humble, Ian Mewett, Adam Smith in the Falcon. Chris Stern has also had a pretty handy opening lap as well in the number 90 Mustang. He's Leo Tobin coming under attack from Rob James in the Capri with Nathan Gordon in the blue HQ Monaro, number 45, right behind Tobin.
Another one just behind them too that's made up a fair bit of ground earlier is the Andrew Beard entry. He would have picked that one out, started from the rear of the field, and there is that HQ Monaro there of Nathan Gordon, also with the same freight coming from the rear of the field. And he's got Leo Tobin in front of him. Leo Tobin in front of him at the moment.
Craig Wakefield, the number 88
Wakefield,
Mustang, had a spin, as you mentioned, Mark, in the race this morning and then ran out of fuel, unfortunately. So quite thirsty around this 4.95 kilometre circuit, the Ford Mustang. So a lot of the guys have been having to top up the fuel tank in this short break between races. We'll give this battle now on screen. Father versus son. Not the Skywalkers or Vaders, it's the Tilleys. Jamie Tilley, the number 9 fastback Mustang in front of Dad Brad. He's showing that little bit of panel damage from the first touch, that inadvertent touch, it must be said too, at turn 1, which is not hard to do for that big run down the front straight.
So our current race leader is Aldo DePoldi, the Western Australian, so he's taken full total advantage of that 3-way skirmish for the first time and got himself through. So Jamie Tilley second, Brad Tilley third, as we just mentioned. And those three are already starting to dominate. So where's all the hard charges behind them? The next one through is Ben Wilkinson, but he's under attack as well.
Ian Mewett right behind him, Wilkinson.
It's for a pass there on the inside, wasn't quite close enough. And Jason Humble breathing all down the back of Mewett's neck too. So disappear from our view.
Good battle for Charles. Glenn Miles has got in front of Michael Hibbett for the first time this weekend. So that traditional mustard-coloured Charger of Miles having a very good opening lap.
There's Gordon there, the blue HQ Monaro number 45. So he's another one charging through the field. He's got himself in front of the Rob James entry there, but James has got a bit of his own work to do, because have a look who he's got behind him is Andrew Beard. So he's the one that's also trying to pick his way through the field. And he gets up on the inside, down to the braking marker there at turn 6.
Off the back of the grid, Andrew Beard, as we suspected, slicing through the field at the moment, on the verge of the top 10 as he rounds up that V6 Capri of Rob James.
done it easily and got away from him very quickly, so that car's got plenty of pace, but he's also still got a lot of cars in front of him. And there's the other Monaro we were talking about, trying to do a bit of the same, trying to work his way through the field. But Beard has certainly got better pace at the moment. We've got the Guver and Tirana in the pits too, unfortunately. That's a beautiful race car. So having a look at that a little bit earlier on, it's got a pretty deep history too. Second generation racer at the wheel there.
Ray Hepburn in the fastback Mustang, number 59. The West Australian has his hands full with the Queenslander of Graham Wakefield in the earlier model Mustang, number 88, who in turn has Nathan Gordon right on his tail. And then that man, we've been talking about him all race, Andrew Beard in the silver Camaro, number 86, right on Gordon's tail.
He certainly is. Probably looking to be picking him off here down through this section. Pete McMillan's got some company too. So it's a 59 car there of Ray Hepburn. So the Hepburn car certainly up a bit further in the field too at these earlier stages. So fastback versus earlier model or Mustang. Yeah, but geez.
Wakefield very sideways coming onto the front straight, as was Gordon, and that's allowed Andrew Beard to range up alongside the HQ Monaro. So Beard now.
I wonder if Wakefield's got an issue there. Just seen us back off quite considerably there for some reason. He's obviously got two hard charging cars alongside of him at the moment. Beard on trying to get up on the inside. Didn't quite get that move done. So certainly Nathan Gordon certainly sticking to his guns too down through that section of the track. And gets on the brakes nice and late there as well, trying to get it right up behind Andrew Beard. And those cars are currently in position 13th and 14th on track. Remember, both those cars did start from the rear of the field. So they've picked it up half the field already, so they're doing a terrific job. There's our current race leader there, and Anto Pioli from the Western Australian, actually a South Australian built race cars we were talking about yesterday. Ex-Roger Oliver car.
South Australian run, but WA built.
Yes.
That car, in fact, was built by Paul Stubber's crew, Matt and Pat, to the same standards of that rapidly quick Camaro of Paul Stubber. And then Roger purchased the car and ran it for several years, hung up the helmet now, and now Aldo certainly showing all that hard work, the engineering that went into that car, superbly put together machine, and he's doing very well out in front at the moment, in front of Jamie and Brad Tilley.
He certainly is. Not too much other change. Oh, this is the battle of the
Chargers.
Hey Charger.
Michael Hibbert gave me the Hey Charger V sign. I'm hoping it was the hands around the right way, not the other way, that people usually give me. And he's right on the tail there of Glenn Miles in another Charger. The Victorians going at it. 265 Hennies. Fantastic machine. Nothing between them at the moment.
I just love the retro colours of the Chargers of the era. They are two very typical colours of the era, aren't they? That sort of orange and certainly the magenta purple there behind him. Terrific, of course, South Australian built right here in Adelaide. So that's the battle at the moment, and they're currently in 8th and 9th position on track, and in fact that might be about to change with Michael Hibbert trying to get back on the inside out of the draft there on the braking marker down to turn 1. And will he get that pass done? Gets the nose in front. No, wasn't quite close enough. So Miles retains that position into 8th position for the battle of the Chargers.
Starting to close up at the front now. Jamie Tilley's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 209.03. Our race leader, Aldo De Paoli, a 209.3. So nothing between them, as is this battle is between the Chargers of Miles and Hibbert. That's the battle for 8th place.
And that's what we're looking at in the moment. Oh, that's the
Chris Stern in the Mustang, taking a trip through the kitty litter. Probably the shiniest car in the field, or it was before it got
not there
in the sand.
Not sure what corner that was, but he managed to get himself out of the gravel there, which is good news. And here come the Chargers there, just heading down towards turn. Well, they've gone past turn 13, and we can see Pete Moulin has got Graham Wakefield behind him for a challenge too, and Nathan Gordon on the inside of Ray Hepburn. Gets that pass done and clean as a whistle as well. And Rob James wants a piece of that as well on the inside to get up inside of Ray Hepburn in that move.
Yeah, Hepburn looks like he might be suffering a little bit of tyre wear there to the car, not turning in as well. As we mentioned, these are limited to tyres for each meeting. You're only allowed 8 tyres in total, so 4 new tyres, 4 used tyres, and they're all marked to keep track of them, so you can't throw tyres at them every time they hit the track, which used to happen several years ago.
It's Pete Muirleman who's just in 10th position, so that's the battle for the top 10. And that might be about to change again. Andrew Beard and just got Graham Wakefield just in front of him. So they're the 11th, so the 11th and 12th cars in the field. But this is the battle as we get down towards the last stages of this race. And Wakefield on the inside there of Pete Muirleman. This might be another 3 abreast go here. Here we go. So absolutely flat stick down the big long main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Very shallow line for Beard coming up. He tries to get in 2 guys at once. Wakefield on the inside, Muirleman on the outside. He's having to really jump on the anchors there, break lock up for Wakefield. Beard gets it done. Well, he wasn't asking for a second invitation, was he there, Mark?
No, very brave move there.
And that's also allowed Muirleman to go up the inside of Graham Wakefield, so he'll be annoyed with himself there. With that little brake lock-up, it's cost him 2 positions.
Yeah, he just got a little bit late on the brake pedal there, so that's just thrown him out the other side. So there goes Pete Muirleman now, the all-black number 43 Mustang. And now is the battle of the Mustangs at the moment with Graham Wakefield just behind him. And there's Nathan Gordon. So where's he come from? He's come from out the pack as well, trying to chase down a few cars in the light blue HQ Monaro in that field. So Gordon's got himself up into, well, it should be about 13th position at the moment. So Pioli, that lead has also shrunk, as you mentioned there, Darren. So we'll certainly be keeping a close eye on. There's our race leader. So where is the... Let's have a look. We've got a replay coming up here too. Let's have a look what's happening. There's Pioli. The lead gets really heavy on the brake pedal there. And they both do a bit of the same. In fact, Tilly gets out wide there.
So I was wondering why Jamie backed off a little bit there, and now we know why. He was pushing very, very hard and just went a little bit deep there, and that's allowed Aldo to scoot away a little bit on his last lap in race 2 of the Construct Hire over 2-litre historic touring cars.
And that's Graham Wakefield again. It looks like another DNF coming up. Unfortunately, his weekend hasn't been exactly how he would like it. And that car, the Mustang now, will parked up. Who is it? Comes to a stand. I don't know whether the engine's cut out or he's refired or what's happened there. That's a bit of a odd manoeuvre. Let's have a look here. This will explain. Oh, there we go. He got touched. I think there was a bit of contact there.
Or did he get a wheel up over the ripple strip there and perhaps it's turned him around? We're not sure.
Just caught the end of it there. We didn't get the start of it. So this is for the checker flag. They are on their final lap. So D. Pioli, the Western Australian, looking to take a race victory here in race 2. And as they make their way down inside the stadium section there at turn 14. I think they're right down the back part of the circuit there. That's turn 11. Now they'll head back towards turn 12 and 13. Oh, the smoke in the background was a bit of a throw, wasn't it?
I was drifting.
There's a bit of drifting going in the background.
Somebody was blowing up, so I'm glad it wasn't. It was just the drift boys and girls doing what they do best as Jamie heads towards the checkered flag, second place in that Mustang.
So DePolly to bring him home in the number 96 Camaro. Down to the penultimate race corner here, which is down to 17.
Very windy conditions here. You'll see the cameramen desperately trying to do their work, keeping the camera steady. So very strong breeze, cooling the track a little bit. That hasn't worried Aldo or Jamie.
They've dominated, haven't they? They've really got away from the rest of the field. Brad Tilley back in third position, but he's a lot further back. And so Aldo DePoli will take the checkered flag there and take that race 2 victory here in over 2-litre historic touring cars, just to say, or Group N touring cars.
Jamie Tilley second place in the Mustangs. Dad Brad is heading towards the line now. Who'll get through? This battle is going right to the flag, though, between Rob James and the Capri from Queensland and Ray Hepburn in the Mustang from WA. They're trying to latch onto the back of Pete Muleman, but he looks like he is safe in the first of the pre-65 Group NB historic touring cars, Muleman. So almost into the top 10. Pretty good job with the earlier spec Mustang with Hepburn behind him.
And they're still going there hard, aren't they, at the moment? So that's positions, where are we, back 13? I think we're back there at the moment. Well, Muleman's certainly in 11th. So 11th, 12th and 13th. Doesn't really go across the line at the moment. So those cars figures through. Beard in 9th position.
Pretty good effort off the back of the grid, Mark.
It's good effort. And then back to Miles and the Charger in 10th position. Just in front of Pete Muleman, Ray Hepburn and Rob James. That's the cars we were just having a look at in our broadcast. And we go back to Keith Davison in the Pacer. And the Finnemore car in position 16. It looks like Wakefield's got that car refied, so that's good news. So after his little excursion down there at turn 14, whether he was helped or not, we're not too sure. Might be just really right over the curb, but Leo Tobin also came in early, turned early retirement there, unfortunately.
Evan Goebel, that beautiful XU1, the local, the number 7 machine, crosses the line. So a couple of finishes, strong finishes there for Evan Goebel. Bill Trengrove, the second of the pre-65 Mustangs, crosses the line, as does Rob James. Rob Smith, I beg your pardon.
Rob Smith, yeah, that's right. So Rob, as we mentioned, they're doing a bit of hard work and getting this meeting organised, and that's the Hodgkin car, or the Hot Chicken as he's known down in the paddock area.
That's his brother Rod. There's two Hodgkins here,
yeah.
So they're chicken and chips. That's Brett crossing the line in his XW Falcon number 4.
Okay, so I think here is the final car, and where is Nathan Gordon? That's the question. And he was in the middle of the pack, so not too sure where he's ended up. So let's have a look at the final results there. So Aldo Topoli takes the victory from Jamie Tilley. Then we go back to Brad Tilley, Ian Mewett, Ben Wilkerson, Jason Humble back to 6th position there. Then Adam Smith, Michael Hibbert, and Andrew Beard. Then the other charger there of Glenn Miles. He rounds out the top 10 there.
So Hibbert had the last laugh in the Battle of the Chargers right towards the end of the race. Glenn Miles was leading that battle for quite some time, though, but Hibby in the Magenta machine ended up 8th in front of our rear of grid starter, Andrew Beard, ended up 9th, right off the back of the grid. Great drive from Andrew.
And that rounds out our top 10. Here's the rest of them. Here we go. Pete Muleman just out on the top 10 and 11th. Then Ray Hepburn, Rob James. Those three competitors had a pretty good battle there towards the end in front of Keith Davison, Gary Finnemore, Evan Goebel, Graham Wakefield finishes in 17th after all that. Then Chris Stern, Rob Smith and Bill Trengrove in the 64 Mustang back a little bit further there in 20th position.
Brett Hodgkin led home Nathan Gordon. We're not sure what happened to Nathan on that last lap. Unfortunately, Tobin did not take a finish. The boys will be back out there this afternoon at around 12:45, so make sure you are in front of the screens or by the fence if you're lucky enough to be here for the third race. I beg your pardon, that is the under 2 litre historic touring cars. The over 2 litre historic touring cars we've just seen will be out at around 1:45 this afternoon.
Well, thanks, Darren. We'll have a short break and we'll be back with our historic Formula Ford and Groups M&O before we head into our shortened officials lunch break here on the program here for the Ben Classic here for 2025. And we'll be back with that race in just a few moments.
was fun.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big For the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
The historic open wheelers have hit the racing circuit. It's Formula Ford, historic Formula Ford, as well as Groups M and O for their third race of the weekend. And the man to beat all weekend has been David Hardman in the number 30 machine. He didn't start the weekend in the number 30 car, inherited it and has taken it from there to 2 race victories. He'll start ahead of the first of the historic Formula Fords in the hands of Sean Whelan, the very car on the screen at the moment. Then Evan Farrell will come out of third. There it is, the old Lola ahead of Ben McNamara. David Smoker will start inside the top 5 ahead of John Grieg. Then we have Noel Bryan and Grant Perryman rounding out the front 4 rows of the grid. Beyond that, we have, hopefully, David Kent back out there after a retirement in the race earlier on, and same for Neil Richardson. We'll have to wait to see if those 2 cars are joining us.
You haven't seen Neil Richardson all weekend, unfortunately, so it's a bit of a shame for the local steward, but I can't see him there again by the looks of things. So, there he is. Oh, he is right at the back of the pack there. You can see the blue colour with the red and gold striping. So it looks like he's made his way back out there. So that's to him. It looked like his car. So yeah, that's definitely Neil Richardson. So he is back. That's great news.
Certainly is great news. Great to see him taking part in this third race of the weekend. It looks like that tenting disaster that had befallen us earlier on today appears to have been cleared up, and it looks like a majority of the campers have packed down now, and they'll probably be heading to various different vantage points around the racetrack for the final set of races this afternoon. But we've got this race before the lunch break. Can't wait for this one. This has been one of the real class categories this week, and real good duelling throughout. And I'm sure this will be no exception to the rules. We're going to get a green flag at the back. All cars are in position. No, not quite. She's just waving the car at the tail of the field. I think that's Richardson forwards. No, actually, maybe making one of them change sides. I'm not quite sure what's going on back there, actually. But certainly something was not right with that start there. But green flag has now been waved. Great work from that official to make sure everything was perfect before waving that green flag and getting things underway, which is exactly what we are right now. Lights have gone out and they roar towards turn number 1. Straight away you can see some weaving going on further back down the field, trying to break the toe of the cars behind. Great start from Smoker, up from position 5 past all the Formula Fords and into position number 2. In fact, all of the Formula Fords have been absolutely swamped at the start of this one, because I think that is Kent who's made his way up to position number 3, and the 63 there chopping off the nose of Perryman, who had to back out of that one. But the Group O machines have shot to the front early on in this one, and it definitely is Kent from the penultimate position on the grid, P7 up to P3. The historic Formula 4s did not fare so well there.
No, they bogged down a little bit at the start. But Dave Kent, good to see him back in, missed the previous race. And there is the 12 car come making his way through in the little blue Brabham BT21. Certainly had plenty of pace, certainly in the earlier race. Certainly yesterday, it certainly did. Then we go back. So he's just got the 29 car in front of there of Dave Smoker. And that was the pair we saw battling yesterday as well. So no problems there for Dave Hartman. In the Elford Mono, he's already cleared out at the moment. He had Sean Whelan just behind him. He didn't get off to a particularly good start either. So there was a lot of muddling, a bit of a muddling start as we did describe there. So that's the two battles of the battle of those two Brabhams there. Just making their way through down towards turn 13 to pass there. So that's the Farrell entry on the inside. I think that was Sean Whelan. He tried to get there and he did. That's the 32 Reynard there. Oh, sorry, it's Van Diemen, I should say. Getting past. He dominated the Formula 4 class certainly in the last race. Probably not going to get it all his own way. In fact, he's got lots of company. So it is Whelan, Farrell and Ben McNamara in the 37 car just behind him. So they're the top 3 in the historic Formula 4 class as they make their way through. So certainly Sean Whelan not getting it all his own way at the moment. Not particularly, got to do a flyer the previous start, but certainly going to earn his money here for the moment. And just behind them is John Gregg in the black Reynard just behind him. So that's the top 4 in that class. So a little bit unusual. We've got all the Formula 4s behind our Group M&O cars. Oh, and in the mix there was Neil Bryan as well, and the older model Max race car. He's in that mix as well.
This is the most bunched up they have all been all weekend long to this point. Yes, okay, the race leader has darted off into the distance. Hardman with a lead of nearly 7 seconds at the end of lap number 1. But we've seen for the first time the O's fighting against the historic Formula 4s. But look at this fight here. McNamara all over the tail of Farrell into the hairpin. Farrell goes ultra defensive in the 1973 built Lola, coming under malicious pressure from the number 37. Good exit from him. McNamara, though, not able to do anything. This is not really an overtaking opportunity unless the car in front of you makes a mistake either into or out of the hairpin. So no room there, and he's got Grieg right on his tail as well. And Brian, this is the closest he's been as well in the number 63 machine. So really good to see that throughout the weekend, those cars that started the weekend on the back foot have moved forwards, found pace, race upon race. And this is a good encounter so far. Good racing in and amongst the midfield.
So we've got John Gregg there just on the back there of Ben McNamara, just in that camera shot. There's a 34 car there of That's Grant Perryman, so there's another Brabham in the group. But he's still got two Formula Fords just in front of him for battling out position. So McNamara and John Gregg currently third and fourth position in class. And the pair in front of him of Dave Smoker and Dave Henk. So the battle of the Daves there in second and third position in the Group O cars. There they are. So they've also now paired off. So this will be an intriguing battle down the front straight here. And there they go. No doubt about it. Dave Kent's certainly got a quicker Brabham at the moment. He's just got to get past his counterpart, Brabham's race car driver there on the inside to get himself up into overall second position for Group O. And I think he's done that quite comfortably. And he's done that easily down there at turn one. That's a position change. And also around the outside, John Gregg around the outside of Grant Perryman. So Perryman is the Brabham, the Brabham in the Formula Ford sandwich there.
Yes.
He's got himself between those two classes. And of course McNamara and Gregg were actually fighting their own battle.
So through he goes up into position just ahead of the number 66 machine of Grieg. So that is position number 7. Good stuff from him. And McNamara has fallen behind both of them on this lap. So that's actually position number 6. So not sure what's happened to McNamara there, but he has dropped down a little bit. But there is the number 34 machine, the Brabham BT18 that we touched on earlier on today. A glorious machine, a Honda engine or a Ford Kent engine. Came with both back in period, depending if it was in Formula 2 or Formula 3 competition. 46 of those built around the world, and like all Brabhams, really, that's probably one of the more common ones. Some of them there was only 6 or 7, so there was quite a few. Oh, there was a hand raised. I couldn't quite see who that was, but that was one of our Group O competitors there that was slow, I think, out of turn number 13 with his hand in the air. I think it was a light blue machine, so it was either Smoker or Kent.
Dave Kent. I just saw the top of the car there, parked up against the wall. So there's the Bryan car, so that's the Rem Max in the field. So that's also, well, it is the oldest car in the field too. In fact, he's the only Group M car actually in the field, the Rem Max. So that's pre-1965. So that's the earlier model 1960s entry there.
And right behind him, Neil Richardson, who's been competed in.
Not anymore. He's just gone past him. That's as you spoke there, Dan. So
not for long though, as they come onto the straight. 63 is going to roar back past once again, and does so. That just shows the strengths and weaknesses of the two machines. A good fight between McNamara and Grieg. So McNamara moving back through into the top 6, but McNamara really started the weekend as one of the front runners in the Formula Ford category, and then as the weekends got on, others have got faster, and he's found himself going backwards through the field. So that's for position 3 in the class once again, but he was really one of the top runners earlier on today. And look at that wind. It is really gusty out there now. Lovely day, but certainly the wind is going to play havoc with these lightweight open wheelers. They will certainly be feeling it around this circuit. It's such a vast open landscape, and they'll be certainly blown around on the straights. This section as well would be really challenging. If you get a big gust of wind and you're fully committed down this section of turn 7, 8, through turn 9 and now turn 10. If you get a big gust of wind, one side of the car will throw you off the road. And of course you enter that section with potentially a headwind and come out potentially with a tailwind, because you are turning 180 degrees, albeit over 4 corners.
That's right.
So the wind's constantly changing and pushing you around from a different direction. Such a tricky sequence of corners. We've seen so many mistakes over there over the years in a whole host of different categories, including supercars. That caught out many people during the AirTouch 500 this year.
This is the battle for the Formula Fords. This is the top 2. It's Sean Whelan and Evan Farrell there. So Farrell's made up plenty of ground in a much older model Lola there. He's got the famous Penrite stripes on that race car. And so he makes his way. So this is the battle for Formula 4. This is the top 2. Now, Farrell certainly found plenty of pace inside that lap. And he also gets himself up into the 2:10, so he has gone faster on that lap. So this is the challenge. The 29 car just in front of him, that's actually the race car of, come on the screen, Dave Smoker at the moment. He's currently overall second position in Group O. And of course, obviously, David Hartman in the Orphan Mono out in front, but that was the battle for the Formula Ford, so that's going to be game on as we get towards the end of this motor race. Because they go past the Northern campgrounds there, that's thinned out a bit too over the day. There was a chock-a-block full yesterday with caravans.
The festival atmosphere is still taking place down and around the place. I was down there just before the whip cracking was cranking, and they were just about to start up with the afternoon concerts as well. So it's all happening down there, including the lawnmower racing, of course. And a nice little layout that they've got out there, a real hard circuit, few tight corners. A bit like here, there's quite a bit of fast-flowing stuff, but a few tight corners as well. Hardman out in front, 16.4 seconds now the margin ahead of Smoker. And then it's these two in the fight for the class honours in Formula Ford. That's what the different colours mean on the Blendline TV timing tower. Group O are the green colours. Group M is the orange, and then Formula Ford is blue. Why wouldn't it be? Formula Ford,
be
blue. Exactly right.
This is on now. Sean Whelan's got a handful now. The blowtorch has been applied here from Aaron Farrell. So the Victorian and the South Australian go at it, and they head down towards turn 17 as we get towards the end of this race. We might get another lap in here. That's Dave Kent. He's already been parked up for a couple of laps. Got off to a flying start, but this is game on. This will be the final lap, and this is the battle for the historic Formula 4s. This is 1 and 2, Sean Whelan and Evan Farrell. And Farrell just tucks in behind him down towards turn 1.
But with the machine being that 15 years older, it's not as fast in a straight line. So even with a superb toe on pit straight, he's not able to do anything with it. The 32 holds on Whelan in the 1989 Van Diemen, the RF Van Diemen. Named after Ralph Furman, of course, one of the founders of the company, co-founded with Ross Ambrose, the father of Marcus Ambrose, the Supercars champion, NASCAR race winner, and of course Marcus himself, now a father of a racing driver. Tabitha Ambrose is racing in current-day Formula Ford competition, both in the National Series and in the Super Series Formula Ford, and she's got a lovely Pertec livery, just like her father did back in Supercars. Yes.
Exactly the same. Here we go. So this is Whelan, and Farrell had a massive look there at 13. Got the nose tucked underneath. Oh, that wasn't 13, sorry.
No, that was
a bit earlier before that.
Or mistake. That was a big error there by Whelan. A good push of understeer when he did not want it through Crofty Corner, and now he's going to have to defend into turn 13 that you were alluding to before. And look, just behind them, Perryman in the Group O machine is also catching as well. But he's just about Whelan been able to hold on despite that unforced error. And he's there nose to tail. Look at him, he's nearly pushing on the tail, on the gearbox of the Formula Ford. The Van Diemen, though, runs a little bit wide through the fishbowl, which might compromise the run, but he's just about going to hold on. Meanwhile, the race leader, Hardman, has come across the line to take the race victory. A dominant display here this morning, or this afternoon. We've just ticked over 12 o'clock as the fight for Formula Ford is going to go right down to the wire. A drag race, a brilliant run for Farrell, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. No, it isn't. Whelan holds on. Great battle between those two. A quarter of a second the margin in the end.
So that's the first and second positions in historic Formula Ford battled out right down towards the end. Behind them is Grant Perryman, who'll finish third in Group O.
I think McNamara's gone missing here on the final
He
lap
has.
there. He's come around the final corner now very, very, very slowly indeed. And I don't think he's even going to bring it to the line. He was debating, wasn't he? He thought about it, but no, he decides to bring it in. I think he would have come to a stop on the in-lap if he went around again. So he has decided to bring that machine into the lane. What a shame. He was sitting in position number 6 ahead of Grieg until that final lap. So heartbreak for him. But I'm sure he'll get that fixed up for this afternoon. Good tussle as well between Richardson and Bryan in the end. Just half a second separating those two in what concludes a very exciting morning show for the Bend Classic, brought to us by Burson Auto Parts. A great race there. And here are the results. David Hardman taking the race victory ahead of David Smoker. 18.1 seconds the margin in the end. Whelan winning historic Formula Ford by just a couple of tenths. Farrell did everything he could, but in the end just didn't have the horsepower and wasn't able to take that from him. Perryman finished in position number 5. Grieg inherited 6th late on in that one ahead of Richardson. Noel Bryan, and then our two non-finishers in that one. David Kent, we saw come to a stop on the inside before turn 14, and then right at the end as well, Ben McNamara also coming to a stop. If you are at the circuit, there's still plenty to go on while we are having our lunch break on the circuit. There's the hill climb on the far side of the circuit. There is the first concert that's just started, Snake and the Bake DJs. I'm looking forward, Mark, to Brad Chicken and the Bootstraps. That's at 2:15.
You've got that CD, haven't you?
Yeah, I do. Greatest hits, actually, Mark. The greatest hits. But yes, they'll be on at 2:15. As well, we got the wood chopping, we have the whip cracking as well, and the lawnmower racing. If you head over there quickly, I think you'll just catch the end of that as well. But on the other side of our lunch break, we've got historic touring cars under 2 litres, Formula 5000, historic touring cars over 2 litres, the final race for the National Sports Sedans, and then historic Formula Ford. And a couple of categories have a couple of races after the break. And myself, Dan McCarthy, and Martin and Carroll will be back to bring you all of that action in around about half an hour's time. Yeah, bang on half an hour from now. So make sure you tune back in to Blendline TV shortly.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four The Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Bernie Stack. I'm a local driver, local businessman. Been racing cars now for about 50 years. Started with Formula V, then Formula Ford. We did some off-road racing as well for 8 years. My first Bathurst was in 1977 and a Volkswagen. And I thought, I'm not going back again without a V8. So we went back to Bathurst in 82 and I raced V8s for a few years on and off. This particular car here was a Gibson Motorsport built car, the last one that they built for Gary Rogers, for Greg Murphy to race. All in original condition, and we bought it to try and keep it in that condition. And we bought it from a collector who bought it from Gary Rogers at the end of the 2000 Bathurst. And in that particular race, they came third. So it's got good history. It's got a logbook up to date. And it's a bit of hard work around here because I haven't driven this track before, but it's a great car to drive. It's got great brakes. It looks really good. Still got the Kmart livery on from when it was raced back in the late 90s and the 2000. And there's a heritage category now that it might fit into. It's 25 years old, so there is heritage touring cars, but unfortunately they couldn't come to this meeting. Otherwise we would have had a bigger field. So to give us a run, they put us in with the sports sedans.
We purchased the Lola about 13 years ago and have been racing it since, working on it ourselves, do all our own race preparation. My wife is my main pit crew, so yeah, we're a good team. The car is a Lola T332, one of the great Formula 5000s of the era, made in 1974, powered by a 5-litre Chev. Developing close to 600 horsepower. Car weighs about 800 kilos with a driver, so it keeps your attention. The car originally campaigned in America in 74 and 75. It was restored in the 80s and run by a guy called Tommy Drissy in the US in historic racing, and he won a US championship in the car. And we repeated that in 2023, when we went to America and won the US Formula 5000 championship. So that was pretty much one of the highlights. We've won a lot of races over the years in the car. It's a great car. We've learned a lot along the way. They are great fun cars to drive, despite what people think that they're ill-handling pigs and everything. They're not. They're a lovely car to drive, plenty of power. So yeah, you can steer them with your right foot and just have a heap of fun.
My name's Adam Smith and I'm here driving the number 69 XW Falcon. I've owned it for probably 7 years now. It was originally built by a local Trevor Jew back in 2004, I believe, and he raced it up until 2016. And yeah, I bought the car from there and developed it from there. So it's an old original Group N car. Like it's not a full rotisserie built race car. It was originally a road car in the ACT, and yeah, Trevor bought it over from there, and he put the roll cage in it, and yeah, started racing it. But like I said, there's been quite a lot of development gone into the car since Trev had it, and yeah, it's as soon as we go, everything's going in the right direction.
You've been itching to unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Bull the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Hi, I'm Brad Sheriff, and I'm here at the Bend with my new R34 Sport Sedan. The car runs one of our billet RB engines. It runs a Hollinger MXT transaxle. The car predominantly is a floor pan car. It's got some non-factory parts in it, quite a few of them. And we're at this stage, it's pretty early days for this thing, but look, right up to the point in time, I'll see what happens in race one, but yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I guess the idea of me coming along was just to try and help out a bit on the driving side. I think, you know, Brad has obviously built an amazing car, and his head's very much in the engineering and engine side of things. So I think he finds it hard to switch off from that mode when he's driving and concentrate on driving. So yeah, we're meant to do the test day Thursday and sort of gauge where he was at speed-wise, and then make a call on, you know, who was going to drive it for the rest of the weekend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Falls of Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Hope everyone's tummies are full. The lunch break has concluded here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and from here on in, it is non-stop action until the end of the day. You can see a few vehicles heading over to the hill climb over the backside of the circuit. Using the east layout. Cool to have that a part of the program. First time that the hill climb has been a part of the schedule here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. If you don't have your car close by, you can catch the little shuttle bus that goes around. The shuttle bus goes from the Welcome Centre to the Big Four campsite, or caravan park I should say, to the dragway, kartdrome and the camping sites as well. So it really does have all access areas covered, does the shuttle bus. As you can see, glorious blue skies, a few patchy clouds, but nothing threatening by any stretch of the imagination. Still very gusty. Quite a crosswind on Pit Straight. We often see a headwind or a tailwind here, but very much a crosswind here today. So it's a bit of a unique challenge for some of our local drivers that wouldn't be used to a crosswind around here, and it is quite strong. A large majority of the campers have packed up now. The campsite, if you tuned in earlier on the screen to Blendline in the centre there, was full to the brim, packed to the rafters. That is no longer the case. So they've headed up to the top of the Welcome Centre to watch all of the action from up there, about where this camera is located, as we head into this afternoon's schedule. Elsewhere around the venue, I said there's lots going on for those trackside. Just as the cars roll out, I'll quickly run you through. It is currently at 12:45, so in 10 minutes' time, Kingswood will be playing at Podium Park as part of the Country Music Festival. And the line dancing, we're getting towards the finale of the line dancing at 3 o'clock. So currently it's the workshop, so you can learn how to line dance. I should probably head it over there during the lunch break, because I cannot dance at all. I'm terrible. I've got 2 left feet, unfortunately. But let's turn our attention to something I know a little bit more about. That's motor racing. The historic touring cars are heading out onto the circuit for their third race for the unders, the under 2 litre class cars. I am Dan McCarthy. Darren Knight has jumped alongside me for this one. Darren, you've been so busy today, up and down, covering both of the historic touring car categories. You've certainly racked up the step count.
You certainly have, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone watching us on Blendline TV. I can't dance either, Dan, but I can definitely headbang. Speaking of headbanging, Kingswood, not quite metal, very rocky though, so put this in the diary for next year when the dates come out, folks. Music and motor racing doesn't get much better than that here at the Bend Classic at Shell Motorsport V-Power Motorsport Park. And
damn.
Rod Evans again has an issue on the warm-up lap. You have to get towed off the warm-up lap in the race. The second race this morning looks like he's come to a stop, so hopefully it's out of harm's way. I'm not sure where that is in the track. Can you pick that up, Dan?
Yeah, that looked to me like it was just out of the hairpin, out of turn number 6, I think it was. So somewhere around there anyway. There or thereabouts, just before, just after, just before I am hearing, so just around before the hairpin in that first sector once again. I saw them working away feverishly just moments before they were called to the grid. They were still making some big changes inside the engine bay. That car was not right.
Fuel pressure was the issue for Rod Evans in the number 31 Ford Cortina, so it looks like it's come back to bite him. Great to see, however, Graham Jarrett back out on the track there, just coming on screen now in the blue and silver number 46 Datsun 1600. Had a flat battery, so either the alternator or the regulator was mucking him around, but a charge up of the battery and some tweaking, and Graham Jarrett is good to go. Got almost inside the top 10, in fact, when the car gave up the ghost on the last lap, so he'll be looking to come through the field in a rapid fashion.
Absolutely. Speaking of rapid fashion, it's 2 from 2 so far for Axford in the Escort. He'll be starting from pole position ahead of the 2 minis directly behind. The Onofaros have certainly been 2 very reliable and 2 very fast minis. Paul ahead of Kono, and then behind that we have Davies in the BMW 2002.
Just being told it's a delayed start, Dan, so as we had in the second race this morning, we will have another warm-up lap. These cars do not like sitting on the grid, and they need to retrieve the stricken Cortina of Rod Evans. Speaking of Cortinas, great to see Will Colton at the back of the field. He's rejoining after missing the race, the second race this morning, after being very quick in the first race early on today, the first race of the day. So keep an eye on that bright yellow Cortina. Number 5, the twin-cam Lotus-powered Cortina from Will Colton. He's now a former West Australian, now based in New South Wales. He'll be coming through at a great rate of knots. Definitely one to watch from the back of the grid, Dan.
Absolutely. Also from the back of the grid, Alan in the Alfa Romeo. That car will be starting at the tail of the field. We might not actually be having a delayed start, but looks of it... oh, there we go. Bonnet has gone down. I was just hearing about this in my ears. The bonnet was loose once again. Not the first time we've seen that this weekend. Oh, what did I say? Bonnet. Yes, boot lid. Yeah. Thanks for picking that up.
No, we saw that at the start of his top 10 lap. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a spin. The boot lid was flapping on his warm-up lap, but that spin shut it down. So I don't know what that stupid boot lid is doing, because when they tried to get the boot lid open after his eventual lap, they couldn't open it. So it's being cantankerous. Well, it is Italian. They're passionate.
Yes.
They can be trouble.
I thought, the BMW's rolling forward, so it looks like it'll be an extra warm-up lap to me, definitely, as we had earlier on today. But I was wondering what the official was doing at the back. I thought she was going to wave the green flag and we weren't going to have a delayed start, but no, she pushed the boot down, and that means that that does not need to, or won't be a problem throughout the race. So a second warm-up lap. We saw earlier on that the 6-lap race is cut down to 5 laps because of the Cortina causing the halt in formation, and same again here, so I expect a lap to be cut from this race as well. The competitors will probably be a little bit frustrated about that, but these things can't be helped, can they? Mechanical dramas
5 laps, still a pretty big journey around here for these old cars, and we say older drivers, some of them. So still quite a journey for these cars compared to some of the shorter circuits around the country. 4.95 kilometres around this magnificent 18-turn Shell V-Power bend layout. So 5 laps, still a decent journey. Just 1 lap less for that man on screen, Craig Allen, though, to scythe his way through the field. He won't need much more than a couple, I would reckon. That very rapid number 98 Alpha GTV, fantastic motor car. Having its very first race meeting, the car owned by Graham Wakefield. He's asked Craig Allen to fold his lanky frame behind the wheel, and he's doing a good job so far. Just a few new car teething issues, of course. The oil temperature gauge was jumping around. So confirmation coming through, a 5-lap journey, not 6 laps. We still have another 6-lap race later for the Construct Hire under 2-litre historic touring cars. Of course, 2 more races for the big bangers, the over 2-litre historic touring cars in the offing as well, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. The field's so huge this weekend in historic touring cars, we had to split them. We had to put them into unders and into overs. I think it was 70, or just shy of just over 70 cars had entered this weekend in the historic touring car field. So that's why we had to split them, where the grid capacity is not that big. We didn't want to turn people away, so very good thinking from the team at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Let's split them overs and unders.
And produces some great racing with all cars of similar capacity, duking it out, and we've seen non-stop action, particularly from this class as well. The under 2-litre tourers, they really did slice and dice their way with great abandon, and wherever you look, there's a Cortina just about. There's about 15 or 16 Cortinas entered this weekend. The last couple of years have seen Cortinas really come out of the woodwork, I guess you can say. It's like when you used to put those wire coat hangers in the cupboard, and you come back 2 months later and there's like 16 of them. Cortina's been the same, so they do produce great racing at a relative affordable cost.
Absolutely. This is one of my favourites, the old FJ Holden. How cool is that?
Phil's going to have to start making T-shirts with that car on the front because it really does have a cult following. The Humpy Holden, a very popular machine in the early days of touring car racing in Australia. In fact, raced well on into the early 70s in much modified form, of course. The solely one-make series, I guess you could say, though, for early model Holdens are very popular around the country, particularly at Calder as well.
Every time I've seen him in the paddock, I've wanted to go and have a chat, but he's been swarmed by fans just asking about the car, and he's a busy man just answering questions.
Well, put aside about half an hour because you'll need it with Phil. Extremely enthusiastic, and he'll talk your ear off about his love for the early model Holdens and his lovely wife Kelly, too, a strong supporter of that Holden. Very parochial with the early model Holdens. Pole position, Josh Axford in the Escort.
Armstrong, did you end up finding out what happened to him earlier on today?
He may not be taking the grid. I haven't seen him at the back of the grid. Unfortunately, gearbox issues for the number 177 Coupe of Jason Armstrong. Very disappointing. Very quick motor car. Provisional pole yesterday before the top 10 shootout, and strong finish in the first race this morning. But I'm tipping he's not going to make the grid. Hopefully he's out there. We haven't seen him yet, so we'll see what happens.
Lights are out. There was a Cortina that was a little bit out of grid. Oh, in fact, speaking of off goes the, that's actually Jarrett, isn't it, towards the tail of the field, trying to make hay early on. Cut straight to the grass, which will affect his traction on the long run towards turn number 1. But once again, the Minis are challenging the Escort down into the first corner.
Paul Onofaro takes the lead from Josh Axford. Connor Onofaro is battling out now with Axford for that second place, but on Paul's best start for the weekend, really hooked up nicely. We'll see if the Escort of Axford can fight back as the Cortinas continue to battle in the mid-pack. Craig Allen slicing through the field in that bright yellow Alpha number 98.
He's made stupendous progress early on in this one. Headlights on. There's nobody that's going to miss that machine. I mean, it's bright yellow already, and then put the headlights on, and he is coming through already at a vast rate of knots. Jarrett gained 5 positions before turn 1. This machine, I think, has moved up half the field. He's inside the top 10 already from the very back of the field. A superb start. Now moving up the inside of the BMW 2002 of Davies. So this is a top 5 position he's in. He's now on the tail of the Volvo as well of Ralph. He is right in and amongst this front pack. He's in contention already.
Unbelievable. Well, not really, because Craig is a very rapid driver and the Alpha GTV is a very rapid motor car.
A really fine addition, as you say, first race meeting, a fine addition to the historic touring car scene. I've seen a few race in recent years, but good to have at least one on the grid this weekend.
And it's good to see the guys know how quick this car is and this driver is, and they're actually giving him a little bit of room as he comes through the field. They're not battling for positions. Could be different, though, once we get up to that gaggle of minis right at the front of the top 10. The Onofaros won't be taking a backward step, nor is Dan Forster in the number 9 Cupra battling with Ralph in the Volvo.
I don't even know if the Volvo will see him in the mirrors. It's that much bigger, both in terms of length and in terms of height. If he looks in the mirrors, he might just see a roof lining.
Yes, a well-known fact, the Mini, very low roof line, very low profile. Everything about the Mini is small except its performance. Amazing motor car. And the Onofaros, Paul and Conno, are in second and third at the moment behind Josh Axford, our leader in the BDA-powered Escort.
Forster's really moved up as well on this first lap, hasn't he? We spoke about a couple of the other charges, but the Mini quietly has gone about its business as well, although, just as I mentioned it, he's pulled to the inside and there's a bit of smoke from the tail of that machine. Some sort of issue. What a shame. What a fantastic first lap that was, but it's going to be to no avail. He moved all the way up to 5th, but he is pulled over to the side of the circuit.
I fear that is a recurrence of the electrical issue that Dan thought he was having after that second race, some sort of dead short in the car, and that can be an endless process trying to track down a dead short in the car, and it looks like he may have run out of steam through that. But look at Craig Allen now on the tail briefly of Conno Onofaro in the Cupra, but looking to put a move on him already. The Alpha turns in. Conno gives him the room, so Allen now up into third place on lap 2 off the back of the grid.
Incredible. And he's done it in the first sector of the second lap. So he's only covered about 7 kilometres in this race, and he's already up to P3. But it's going to get a little bit harder from here, isn't it? As he now has the next of the Onofaros pull ahead, and then the Escort has bolted off into the distance already. 2.2 seconds down the road, and of course that one lap being taken off could be critical come the end of this motor race. But here now is the fight for second. I feel this might be quite easy for him if he gets him on a straight, but we are coming up to the tightest section of this track actually. The repeated tight left-handers, turn number 14, and then what they know here in South Australia as the fishbowl, the corner that really falls away from you and then comes back up and rises on the other side, hence the name.
Josh Axford, our race leader, is not hanging around. He knows that Alan will be coming through the field, so he is about 7 seconds up the road from this battle. Paul Onofaro hanging on for grim death there in the green Coopress number 112 in front of Craig Allen, the man that started off the back of the grid onto the front straight once again. 2-litre twin cam Alpha Power versus 1198cc single cam power for Paul Onofaro. Alan having a look up the inside on this very long front straight, almost a kilometre long, isn't it, Dan? About 900 metres?
Correct, just shy, but through with that extra horsepower goes Alan. Unfortunately for Onofaro, the straight was just that little bit too long. He couldn't do much about that. His rego says he's a has-been. He's certainly not. He can certainly steer one of these machines around. And P3 in a little Mini is nothing to be laughed at, because this is a track that's well suited to the higher horse-powered machines.
Have to find out the story of that number plate there. Has been Paul, only a young man, only starting his motor racing journey, so not sure where that number plate's come from, but we'll have to track that down. His father, Connor Onofaro, is up there well inside the top 5 as well. Here's the battle on screen between Ralph in the Volvo, Draper in the Datsun 1600.
Not surprising that I'm bringing you this news. Forster, that Mini that we saw pull over to the side of the track with an issue, has come into the pits, and he's been joined in the pits by Green and by Treelaw as well.
Disappointing there for Gary Treelaw in the number 11 Cortina. His first race meeting for about 7 or 8 years after having previously campaigned a very quick E49 Charger in Group N Historic Touring Cars, and also a Camaro after that. So just getting used to the intricacies of the much smaller engined Cortina. But nevertheless, he hasn't put a wheel wrong all weekend, Gary, so hopefully it's nothing too serious, and he'll be back out there for the final race for the Construct Hire under 2-litre Historic Touring Cars. Draper getting really racy on the tail of Ralph in the Volvo. That's very nimble around the corners.
Just showing that there, actually, with the rear end sliding out, just protesting the steering input through the fast left-hander turn number 13. These two are locked in a great battle earlier on, and they were also joined in that race earlier by Cheney as well in the little Mini, and also the 2002 BMW, which you can just see at the back of the shot as well of Davies. So there's been a change on this lap. Davies has fallen behind Draper, so I'm not sure if he's got a problem or if Draper's just really strong at the moment, but either way, those two have switched around on this lap, and clearly a distance has been pulled. Oh, big moment for the Volvo. What a catch, but that's killed his momentum onto the straight.
Yeah, very spectacular. It's not often we see a Volvo driven in such fashion on the road. So Ralph gathering it right up has allowed Draper to slingshot, as you mentioned, Dan. That really slowed Ralph's momentum onto the front straight. Vic Draper says, thank you very much. I'll move up into the top 5.
Last time I saw a Volvo driven like that was Scott McLaughlin in the Australian Touring Car Championship, V8 Supercars.
Sort of a Volvo.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Volvo engine, body shape. Robbie Francivic, of course, the 1985 Australian 86 Touring Car Champion. He certainly was getting his brick sideways at every opportunity.
Certainly was, and here's a replay of it. So he turned in, and the rear end didn't like it at all. Heaps of opposite lock. Yes, it killed his momentum, but it certainly looked good on the cameras, didn't it? That is for sure. But yeah, Volvo do have a bit of motor racing history over the years. Of course, they were quite successful in the super touring era of touring car competition in the late 90s, both in Europe and here in Australia as well. And great to have a Volvo out there, the Sol Volvo, the Swedish brand. And I saw the Swedish flag on pit straight as well. So, yeah, great to have a Volvo as part of the series. Oh, look at this.
Will Colton in the Lotus Cortina, number 5 there, trying to track down the pushrod Cortina of Rob F-Grave and Graham Jarrett. So the two South Australians there having a big battle in front of the now New South Wales domiciled Colton. So it's good to see Jarrett back out there after his electrical issue in race 2.
Speaking of issues, Walmsley has come into the lane. He's had issues all day long, hasn't he?
Gearbox issues for Les Walmsley, unfortunately. Getting a replay now of Phil Barrow being rounded up by Will Colton. Colton running a little bit hot there and onto the grass. Which is the front wheel in the air from Graham Jarrett. That allowed Jarrett and F-Grave to get past Will Colton there. So, of course, Colton was looking at ahead at the humpy of Phil Barrow, missed his braking marker, and Jarrett and F-Grave said, "Thank you very much. We'll go through, rule."
Absolutely, yeah, that's what set up the 3-wide action that we saw down through the series of right-handers, and it's a fight that is continuing on at the end of the lap. But Jarrett, from pretty much the tail of the field, certainly didn't make hay like Alan did on that opening lap, but made reasonable progress, and he's continued to do so ever since. He finished the last lap in position number 12, but he has picked up a couple more on this one, so I think this will slide him inside the top 10, and it does, into 10th position, ahead of F-Grave and Colton, of course, who we saw running off the road at the end of the first sector last lap, but all going to be catching the Holden on pit straight. We go 3 wide, we might even make it 4 wide. They're all later than the Holden under brakes. Oh, they fan out, but just about managed to sort each other out down in towards turn number 1, and it's the number 5 that moves up a position. Colton ahead of F-Grave. He's trying to make up for lost ground, and it's an Onofaro duel for position number 3 on the final lap of the race.
Paul Onofaro currently in that 3rd place. Cono in the number 22 machine right on his tail on this final lap. So a battle of the Onofaros of 2 West Australians, not leaving anything on the table at the moment.
It's a battle for mini challenge honours as well as he runs wide. A big error through turn number 12. That's going to leave the door well and truly ajar. In fact, the door was basically broken down by himself. So through goes 22. The second of the Onofaros, Cono Onofaro, moving ahead of Paul into turn number 13. But I'm running out of superlatives for this man out at the front of the field. Axford has shown them a clean pair of heels in all 3 races. He comes around the final corner, and the South Aussie is going to take another victory in the historic touring cars, the under 2 litre class.
Very quick lap 2 from Josh Axford, our race winner on lap 2, a 2:17.97. Craig Allen's fastest, a 2:20.85. So still some work to do for Allen and his team, but he'll be starting a lot further up the grid, of course, in this final race as we head towards the checkered flag. This is the battle for 3rd place. Cono Onofaro will get past Paul on the final tour and step onto the final step of the podium, Dan.
He may have got through at turn 13, but he very nearly threw it away at turn 17. He was in really deep. He probably didn't need to be honest, but he just about made the corner. He missed the apex by quite some margin, but nevertheless, a P3 for him, stealing it right at the death. Behind that, Draper prevailed in the top class fight for position number 5. And look at this, the number 46, the Datsun, is going to hold on just about from the Cortina. It's going to be quite a drag race to the line. Half a car length in it as they cross the start-finish stripe. Jarrett holds on by position number 9. So Colton 10th. They both moved up a couple of places late on ahead of Barrel and Epsgrave. Something happening further back down the field. Oh,
David Sheeny just going under Kirk Davis in the BMW. They both run wide, in fact. Absolute awesome battle between the Vimmer and the Mini of David Sheeny.
Pandemonium down there, wasn't it? They both wanted to break as late as possible into turn 17 to hold the place, and both outbroke each other, but they both did finish inside the top 10 in that one in 7th and 8th respectively. Josh Axford taking the race victory ahead of Craig Allen, 24 seconds the margin, but what a drive from Allen from the back of the field. Conno and Afaro beat home Paul in the end. Vic Draper in 5th, Sean Ralph in 6th, David Cheney in position number 7 ahead of Kirk Davies. Those two had a little bit of an off-track excursion late on there, didn't they? Jarrett in 9th ahead of Anthony Colton.
And if you're seeing those colours on the numbers, that denotes the classes within classes, if you like, of the groups NB and NC cars. 11th was Phil Barrow in the Humpy, Rob F. in the Cortina 12th, Stuart Barnes in the Cortina 13th, Michael George in the Lotus Cortina 14th, Don Knight 15th, in front of the similar pushrod Cortina of Keith Williamson and Simon Browning. Jeff Foe was next. Les Walmsley unfortunately did not finish, nor did the very rapid Sandgroper Dan Forster.
And a few DNSs as well, unfortunately, including Jason Armstrong. It's a real shame for him. Hopefully he'll be back out at the next historic race meeting. But there's still one more to come for the under 2 litres and still a couple more to come for the over 2 litres. Up next.
The under 2 litres, their last race of the day will be at around 3:45 this afternoon. We've been pretty much bang on every time in each event in this schedule today. So coming up very shortly, we will have the next race for Formula 5000s and then the third race for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic touring cars. That should be on the grid at around 1:45.
Very much looking forward to those to come. But yes, the big banger Formula 5000s. They'll be on the other side of this advert.
Got a car or bike you've been itching to unleash? The Off-Street Drag Meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-Street Drag Meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Formula 5000 roaring onto the racetrack. Those trackside probably can't even hear me right now as they thunder down into that first corner. Great field once again of Formula 5000 racing machines. Looking forward to the action that these guys will provide once again. They'll have 2 formation laps, as we've seen, for the duration of the weekend. So the first one, they go at their own speed and then they jump behind the Hyundai N safety car that we can see on our screens for the second formation lap. And so far this weekend it's been dominated by one man, Zazarin.
Yeah, it certainly has, Dan, and as we would expect coming into this race, meaning good shot of the flags blowing down the camping grounds down the other side of the track there. They are flat out. It's very, very windy out there at the moment. I was just out there earlier just wandering around, and it is very strong, and that's the reason you can see the trees in the background in the scrub, or the Mallee region here in SA. That's all the Mallee trees in the background. Getting a fair workout from the weather conditions here at the moment.
Teaching me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Murraylands area of SA. Okay, so we'll come back to the action. Bring these cars around. Car 99, that's Robert Splatt just making his way around the 1973 732A March. So that's a British-built race car here, one of the ones that would have actually competed in the UK at the time before it was obviously imported here to Australia. And the same with the Chevrons as well. They're American-built race cars, as well as the Lolas that are also involved here in this field. But it has been Paul Zazarin in the front. We saw the interview on Blendline TV a little earlier on, describing how the race car is. Of course, it used to compete regularly in the US, won championships over there, and of course, Paul actually took it to the US in 2023 and actually won their US series over there. So quite a big achievement. And he was probably one of his best achievements in his racing career. Rolling start here, so that's the lead car to come around. Car 33 of Frank Harris. Just behind him in the one of the 2 B24 Chevrons in the field as well. He's been pretty strong, so he has been the bridesmaid all weekend behind Paul Zarin. And he'll bring them in at the moment, because now we're bringing the rolling start. Good to see, just touch wood, that we haven't had too many fall off the entry list here. It's been very strong racing, and the cars have done a good job. Good to see Bill Hemming back out there again. He's had a few issues earlier in the weekend, and so he's making his way around in the warm-up lap. Let's have a look. So it is Paul Zazarin there in car 24. Alongside him here will be Frank Harris, and then that's Jeff Waters just pulling into the pit lane, so he won't take any further part in this race, unfortunately. He was going to be in position 3, but he won't be there now. We'll go back to David Crabtree in the 15 car in the March. Then we go back to Rod Carroll in the Lola. Bill Hemming, of course, in the Elfin in car number 11. Then we got Rob Splatt in the March. And then Dean Cam, he is going to start from the rear of the field, as he has made the field there in the second of the Chevron B24s.
Yeah, he's finished both of the first 2 races inside the top 3.
And there he is on the back of the train there, so we can see that car is certainly back.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He starting from the tail of the field, so he went out last onto the warm-up lap. He is moving through on one machine, so I'm not sure what's going on here with Dean Cam, whether he's got some sort of issue and he's elected to start from the rear of the grid, but I think he's just moved past the blue machine. I think it had a few issues going on there, so a few different dramas here on the first couple of warm-up laps, but good to still see a healthy field of Formula 5000 machinery here this weekend. The question is, can anyone go with Paul Zazarin in his Lola T332? That is the big question of the day. And so far, the firm answer has been no. So let's see what happens then in this one. Zazarin, Harris, Walters, Crabtree.
Now, Walters is not there. He's already into pit lane, so
yeah,
that's an earlier retirement for the next Kevin Bartlett Lola there. It's been pretty consistent throughout the weekend as well, so that's a bit of a shame there for Jeff. And hopefully they'll sort out whatever that issue is. His cars come up behind the Hyundai pace car, and ready to launch them here for their penultimate race for the weekend. They've got another one coming up a little bit later in the afternoon. It's been great to see. It's been a good field, well, certainly a good field for this type of race car. We don't see a lot of them these days. They're getting less and less, but it's good to see that we did end up with 8 in the original entry list. And so Paul makes his way around to lead them on in. Reliving the golden days of the Tasman Series here in Australia back in the late 1960s and finished up towards the end of the late 1970s, where it was actually an international series, and the Tasman Series for a good reason, because obviously they did racing in New Zealand and also here in Australia, so they went across the ditch and did their racing, and so that was a huge series. It was a Gold Star Series and a very important part of Australian motorsport history.
Certainly was, ran for many, many years before the F5000 iteration, of course. It's Jackie Stewart, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, they all came over to compete in the Tasman Series. All right, we are set to blast off on the run towards turn number 1. Who's going to win the drag race? Is it going to be Zazarin or Harris as we unleash the thunder down under?
Thunder it is. What a sound. They walk down the main straight again and pedal to the metal down there, and Zazarin will lead them through as you would expect. Harris on the inside, goes back to his normal second position.
No, that's
Crabtree.
Crabtree.
Yeah. David Crabtree's actually got underneath. Frank Harris, I should say.
So yeah, Crabtree, good start from him up from position number 4 on the grid, straight up to P2, of course, so there was nobody in alongside of him, with Walters having issues on the warm-up lap, and Splatters also come in. No surprises there. That car was splattering and spluttering on that second warm-up lap as well. That's why Dean Cam moved ahead of him. So drama there for the number 99 machine out there on the circuit. That's the March 732A, built back in 1973. The current president is Splatt, so that's a shame that he has not been able to take any further part in this one. But a good start from Dean Cam. He knows a big V8 powered car well, of course, racing in Victorian sports sedans for a good number of years behind the wheel of a Chevrolet Corvette. This a little bit different. Yeah, okay, it's a big V8 powered machine and it's pretty light, but it's certainly open wheeler would be a little bit different, sitting right slap bang in the centre of the car and having that engine right up behind you as well. Hemming in position number 4 in the Elfin MR8. He told me that the clutches are behaving a little bit better than what it was earlier on in the weekend. However, he's had some electrical dramas, and that's why he was slow in that last race, or wiring dramas, as he said to me, and it looks like they're rearing its head once again. So more, I think, wiring issues. He said to me, I'm going to send it out in the next race, but I do not know what's causing it or why it's happening. So yeah, unable to solve the problem there, and that's why he has lost a position to Carroll, who blasts on past and moves up into position number 5 in the field as Crabtree goes fully defensive down the inside line into turn number 2. Frank Harris has been second all weekend long, really. Early on in the weekend, he was challenged by Dean Cam, but now Crabtree is posing a serious threat to him, up in position number 2. But Harris, the veteran of Formula 5000 competition, is going to try and make his way past as soon as possible. He's been in the series for well over a decade. He loves this class, and he loves the car that he races, the Chevron B24, which won the British Formula 5000 series back in 1973, over 50 years ago, Mark.
Isn't that hard to believe? 50 years ago since these cars competed in national competition. So that's the Crabtree entry there, car number 15 in the March, as we just described. And you've got the Chevron B24 there, Frank Harris just behind him, so they're fighting it out there for second and third position. As we mentioned there, Robert Splatt in nice and early. You can see the car struggling to keep up with the starting procedure there just before he went in the pit, so definitely some issues with that car. No Jeff Waters, who didn't get a turn of lap in anger either. So just the 6 cars remaining on the track. And then the interest does lie here between David Crabtree and Frank Harris, second and third position. So they make their way down. So Crabtree still just taking the advantage as they come down the hill towards turn 17. And Harris a little bit closer under brakes there on the exit there of that turn. So he's done a great job just to hang on. And then it's a bit further back to Dean Cam, who elected to start from the back of the field.
Waving at the hands there. I'm not sure what that was about.
No,
pit straight.
I don't know what that was. I don't know if he was pouring a tear off or what he was doing there. Was not too sure what the issue was.
Either way, he's lost the lead. Second position into turn number 1. I don't think that front wing's sitting particularly straight either on the Crabtree car. It's certainly higher on this side than it is the other side. You can see it really well from that head-on shot down towards turn number 1, but the front wing's not quite sitting flat, shall we say. And certainly a lot lower on this side now. It's almost scraping along the racetrack down there. So that's not great to see, but he is still out there and running strongly at the moment. A man who's been racing for many, many decades in open wheel machinery back in the day, back in Formula 2, the Australian Formula 2 era, moved over and did a bit of speedway stuff, racing midgets of all things, and then these days back behind the wheel of open wheelers in historic Formula 5000. But he's working at the wheel down that back section of the circuit, and he's going to potentially lose out to Dean Cam here as well, who's
I think he's
catching him at a vast rate of knots.
I think he's got an issue. I think the hand up might have been a signal for the car behind him just to go past, because I think he might have a slight problem at the moment. So you can see he's now starting to fall back into the clutches of Dean Cam there quite quickly. So Frank Harris has got an issue at the moment. So David Crabtree's got the issue, not Frank Harris, other way around. So Dean Cam is now picking him up. So still circulating, but not quite as quick as what he once was.
I said it's lower on that side, the front wing's lower. I'm not sure if something's failed in the front corner of the machine. I'm not sure if that's why it's a bit lower. Either way, he's not moving too fast out there at the moment. Fast in relative terms. He's still absolutely flying, but compared to what he was doing, certainly something not quite right with that machine at the moment. He comes across the line, 2 minutes, 8 second lap time for him. So he's a couple of seconds away from what he's done previously, but he's certainly...
Yeah, you can see that front wing is hanging down. It looks like it's a little bit loose. It's just bouncing up and down there. So whether something's failed there, as you said, I'm not too sure what's going on there, but it's obviously worrying David quite a bit at the moment, so it's affecting the performance. So it's dropping back through the field. We have Rod Carroll not too far behind him either.
Yeah, 5 seconds the margin back to Carroll, and then we got Hemming a further 7 seconds beyond that, and time is very much ticking by at this point in time. Harris in position number 2, but I said earlier on, didn't I? Dean Cam comes home strong. He came home very strong in race number 1, and he's doing so once again from the tail of the grid. He's up to 3rd, fastest lap last time by. 2:03.8 was an entire second faster than Harris, who himself set his PB lap last time by. Well, if he gains another second at the end of this lap, the margin will be 1 second, and then that means it's 1 second with 1 lap to go. We're on for a photo finish potentially. So these two identical machines, both Chevron B24s, have been really glued at the hip for much of the weekend so far, and it looks like that is going to be the case once again here this afternoon. Fastest lap out in front with a huge margin, a 1:55.9 from Zazarin. That's one of the fastest laps he's set all weekend, and the fastest of the race by a huge margin. There's 9 seconds. I did have to check that twice. It is 9 seconds faster than these two behind. Just as I was saying, Cam's closing in. He has dropped back a little bit in the middle sector of the lap. That margin has just increased just a little bit. I just saw a kid there.
I saw the same thing.
His hands on ears as the cars come roaring past.
Well, give that kid some earmuffs.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Kids of his generation would not have seen these machines and wouldn't be used to such loud cars. They're used to these hybrid things on the road these days and driving around racing circuits. So, certainly an eye-opener for many of our young visitors to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Out in front, though, Zazarin is leading by a country mile, fitting at the country music festival that is the Bend Classic, brought to us by Burson Auto Parts. He's had some dominant victories already this weekend, but this looks like it might well be the most dominant of the lot. His lead is out to over half a minute as he flings it through the final couple of corners. This car ran in period back in the day in 1974 and 1975 in the US, racing at Long Beach and many other historic racing circuits. And out on the circuit at the moment, he's coming into the final sequence of corners. He won the US Championship a couple of years ago, did Zazarin, and he's doing great things back here on home shore. He comes around the final corner to take another victory. Is there one more to go? No, there's one more to go. He's snuck across the line. Yes, indeed he has. So my apologies.
All we can see there is the go-karts in the background at the moment. The margin is big, and here we go. Here's the two chevrons now locked together, as you did predict there, Dan. So here they come. So the battle of the chevrons in second and third position. So it's Harris and Cam in that order. They'll also get another lap as well.
Cam will be absolutely delighted. There's one more lap to go because we said with a couple more laps he'll just about catch up onto the tail of this car. Well, now he's on the tail and he's been given a bonus lap. So he's got 4.95 kilometres to try and make the difference. Try and move on through ahead of Harris, who goes defensive on the inside. But Dean Cam certainly showing the nose up the inside into turn number one. He just wasn't close enough on that particular occasion. But you know what? He is now for the rest of the lap. He is right in there, right in the fight to take second position away as he gets on the power and roars out to turn number three. It looks to me like Harris was more comfortable through the first sector, and he has stretched that margin just a little bit. But these two have been the highlight all weekend long so far. While Zazarin's taken off into the distance, there's been a good couple of battles behind, but this really has been the pick of the battles with these two in their identical chevrons. He plummets down the hill through 7, 8, 9 and 10. He's got just half a lap to go to hold on to position number 2. But Zazarin, that leads now to 37 seconds. It'll probably be 3/4 of a minute at the end of this, the final lap. And we have received confirmation this time that it is the final lap of the race. Zazarin, this car's actually for sale at the moment. He won't be doing too many more meetings in this car. And that's a shame because boy, oh boy, can he drive it. He takes race number 3 of the weekend in traditional dominant fashion. A superb performance once again from the New South Welshman in his Lola T332.
So this is second position now for Frank Harris and Dean Cam. In fact, Dean's actually dropped off the back there of Harris, so it looks like it'll be another second position for Frank Harris for the weekend. And in fact, he's got a nice margin between him and Dean Cam at the moment, so Dean has been trying hard, but unfortunately has dropped off the back of that race car. So it will be Frank Harris to come across in second position, and then we go back to Dean Cam, the Victorian, back there in third position. And David Crabtree, I think, might have some problems. It certainly hasn't got the original pace that it had earlier.
Indeed, he comes around the final corner, and he's a good handful of seconds. Even the rear wing now is shaking, so I think there's some failure, maybe an upright or something like that, that's causing the car to shake quite violently, that's caused the front wing to slightly move, and it looks to me like that was a really vibratory ride, shall we say. It didn't look too smooth. And on the final lap as well, Hemming made his way past the number 43 machine of Carroll. So I'm not sure what happened there to Carroll on the final lap, but the other Lola, the T140, falling down to 6th right at the end there for Rod. So there are the results then from that one. Paul Zazarin taking a truly dominant race victory. Frank Harris, he certainly had the questions asked by Dean Cam. Cam posed all of the questions, but Harris had all of the answers to take position number 2. Their battle will resume later on today. David Crabtree finishing in 4th position, and then a last late-minute change with Hemming stealing 5th place from Carroll right at the death. Hopefully Walters and Splatt can get their machines fixed up and ready for the 4th race later on, but it is a very, very short turnaround for the historic Formula 5000s. Their 4th and final race of the weekend will be at 3:15, so that is just over an hour and a half from now, so about 100 minutes. Clock is ticking to get those cars back out. Look at the wind. This is the strongest it's been now all weekend long. We're going to take a break in commentary. On the other side of this, historic touring cars, the over 2 litres for their penultimate race, and then from there on all of the categories have their final race of the weekend, including the National Sports Sedans. We'll be back shortly.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the 4-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Unleash, the off-street drag meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
My name's Adam Smith and I'm here driving the number 69 XW Falcon. I've owned it for probably 7 years now. It was originally built by a local Trevor G back in 2004, I believe, and he raced it up until 2016. And I bought the car from there and developed it from there. So it's an old original Group N car. Like it's not a full rotisserie built race car. It was originally a road car in the ACT, and Trevor bought it over from there, and he put the roll cage in it, and started racing it. But like I said, there's been quite a lot of development gone into the car since Trev had it, and it's as soon as we go, everything's going in the right direction.
Okay, over 2 litre historic touring cars are making their way out onto the track. So this is now race 3 for the weekend, over 6 flying laps. So let's see how they line them up here as the cars make their way out. Quite warm conditions out there. They're a night at the moment, so the sun is certainly shining, but there's a lot of wind out there.
Yep, you'll be loving it if you had the washing on the line today, because it'll be dry at Tailem Bend in about 5 minutes. Very blowy here, but of course yesterday we had all the racing cancelled at a certain point, so none of the historic touring cars hit the grid for a race yesterday with the storm and the lightning flicking around, but we've had clear skies today, but very breezy though, and some of these cars do feel a bit of the wind as they're going around this 4.95 kilometre track. So coming up, race 3 for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic touring cars. And the man that won the race earlier today was Aldo De Paoli in the Chevy Camaro. He held out Jamie Tilley. Very interesting race towards the end, though, there, Mark, with Jamie Tilley getting right on his tail. Made a little bit of a boo-boo, and that allowed Aldo to scoot away for the win.
Good to see Brad Tilley up close as well, so that's going to be an interesting race, as long as Nia Mewett as well got himself up into 4th position in that previous race. Ben Wilkinson and Jason Hummel dropped back a couple of positions. Then we go back to Adam Smith to South Australia, Michael Hibbert in 8th position. Then we go back to Andrew Beard, Glenn Miles, second of the Chargers there, Pete Mamulin in the all-black Mustang, Ray Hepburn in the fastback Mustang, Rob James in the Capri, Keith Davison in the Valiant Pacer, We're back to Gary Fymore, Evan Goble back there in the first of the XU1 Tiranas.
Graham Wakefield next in the Mustang number 88. Then Chris Stern in the Mustang. Robert Smith in the XU1. That's not Robert Smith, the lead singer of The Cure. That's South Australia's own Robert Smith. And he'll start alongside Bill Trengrove in the red Mustang number 64. Brett Hodgkin in the number 4 Falcon alongside Nathan Gordon. Yet another issue with the throttle on that number 45 Holden Manara. So keep an eye on the big blue machine number 45 starting out of grid 2. And Leo Tobin and Andrew Gervin on the 12th row of the grid.
And that's it. So that's the full field of 24 cars run through there. So interesting. I'm interested to see how Brad Tilley goes here a little bit closer up.
Brad has a new set of tyres under that number 28 Ford Mustang. Was running on some older ones in the earlier races, so you really have to juggle your tyre usage throughout the weekend. As I mentioned earlier, a maximum of 4 new tyres and 4 used tyres are allowed over the course of the race meeting. So a real juggling act for these guys. Quite long race distance here, 4.95 kilometres for the lap and 6 laps, so it's quite a journey.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is, of course, on we call the international circuit here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and it is the same course that the supercars run on, which we saw here last month. And cars making their way around to the field. It's been great racing. There's been lots of little battle packs developing throughout the field. The two Tillies now will sit alongside of each other on the grid. We don't actually sit alongside of each other on this grid anymore because it is now a staggered grid.
Yeah, quite unique that. We don't see that quite that level of staggering in a lot of grids, but a lot safer, of course.
It's a bit like F1 style, of course. That's exactly how they start off the grid. That round in Mexico is actually happening at this very moment. Anyway, we'll go back to some good old-fashioned tin top racing here in Australia, and this, of course, will be race number 3 for historic touring cars over 2 litre. So all the big boys come out to play. Good to see, as we mentioned before, the 2 groups split into different groups. Haven't seen that previously at the Ben Classic, so it's good seeing them. Certainly with the bigger numbers, it certainly does help.
Green flag for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic touring cars. Race 3, the 269 pony cars on the front row of the grid. De Paoli in the Camaro on your left of screen. Look at the start from Jason Humble in the Mazda. Jamie Tilley in the black Mustang on the right of your screen. Ian Hewitt was also well away. Brad Tilley in the white Mustang will almost lead into turn 1 for the first time off the second row of the grid. Brad Tilley takes the lead from De Paoli in the Camaro. Then it's Jamie Tilley and Ben Wilkins in the silver Mustang, number 189. Mark, what a start from Brad Tilley.
Cracking start. Got through beautifully. Jason Humble trying to see Jason Humble again trying to split the pair. He gets up behind. He's been doing that in most of his races. And he goes back to 5th position, but it's still on here. So it's Brad Tilley and Aldo De Paoli are the front 2 at the moment. So it's early model Mustang and Camaro to battle out down to the first time down there to turn 6. And back, so up the climb they go up to turn 7, then they'll go to the drop-off over the top of 8. Very difficult any passing opportunities in this section of the track. You really are leaning completely down to the right-hand side of the steering wheel. Doesn't matter because it was wholly there just behind Brad Tilley in that camera shot. Obviously the car has got a much more better pace probably than Brad Tilley. But the next trick is he's got to try and get around him. And you can see it's also falling into Jamie's hands as well.
Yeah, a lot larger capacity for the car. Second in the shot here, the number 96 Camaro of De Paoli. 350 Chev versus the 289 Windsor-powered Mustang of Brad Tilley. Jamie Tilley, as Mark mentioned, really starting to come into the picture now. That black 69 Ford Mustang, number 9. So Aldo's in that position where he's trying to attack, but he's also having to defend. But he has the younger Tilley right behind him.
And you can see how that works. You get that little bit of a break from the leader there as well, while De Paoli does put that defensive hat on at the moment. Oh, it gets wide up on the inside curve there at 72, if you don't mind. He really has clobbered that curve there. Only a little bit of a brake lock as well. So he's feeling the heat there from Jamie Tilley, no doubt.
Sideways for DePaoli, come on to the front straight as he pursues Brad Tilley. So it's Mustang, Camaro, a Mustang. Emu holding down fourth at the moment, although Ben Wilkinson has just rounded him up, in fact, in his silver Mustang. DePaoli round the outside, nips the brake, goes very deep. That might allow Jamie Tilley up into second. DePaoli keeps the boot in. Tilley goes into second place, so Aldo will be very frustrated with that, trying very hard, so we know he's sinking the boot in. But Mark slipping back to third place.
He was out in the grass a bit longer than what he would have liked there. And obviously Jamie Tilley takes the opportunity and gets himself up into second position. So it gives Brad a nice little break there at the moment up the front. And here we go, DePaoli again trying to recorrect himself around a little bit wide there at turn 6.
Good battle here between Chris Stern in the Mustang number 90 in front of Glenn Miles in that mustard-coloured Charger. Miles sticking the nose up inside the Mustang. A very neat pass by Glenn Miles, the Victorian, in the E49 Charger.
Nice pass. There is always a big passing opportunity depending on how you are on the brake pedal down there at 6. But that's a good mark. So he picks up that position for Miles, brings him inside the top 10.
The second of the Chargers, we have Michael Hibbert a little bit further up the road in that magenta-coloured example, number 71. So Hibbert having a strong run in front of, well, just behind Jason Humble, I should say, in that Mazda number 2.
Nathan Gordon too. So he's picked up quite a few positions and gets himself up into 13th position.
There he's on screen right now, starting to attack his good mate Chris Stern. Gordon twice has had issues with the throttle cable with that number 45 Holden Monaro, the HQ, with a big 350 Chev under the bonnet, really starting to put the pressure on Chris Stern in the Mustang number 90.
Coming around the top there it is.
And through.
And he got him too, so that picks him up to another position and it gets him up into inside the top 10. That should be 9th position. So that's where he is at the moment. Where are we? It hasn't really corrected yet, but that's exactly where he should be.
Jamie Tilley looking for a move on Dad as they head down to turn 1. Aldo Pioli almost making it 3 wide, getting very deep under brakes. Again, locks up the brake and runs wide.
Done exactly the same thing as he did on the previous lap.
Well, he's not going home wondering, is he, Aldo?
No,
he's
that's
really,
right.
really having a go. Great to watch.
It's a bit like how late can I go on the brake pedal here? And probably not quite that late. Now we're going to replay what's happening here. That's the Gordon entry. That's
very
the
nice
pass.
Yeah, very nice pass there from Nathan Gordon.
Certainly used plenty of the track there too, if you don't mind.
Well, it's a HQ. It's pretty wide, so it needs a lot of track to make any sort of manoeuvre. Very neat pass on Chris Stern in the Mustang is Jamie Tilley.
The lead car. So here's the battle of the Tilleys up the front here. Old man Brad and son Jamie there. And they are the lead too. Obviously, Jamie with a little bit more CCs in that car. But the next thing is you've got to get past old man Brad at the moment. We know what fierce competitor he is.
Well, Brad's taught Jamie a lot. I'm just wondering if he's left a little bit in the tank. You'll have to find out for yourself, Junior.
We'll have to find out. So the two Mustangs locked together down the back part of the circuit. And the pass looks like it's about to be done. So a change of the lead, and that's turn 13. So he gets himself in the better track position there, Jamie, on the inside of the next corner. And he'll get himself up to the front there quite comfortably.
Fastest lap, no surprise there for Jamie Tilley on that lap where he took the race lead at 2:10.5 versus a 2:10.9 for Brad Tilley.
And that's the Hodgkin entry there.
Brett Hodgkin, the number 4 Falcon, in front of Rob Smith in the Tirana number 125, the local traditional Falcon versus Tirana battle that we saw into the early 70s in Australian touring car racing.
And they're a little bit further back, in fact, 21st and 22nd position. They're a lot further back in the field there. They've only got a couple of other cars behind them. Here we go again. Here they are at it again.
DePaoli
around the outside.
So wonder what's happened there to Jamie Tilley. He's back to third place now. Nipped a break as well. So just in that split second we were all looking away, our race leader has dropped back to third, Mark.
Yeah, so Brad Tilley back in front. So whether he's made a slight error, we're not too sure. So he's gone from first to third position in that short part of the track. And now they head down to the sweeper and head for the braking markers to turn 6. Now, this is there is passing opportunities here if you get it right. And around the outside, DePauli, that's probably not where you want to be. And that's good defensive driving, actually, for a race leader there, Brad Tilley. Didn't give him too much opportunity there whatsoever. Now they go up, and as it tightens up here, it's very difficult to go side by side here.
Good move.
Oh, that's a solid move there for DePauli.
Into the race lead, uses that grunt of the 350 Chev to get up the inside of Brad Tilley, who now has his mirror full again of Jamie. Here we see a replay on screen now of what happened to our former race leader, Jamie Tilley, just going a little bit deep.
And that was Deja after. So just that over the top of the curb there at 17.
Just lose a heap of momentum, don't you, Mark, once you run wide. There really compromises your run onto the final corner and onto this long front straight.
So that 4 or 6 at the moment. So DePauli again, as we saw him take the last race victory. And now Brad Tilley there, with son Jamie behind him. They've already done this a bit through the race, trying to hold out his son there at the moment.
Deja vu all over again.
It certainly is. And under brakes at 17 again. Mostly Jamie gets it a little bit more correct this time. He does. Has it in a nice straight line. Gives it a good opportunity actually down to the next corner. And what's he done there at the moment? Actually, Brad's gone a little bit wide, and in fact Jamie did the same thing. He actually followed him through. Did exactly the same thing. So now they'll put the foot down and go to the fastest part of the circuit and the heaviest braking marker of the circuit of this section.
Jamie Tilley up the inside of Brad Tilley.
He did it quite easily there under brakes. So it gets him up into second position there, Jamie. And Father Brad just drops back into third position. DePauli now just gets a nice little break too, while the two Tilley boys are there were trying to sort each other out. And, that's Adam Smith.
So the local in the very quick Falcon, usually a front runner here in South Australia. Unfortunately, blotted his copybook there. Coming on to the front straight, Adam always leaves nothing on the table, and unfortunately, he's come a cropper, but rejoins, and he's lost many positions now, Mark.
Not too sure he did that on his own or what the situation there was, but now he's got to try and recover. He's now behind the Davison entry there in the Value Pacer. So I can't see any evident marks on that car, so I suggest that he's probably looped it himself.
Yeah, all the way down now in 17th place. Adam Smith in the white XW Falcon, number 69.
Leo Tobin also in the pits, I've just noticed. So what's happened here, this will tell us. And
there's Adam.
There he is right in the front of that pack there. Graham Wilkinson just avoids any contact there. So Brett Hotchkin there in the number 4 Falcon. Currently in 22nd position. He's still got Rob Swift behind him. In fact, that's a position change. It was around the other way in the previous lap.
Rob getting very close now, hanging on to the Falcon. Up ahead is Evan Goebel in the number 7 XU1. Beautifully presented car as usual from Evan Goebel, the number 7 machine, as Hodgkin continues to fight off Rob Smith in the Tirana.
Evan actually started off his historic racing career on an EH Holden. And
now Jamie Tilley.
Oh, here we go.
So,
all right.
Getting past DePauli and this battle with only a lap to go. Jamie Tilley once again out in front.
So what can they do? They're side by side down to turn 1 again. This is the final lap. So Jamie Tilley on the inside. DePauli around the outside just backs out there a little bit.
Two pony cars almost standing on their nose with that very late braking as the Camaro tries to put a move on that Ford Mustang. DePauli runs wide. That may just thwart his chances of taking the win here.
Let's have a look at this replay. And DePauli there was a bit wide there, so that's the reason. That was the overtake there and the opportunity down there at turn 18. So DePauli a little bit wider of the curb there once again at turn 7. He's not the first one to do that.
And won't be the last. Starting to regain a little bit of track position, but still may not be close enough to Jamie Tilley to snatch the victory away.
Nathan Gordon's just pitted too, unfortunately, for the Monaro there.
If that throttle spring has come off again, I'm going to get very angry, Mark.
Yeah. So he hasn't had much of a weekend, has he?
Nope.
He's been trying, but just been plagued with that issue again. Okay, so it is Jamie Tilley. This is the final lap. Just a few more corners to contend with. And that's 13 at the moment, so just 5 more corners. And it's got to pinch a nice little margin too there from DePauli after his slight indiscretion on the previous lap.
Fastest lap in this race too on that tour there, Mark, on the 5th lap at 209.3. So Jamie Tilley saving a little bit perhaps with the tyres and brakes, which he acknowledged he needed to do to make the car fast at the business end of the race, and he's done that exactly here, heading towards a race win over the Camaro of Aldo Di Paoli.
And he'll come around to collect another checkered flag there, and gets around to Di Paoli there in second position.
Great drive from Jamie Tilley. What a drive also from Aldo in second place. Left nothing on the table at all, nor did Brad Tilley in the Mustang. This battle between Hodgkin and Smith, Mark, has been going all race. It's still Falcon versus Tirana. Smith gets through on this last lap on Hodgkin, and he's not far behind the number 7 XU1 of fellow South Australian Evan Goebel.
Yeah, Goebel there under the threat now. The battle of the 2 XU1s. We don't have a lot of XU1s here this weekend, so it's good to see them locked together at the moment. So going across the line, Tilley's gone through, DePaoli, Brad Tilley, Ian Mewett in 4th position. Ben Wilkins, Jason Humble finished up in 6th again, and Michael Hibbert inside the top 7 there in the Charger. They've all gone through. And looking at the 64 car there of Trengrove.
Chris Stern just beats home the number 43 Mustang of Pete Muleman. Andrew Beard inside the top 10 again in his Chev Camaro.
Here's the 2 South Australian Tirana drivers.
They're attacking the Mustang of Bill Trengrove. The final few corners of this 3rd race for the Construct Tyre over 2 litre historic touring car. So Bill Trengrove in the NB Spec Mustang, trying to keep out those 2 XU1s of Goebel and Smith with 2 corners to go.
And Smith on the inside there to get his fellow South Australian driver, and I think he's done it.
Rob Smith, what a move. Can Goebel fight back as they head towards a checkered flag? Well, Rob Smith turned it on this last couple of laps, and he'll beat home Evan Goebel to be the first of the XU1s home.
And they're back in 19th and 20th position. And Brett Hodgkin there in 21st, just behind them there in the Falcon. And that's all she wrote. We lost Nathan Gordon a couple of laps ago, and Leo Tobin finished up with only 3 laps completed.
Don't forget, folks, we'll have one more race for the Construct Tyre over 2 litre historic touring cars. That will close out the racing action this year at around 4:20 p.m. this afternoon.
So the official results there. So it is Jamie Tilley, Aldo Di Paoli, Brad Tilley, Ian Mewett, Ben Wilkinson, Jason Humble, Michael Hibbert, Andrew Beard, Glenn Miles, running out the top 10 there, Chris Stern. Back there in the Mustang, Pete Muleman, then Ray Hepburn, Graham Wakefield, Gary Finamore, Keith Davison, Adam Smith, who had a spin in that race, then Rob James, Bill Trengrove, we just saw with Roll Smith and Evan Goebel at the rear of the field. So he lost a couple of positions there. And as I mentioned there, Brett Hodgkin and Nathan Gordon failed to finish that race, as well as Leo Tobin. And we didn't see any Andrew Gervin at all in that race in the green XU1 Tirana. So I'm not too sure what the issue was there.
Don't go anywhere, folks, because very shortly we will have the National Sports Sedans, the big bangers.
Yeah, so this will be their final race, race 3 for the weekend. So stick around if you want to hear something extremely loud and fast, just like it has been all weekend, and we'll be back once again in just a few moments.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Bull the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
So much action here over the last few months, including the AirTouch 500 at the Bend. And what a race that was. Went the way, of course, of Brody Kostecki and Todd Hazelwood. They didn't have such luck at Bathurst a couple of weekends ago. But speaking of V8 supercars, up next we have the sports sedans, and there is a familiar V8 supercar towards the tail end of that field, being driven by Bernie Stack. We had a chat to him earlier on in the weekend to tell us a bit about the vehicle.
Bernie Stack. I'm a local driver, local businessman. Been racing cars now for about 50 years. Started with Formula V, then Formula Ford. We did some off-road racing as well for 8 years. My first Bathurst was in 1977 and a Volkswagen. And I thought, I'm not going back again without a V8. So we went back to Bathurst in 82 and I raced V8s for a few years on and off. This particular car here was a Gibson Motorsport built car, the last one that they built for Gary Rogers, for Greg Murphy to race. All in original condition, and we bought it to try and keep it in that condition. And we bought it from a collector who bought it from Gary Rogers at the end of the 2000 Bathurst, and in that particular race they came third. So it's got good history. It's got a logbook up to date. And it's a bit of hard work around here because I haven't driven this track before, but it's a great car to drive. It's got great brakes. It looks really good. Still got the Kmart livery on from when it was raced back in the late 90s and 2000. And there's a heritage category now that it might fit into. It's 25 years old, so there is heritage touring cars, but unfortunately they couldn't come to this meeting. Otherwise we would have had a bigger field. So to give us a run, they put us in with the sports sedans.
And there he is out there on the racetrack, a man that's been around this sport for many, many decades, as he was alluding to, and really cool to have him here as part of the series this weekend. Was set to be in heritage touring cars, but instead in this category, national sports sedans. And here is the grid. Tim Slade will be starting from pole position. He's got 2 from 2 so far this weekend, but I think he will be challenged by both of those behind in this one. Steve Tomasi really inherited second position in the last race. He finished on the road in position position number 3 after an off-track excursion midway through the race. However, Brad Shields got a 5-second penalty, and I was correct at the time. It was for starting not quite in line. He was jinking out to the right-hand side, not in the grid formation, and that is why he copped a 5-second penalty, which demoted him to 3rd in that bright red Fiat. Steve Lacey will start from 4th, the red IRC car ahead of the bright green machine of John Hollinger. Ash Jarvis in the Monaro will start from position number 6. Ryan Humphrey from 7th. Michael Robinson from position number 8 on the grid. And then beyond that, we have Matt Sims in his BMW, Michael Barch in the very fast Toyota 86, Bernie Stack in the Commodore, and Miles Bond in the RX-8. Unfortunately, Jeremy Davidson will not be starting this one, unfortunately. Rolling start for the National Sports Sedans. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me, Martin Ancaro has remained in the box. We're really looking forward to bringing you this one. It's been 2 scintillating encounters already. This will be absolutely no different, I can promise you of that. The question is, can they dethrone Tim Slade? Shields and Slade were separated in fastest lap terms by just 100th of a second earlier on today. If he can get past Tomasi, I think he could very well be a match for Tim Slade. But let's see what happens. We got 13 minutes on the clock. We're about to let them rip here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Look at Shields right up behind Tim Slade. He's made a good start as well. He's already up the inside of Tomasi. But look at Lacey. He's going defensive on the inside in 4th, but John Hollinger still having a look up the inside. Oh, big lock up for Lacey. Can he get it stopped? Will he hit Tomasi? He has. Yes. He has. Tomasi was able to correct it. Only 3 wide. Oh, Jarvis in the middle spins around Lacey. 3 into 1 does not go, and around goes the Innovation race car. That was really awkward down there at turn number 2.
Oh, he's got some panel damage too.
Got some damage to the skirt. Oh, and Tomasi's got a puncture. The right rear's gone, and around he goes. Around he goes, and he's going to hit the wall. No,
oh, yes, he has.
I thought he was going to escape there for a moment, but he just touches the wall with the front nose. What a shame for him. P2 in both of the races so far, and let's not forget the championship leader. So that is crucial points that will go begging as we've gone safety car already. No surprises there. But what a dramatic start to that race. Lacey spinning around, Tomasi spinning around. Contact at turn number 2, 3 wide. No doubt, the reason for the safety car. But out in front, the top 2 unaware of what action unfolded behind. Oh, Martin Ancaro, that was something.
That was pretty tough, trying to get those 3 cars down into turn 2. And someone had to get them unglued there, and unfortunately Steve Lacey the first. And unfortunately that's punctured Steve Tomasi's tyre, and that's thrown him off. Once you get out in that grass area too, at that speed, it's just going to slide you into the concrete barrier down the other side. And I've seen it happen a few times.
There's been a bit of confusion further down the field. Miles Bond, I think, was overtaking under safety car. He's led a couple back through, so a bit of confusion further down. So they might, stewards, just have to make sure everybody is in the right order before we get things underway. If they don't, they'll just probably slap them with a hefty penalty. That is a huge no-no in motorsport under safety car conditions, which has been deployed for, as the name would suggest, for safety. Overtaking under those conditions is a huge no-no. And for the first time this weekend in the sports sedans, the safety car has been deployed. In fact, across all categories, it's been so clean, so green throughout, and a real shame that it's come to this right at the end of this one. And great to see so many different machines, a great field of sports sedans competitors here this weekend. This is something a bit different, the big old Falcon. Of course, we've got a couple of Monaros out there at the V8 supercar as well. And of course, he did mention the name Gary Rogers. We'll come on to that in a moment. Let's have a look then at this replay. So, Lacey locked up, understeered into Tomasi. Tomasi saved it, but Jarvis went through the middle of the pair of them and then damaged both Lacey's right rear and Tomasi's right rear, and also spun Lacey. So Jarvis certainly poking the nose in where it was not welcome by his competitors, and then this was the damage, the right rear letting go for Tomasi, which spun him all the way around and just nosed in to the wall, unfortunately there. What a heartbreak for him. The championship leader has made it back into the pit lane, which is good news. If they can repair this and send him back out, any finishing position will be good points for his championship. The man who has finished on the podium in all but one race so far this season. It looks like it could be two, though, in this one. But I did want to come on to the point. Gary Rogers Motorsport, of course, famous for fielding Monaros, the 24-hour winning cars, winning both editions, fielded by Gary Rogers. Of course, we lost the great man Gary Rogers earlier on.
That's one of his old cars out there as well. That's a Gary Rogers repair car. We heard that earlier. Sorry, Dan.
No, all good. Yeah, I was going to say a real gentleman of the sport, always gave young kids a chance. Boy, oh boy, has he brought through some youth in his time. If we look back to the early noughties, Garth Tander, Jason Bargwana, he gave Jamie Whincup his first shot in V8 supercars. In more recent times, of course, Scott McLaughlin, James Golding, but even some that aren't in supercars now, the likes of Nathan Hearn, Jordan Cox, who are doing well in Trans Am machinery at the moment. He's just given so many people over so many decades a real shot at a victory in supercars. Always fielded front-running machines, did Gary Rogers, and I have to say sorry to the Rogers family, and yes, we are sincerely missing the late Gary Rogers.
Lights out here. Safety car has switch the lights off. We'll get a pretty quick restart here. Obviously, with Steve Tomasi coming back on his own steam, so no recovery vehicle needed. So it is going to be Slade, and now with Brad Shields right up behind him this time around on the restart. Well, Ash Jarvis has actually fared pretty well from after that indiscretion, after splitting the other two and knocking them out of the race. So there might be some interesting talks in the stewards room after this race about that, I would have thought.
Here they come then around the final corner. We're set for a restart. Tim Slade is as soon as he put the foot to the floor. The rear end squatted down and he has roared away. The R34 has absolutely bolted ahead of Shields. It's too wide further back though. Robinson up the inside of Barch for position number 5 and makes it stick even before they get to the braking zone. Oh no, the South Aussie is in too deep. He's in too wide. And the 86 also loses out to Humphrey as well. So that was a shame for him. He was saying to me he has been suffering with understeer a bit this weekend. That wasn't understeer, that was just a case of in too little, too late on the brakes.
Yeah, it certainly was. Gave Ryan Humphrey, the West Australian, went straight through there in the XE Falcon. And now, all of a sudden, Michael Bart's has got Matt Sims behind him in the 6-litre BMW. I think we nearly got the pass done there too, so they're going to go side by side up the climb there to try and up to turn 7. Someone's going to have to back out there because you're not going to go through there too wide. And in fact, Sims has done it there. Got through there as clean as a whistle to pick up that position.
Barch got a whole armful of that understeer that I was just talking about midway through the hairpin, which bowled him well wide.
Steve Lacey's back out there too.
Had to come right out of the throttle. So that's why he lost the position as they head on through turn number 12. Barch has been competing in the South Australian sports sedans for a number of years, and he said to me yesterday he's potentially looking at doing a few Victorian rounds next year. I'm sure he'll be very welcome over there. They have a great field in Victoria of sports sedans, but he's being hounded at the moment by the recovering Steve Lacey, who of course was caught up in that drama at turn number 2 early on in this race, and he's moving it straight to the inside, late on the brakes, and he moves on through. That was with relative ease. How many can Lacey pick off before the end of this race? He's got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go at the end of this final race for the Hollinger National Sports Sedans.
So Steve Lacey gets away from Michael Barch, and is that Steve Tomasi back out there?
Certainly
Good job. Good job of the crew down there to get that wheel changed. and obviously straightened up a bit of the bodywork too that would have been pretty much damaged on the front end of that car, the contact with the wall. Oh, it's got a bit of rear end damage too from that earlier indiscretion too from Ash Jarvis, and there he goes through from John Hollinger down through the sweeper. So actually Jarvis is now up into third position in front of John Hollinger, so that's third and fourth position on track at the moment in the Innovation race car that makes its way through.
I really was looking forward this weekend, seeing the return of Darren Hossack, the multiple-time National Sports Sedan Series winner, was set to make a return after a decade away in the John Goulet-prepared Audi A4, but sadly that thing caught a light on Friday in practice, and that did him out for the rest of the weekend. Hopefully that machine is repaired in time for the final round of the series, which takes place at Phillip Island, the Phillip Island Magic, a fantastic event. So that's in around about a month's time, I think, just over a month, and that'll be brought to you on the screens of Blendline TV as well. So if you're enjoying this, make sure you tune in to that coverage from Phillip Island in a few weeks' time, November 31 to 23. So make sure you tune in to the last round of the Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans. It's on further forward. Here we go. He could go 3 wide. Surely Lacey's not going to go for 2. No, he thinks better of it. Robinson's not going to give this one over, though. In fact, he runs in a little bit too deep, but he's still able to hold off Sims. They've all compromised their exits, so I think Lacey was the only one with any relative reasonable exit. Out of the final corner they come. Who's got the straight line advantage? It looks like Robinson. Look at the margin that the Monaro's pulled, and he's going to be followed through by Lacey. There might be a 6-litre engine under the bonnet of that BMW, but he has been absolutely torn to pieces down the pit straight there. He had no answer to either of the cars that he was fighting against, but this now is where the BMW comes into its own in this section of the circuit. Lacey's moving forwards, isn't he? Where can he get through on Robinson? This is for P6, so it's been a very solid recovery, and there's still time to move further forwards as well. He shows the nose. Robinson's leaving him some room. Good stuff there. Nice racecraft from Robinson. He knows Lacey's faster. His fight really is with Matt Sims in the BMW, so let the Mustang-bodied car through and get back on with your own motor race in the fight that really you have a realistic chance of achieving.
He basically brings the two sports sedans back together. And so Robinson there from Matt Sims, the Albury-based race car driver from New South Wales. And of course the Victorian there, Michael Robertson, the director of the series. And they're actually fighting it out for position 6. Well, actually 7 at the moment. Back a little bit further back. Super cool race cars. The reworks entry there of Michael Robertson. Been competing in national sports sedans for quite some time. And the Victorian champ as well. Goes back down. And Sims on his tail this time around. So he's looking for a pass here.
He's hooked
down across
nicely
there at 16. And it puts him in good stead at 17. And gets him past beautifully. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. So now he picks up that position.
That was all set up through the fishbowl. He took a really nice line to open up turn 16. Got a great run through the flat-out right-hander, and it enabled him to get quickly to the inside and move up into the tight turn number 17. So that was set up several corners earlier, but down the straight, Robinson fights back late on the brakes as the Monaro, and he's back through, but has he been able to pull it up? You bet he has. He run a little bit wide just at the end, and bang, back comes the BMW, back up the inside, and back up into position number 7. What a tussle. He's back through, though, and now he's got to try and break away. The middle sector is where the BMW really has its benefits. The middle sector, the fast sweeping corners. He's got to try and pull away from the Monaro now before they get back onto pit straight again next lap.
That's what he's going to do. He takes full total advantage here. Up the climb there to turn 7. He's pitched a nice gap down through this section. But it's the open straights is where Michael Robertson will come into the fray, as he just described there, Dan. So then the back part of the circuit down through turn 10. And they come, so that's Ryan Humphrey. You know, he's got Steve Lacey behind him. Also with a much faster race car. One of the innovation race cars in the field. And the old school XE Falcon there, Ryan Humphrey from Western Australia. He's already been to this track already today, come in and compete in the South Australian Motor Racing Series as a part of the SA Sports Sedan Series here last month. So he's made the journey back across the Nullarbor again. That's the problem with being based in Perth. There's a lot of driving and transport involved.
Certainly is.
But Steve Lacey is going on his hammer at the moment, and I reckon Ryan will probably just let him go through. As we get towards the end of this race, only not too much more to go. Might get another lap in here. Well, it looks like Tim Slade's opened up.
No, he
hasn't opened up a much. I just haven't seen him because Shields is now right on his hammer. I just looked up at the timing screen there and saw how close it was.
Last time by, Slade was 4 seconds slower, and that's why the margins come down, and Shields goes all the way around the outside. A huge move if he can pull it off, and he's got the traction out of the corner as well. What a pass later on the brakes around the outside and takes the race lead. Shields, you superstar, what a move.
Now can he hold on to it? That's the thing, this is the final lap. So Brad Shields in the 999 Fiat 124. Well, we thought this Slade car, the Race Tech R34, was going to be just about unbeatable weekend, but once they've actually sorted this problem out with Brad Shields' rear end, not his rear end, but the car's rear end, we've just confirmed that right. And they did a massive amount of work. They had to find some machinery and get some machine work done on that car to get it. They've had a lot of work to do on the Saturday to get that car back together, and it's doing a great job at the moment. The car certainly is very fast.
I think Slade's got a problem.
He must have an issue. That car's a brand new car too for the Race Tech Performance crew, and of course from Brad Sheriff. He's a good get-together of cars. Now, that's a checkered flag. So, victory there from Brad Shields. Well, that's a very exciting victory. The last race of the weekend for National Sports Sedans. And it's done it the hard way. He's finally got there. It's been a tough weekend. But you take the victory any way you can, and he's done that beautifully. One of Tim Slade's got an issue. He'll take up second position. And then we go back to Ash Jarvis and Hollinger just behind them. Now here's Steve Lacey on the inside of Matt Sims. That's another position change to sixth position. I think Sims...
No, that was Lacey trying to move through, but they've changed on this lap. So Lacey was ahead at one point, but now Sims has got back through, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. It's going to be millimetres in it, but it goes the way of Sims by just 1/10 of a second. Very, very tight between those two. So Lacey dropping back late on in that one behind Robinson and Sims. So he did all the hard work. He got right on the tail of Humphrey and then dropped back again. So not sure what happened to Lacey on the final tour. Disaster for him around the final lap. The same can be said for Tim Slade. Almost a perfect weekend for him. Pole position, race victory in race 1 and the fastest lap, race victory in race number 2. However, with just a lap to go, there were problems. It's been suffering with a bit of overheating throughout the weekend, but they've been able to nurse it home. And I think that might be what has been the limiting factor on the final lap. And speaking of limiting factors, well, this is certainly not a healthy-looking Calibra, is it? There's panel damage all over it, but fortunately, that's all it is. Just bodywork, just cosmetic stuff. He'll give it a bit of cosmetic surgery before the next round, and he'll get that back out on the racetrack in a bid to take the 2025 title. So it's going to be valuable points anyway, despite finishing 2 laps down for Stephen Tomasi. The 2018 national champion is looking to take his second crown this year, and although he's taken a bit of a hit there in the final race, points-wise, he does hold a comfortable buffer going into the final round of the season at Phillip Island. He pulls to the inside of the circuit as we look at the finishing order. So Shields taking it on the final lap with a brilliant move around the outside of Tim Slade at the turn 6 hairpin. The 2-time Supercars race winner couldn't do anything about that and seemed to be nursing some problems late on in that race. We suspect overheating. Ash Jarvis finished finished in position number 3, although there may be a little bit of an asterisk over that one with the turn 2 incident on the opening lap. John Hollinger finished just behind in position number 4. He'll be racing an innovation race car at Winton next weekend. He beat home Ryan Humphrey, Michael Robinson, Matt Sims, Steve Lacey finishing in P8. He'd have certainly wanted more from that one. Michael Barch, the South Australian, beating home Miles Bond. So 2 South Aussies rounding out the top 10 in what was a hugely dramatic final race for the National Sports Sedan Series. Beyond that, outside of the top 10, we had Bernie Stack in position number 11. Steve Tomasi did finish, albeit 2 laps down, although he might not be classified because I'm not sure he's completed enough of the race, and I'm actually seeing recorded on our screens as a DNF on the timing screen. So he didn't finish despite finishing the race. Finishing 2 laps down in a 7-lap affair does not count as enough of the race distance, so Tomasi will score 0 points dramatically in that one, but will still go into the final round with a healthy championship buffer. Davidson did not make the start of that race. Thoroughly enjoyed having National Sports Sedans, the Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans, as part of the Bend Classic this year. Certainly a fine addition to the schedule. In the end, the round win will go the way of Tim Slade with 2 race victories and a 2nd place finish. Great stuff from him. We'll be back on the other side of this with some more historic racing. We've got historic Formula Ford and Groups M&O on the other side of this.
You've been itching to unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big 4 The Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the 4-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Opinion Hill of Derby.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's the Burson Auto Parts Bend Classic, the 2025 edition of this blossoming historic motor racing celebration. We've had a few different categories, including modern-day sports sedans. But we're into the final races now for these various categories. We've got historic Formula Ford Groups M and O out next, followed by the huge, big, loud, banging Formula 5000s. You can see one actually down there in the pit lane. And then we got a couple of historic touring car categories to finish. The under 2 litres and then the over 2 litres. If you're here at the track and you're not too keen on historic Formula Fords in Group M&O, I don't know why you wouldn't be, but if you're not too interested, you can head over to Podium Park where Brad Chicken and the Bootstraps is playing.
You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you? That's
it's the most country-sounding name I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, I need to send you over there to do a review of that.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 from me.
Oh, good. Anyway, I hope everybody's enjoying themselves over there at the concert stage. I know there's a few people down there wandering around enjoying the music that's playing down there at the moment. And I think your Bootstrap mob are down there at this very moment.
Brad Chicken and the Bootstraps. Yes, he is down there. The line dancing finale is about to kick off as well. That's been going on all day. So that's about to conclude. Of course, the whip cracking has also been going on. We've got the big barbecue as well that's was taking place yesterday. The lawnmower racing has concluded, unfortunately. So we are wrapping things up. Even the hill climb has also just finished in the last 10 minutes. So the Bend Classic this year is certainly winding down, but still plenty more on-track racing on the circuit still to go. And as we can see, the Bend Kartdrome is certainly being used. There's tons and tons of karts out there at the moment. They've actually split them this weekend, so there's 2 layouts, a bit like what we've got on the circuit. So they've got a mini circuit, which we can see on the right for the family. There's a dual kart over there, and then on the left-hand side of the screen for the single karts. So there's a junior track and then the adult track as well. So that's pretty cool that they've been able to do that. Again, the guys at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, they thought ahead when they designed this facility, didn't they? We're running 2 motorsport events on the circuit, and then we're running 2 events on the kartdrome as well.
Gee, that kartdrome's been well in use for our local drifting competition as well. That's at a building this year too. There's plenty of black rubber laid down on that track.
Yeah, and some sprint karts, some competitive karting as well. I was lucky enough to race here earlier on in the year on that kartdrome. I'd never driven it before. I tell you what, it is a sensational layout. The first sequence of corners, you really do feel the G-forces. It's really high loaded. And then the second half of the track's quite tight and technical. It really does have the lot, and it really does test the best drivers. I'm certainly not one of those. That's why I was particularly challenged that weekend. But it really is a great circuit. I can tell you firsthand, it's a fantastic little layout there on the kartdrome. A world-class karting facility that can host world karting event. So a bit like the circuit, the race circuit that we're using this weekend, which can also host the very pinnacle of motor racing around the world, whether that's MotoGP, World Endurance Championship, whatever the Ben likes, it can host here. And what a facility it is. An hour's southeast of the capital, Adelaide, for our international viewers, the capital of South Australia. We're right underneath you, that bit, the bite, the chunk at the bottom that looks like it's been eaten out of the country. That's where we are. And hopefully, I'm sure we will have a few international viewers tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the action here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Sports sedans are done and dusted. What a great final race that was. Shields taking the victory in the little Fiat. But boy, oh boy, does it pack a punch. And it did so in that final race. Let's not forget, didn't take part in any sessions yesterday. And came from the back of the field, finished third earlier on, and then taking a memorable race victory. His first victory, actually, of the season for Brad Shields. And meanwhile, in the title fight, we saw drama, didn't we? Tomasi hit problems, literally hit problems when he touched the wall after contact on the opening lap. However, fortunately for him, his major title rival, Steve Lacey, also had problems, and I did hear from the Blendline team that there was some contact on that final lap with Humphrey that caused him to spin around. Not cautioning any blame either way. I haven't seen the incident myself, but there was contact between the two, and that's why Lacey finished in position number 8. So, yeah, that's the reasoning for it. We have, in just a few moments' time, Formula Ford and Group M and O.
Yeah, there's about another 5 minutes away, so we'll have a little short break.
Well, that was a short break. They're straight out onto the racetrack as they come on out. So, Group M and O, open wheelers, as well as historic Formula Ford. So the front two cars are Group O machines, and then beyond that we have historic Formula Ford competition. Bit of a smaller grid for this last one, Mark. I only count 6 machines there.
Yeah, it looks like we may have lost some of our Group O cars here, so let's have a look. This is how they were supposed to line up, with Dave Hartman in the Alfa Mono. I didn't see that car come out at all. Go back to, let's have a look if it is out there.
No, the leader of Hardman is definitely out there.
Oh, there it is. So there's the Alfa Mono.
It's more the tail that we're missing. So Smoker, tick. He's also out there in number 29.
Sean Whelan,
tick. Evan Farrell, tick. And then we jump to Grieg, who will start from 5th. So we're missing Grant Perryman. And then the final runner is the number 41 of Neil Richardson.
And no Rem Max there of Noel Bryan either in the Group, otherwise the only Group M car in the field.
Not just that, Brian, McNamara and Kent as well.
Yeah.
So it was an attritional race number 3 earlier on.
Well, Kent did fail to finish that previous race.
Correct,
so,
yep.
So that's obviously an issue. They packed it up and said that's enough for the weekend.
Shame. He was running really well, particularly yesterday, but it was a bit more of a challenging day today and ending in a retirement. Came to a stop late on in the race on the approach to turn number 14. Still a few campers out over the backside of the circuit, I see. Look at those setups. They have come packed and ready for a long weekend. I'm sure they've enjoyed all of the action as much as we have. It's been a real privilege. First time, you've called all of the Ben Classics, Mark, but first time on the live stream on Blendline TV. This event, though, keeps growing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is big. Certainly was massive here last year. So that's Dave Smoker. We're looking at them. But the battle for the Formula Fords was very interesting, certainly in the last race between Sean Whelan and Evan Farrell. So we'll see how they go again. It's a terrific race up there for that class. Well, Sean Whelan's had a complete sweep so far for the weekend to take out the meeting, I should say. Two completely different historic Formula Fords there, we have mentioned throughout the broadcast. Isn't it great to see Norm Faulkner's Elfin Mono winning races? Norm will be pretty stoked down there at the moment, I would have thought. Obviously with Dave Hartman behind the wheel
thought the medical car was going off the track then.
Yeah.
The Cupra got a whole armful, or handful, I should say, of understeer. It just about made it through turn number 14. So it certainly catches the even the medical cars and the safety cars out. So just about kept it within the confines of the race circuit.
Good sweeping shot there as you look across the back part of the circuit there, and that's the final 2 turns here on our international circuit. And they come back towards the line them up. Won't take them too long. Obviously a few numbers missing out of this particular field, and this is also the final race for Historic Formula Ford and Groups M&O.
Drama, leader in Historic Formula Ford. Whelan has come into the lane.
Well, I was looking forward to that battle between him and Evan Farrell, but unfortunately for Sean Whelan, I may have given him the commentator's mockers curse there. might have happened again.
So I think we're down to just 5 for the start of this one, which is a bit of a shame. But we saw earlier on today that Smoker went with Hardman. It was a good battle, but in the end Hardman did have all of the answers. Green flag at the back. A bit of a truncated field, unfortunately, but I'm sure they'll still deliver us some moments of interest. All lights are on, they're off, they are extinguished, and we are underway.
I'll tell you what, Harman didn't get off to an overly clean start there either. Got a little bit sideways and skirmish off the start there as he just bogged down slightly. So these two will go side by side. So Smoker around the outside, but looks like Harman has recovered there.
3 wide in Formula Fords. The 3 Formula Fords are side by side, 3 wide into the first corner there. And the top 2 have already pulled quite a margin ahead of those 2. Who's going to come out in first in Formula Ford? It's the 3-4-2 of Farrell.
Yeah, well, he was certainly threatening in the last race. Now no Sean Whelan in the field. Then back to John Gregg, and then the last of the Formula Fords there, Neil Richardson, who didn't turn a wheel on Angie yesterday. So certainly good to see him back out there running in 3rd position. Ever familiar colour scheme in that race car in that Van Diemen. Neil Richardson was very much a long-time Formula V competitor here in SA for quite some time, and certainly in recent years been a historic Formula Ford stalwart. He's been around a motorsport probably longer than he'd like to remember, but certainly a great competitor here in SA.
Really nice livery. Simple with the blue, but I like the red and yellow stripes that go around the car. It's a unique look, a nice look, that one.
So Neil Richardson just there by himself in 3rd position. So it's going to be Dave Hartman and Dave Smoke, no Sean Whelan. It'll be Evan Farrell. So a bit of a depleted field here at the moment. Historic Formula Ford will be making a return to Historic Sandown in a fortnight's time as well. And that'll be a round of their National Historic Formula Ford Series. So that's a big series too, and that'll attract lots of race cars. That's probably the reason why we don't have huge numbers in Historic Formula Ford here this weekend. A lot of those cars are being saved up for that series.
We've more than made up with it with historic touring cars. They have
that's
the
right.
biggest field of historic touring cars of any classic event in Australia this year. 70 entered the weekend. We have lost a few over the course of it, but still a huge number heading into their final races, which conclude the program here this afternoon. Their final races, the under 2 litres at 3:45 local time, and then the over 2 litres at 4:20. But before that, between now and then, we do have Formula 5000. Can't wait for that one in just a few minutes' time. We're still only just over halfway through this race. You might be wondering, halfway through, we've only had 1 lap. Well, time starts ticking from the moment they leave pit lane. So that started 7 minutes ago. So by the time they leave pit lane, they come around, do their warm-up lap, stop on the grid and start off. That's normally around 5 minutes. So you lose 5 of the 17 minutes straight away there. Of course, after the first lap, around about 2-minute lap times, that's where the 7 minutes has all gone. So you might only be 1 lap into the race. Obviously, halfway through in time, a lot more laps still to go.
Still just focus on Neil Richardson there. Car number 41 in the Van Diemen RF 89.
I love him. He's leaning his head over in the long loaded corners. His neck's clearly taken a bit of a beating throughout the weekend. So I did see there Neil Richardson leaning his head. In fact, there's a couple of head leaners out there. Generally, you are told in open wheelers, keep your head straight because you can sort of lose your bearings a little bit if you bend your neck mid-corner. It can throw your balance out slightly. So the faster competitors will have a nice straight neck, whereas some of the others that are probably feeling it through these long loaded corners at this stage of the weekend, they're the old neck leaners out there.
So no neck leaners out there at the moment in that group, so they're all making their way down through that part of the track. So that's our lead car in historic Formula Ford with the Evan Farrell engine, the Lola T340. 1973 spec race cars, one of the real early Formula Fords. Actually, the car is factory developed prototype. Actually won the BRDC Formula Ford Championship in 1974, and we mentioned this yesterday by Belgian driver Patrick Neve, who was the first Formula One driver for Williams back in the day. Back, as you mentioned, only when they had one car. Over a much different budget these days, but
yes.
So that's an interesting race car, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was only really until the Saudi sponsorship came on board that they moved up into a two-car operation, and that's when they got the legendary Patrick Head to design the car as well, and the rest, they say, is history, and it's great to see them really moving up the ranks once again at the moment with Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon behind the wheel. But let's turn our attention to these machines. Let's not get distracted with Formula One. We could talk all day about that. But these Formula Ford machines, this one, the oldest of the lot, as you mentioned, the Lola. But behind that, we have one of the Van Diemen's, I think that was the 66. Oh, no, it's the Reynard, the Sol Reynard out there. Of course, Reynard has a rich history in open wheel competition. You're making Formula Ford cars, Formula 3, Formula 3000 as well. The company founded by Adrian Reynard, hence the name.
Neil Richardson out in the weeds there. So I'm not too sure what he was up to there, but he's recovered fairly quickly. In fact, there's game on here for the front two. So all of a sudden, Evan Farrell back in the clutches there of John Gregg.
Behind the wheel of that Reynard I was just referring to, but Reynard, what a big name that was in open wheel racing for so many years. Same as Van Diemen here in Australia. Defensive manoeuvre from the 342. These two catching up to the race leader. That is not a 6-second margin like it was earlier on in this race. Smoker has pulled over to the side.
He's coming in, I think.
Yeah,
he is.
So that 6-second margin he had over these two has gone, and he is out of the race. Meanwhile, on pit straight, slipstreaming comes into play, and through goes Greig, who aggressively pulls across the nose to say, I'm defending this at turn one. You're not coming back up the inside. Oh, he's off again. Oh dear, I think Richardson probably got a lot of dust, dirt and debris on his tyres. He's had very little grip, and then as a result gone off once again, and now he's got even more dirt and debris on the tyres as the fight for now second place intensifies with Farrell. They're very keen to retaliate at turn number 3.
So John Gregg hits the lead. Former car that was in the Ecurie Australia racing group, of course, founded, of course, by Davison Racing here in Australia.
Good move.
The late, great Lex Davison.
Oh, what a catch there from Greig. That was a real handful through the hairpin. He was jostling away at the wheel, just trying to keep it facing in the right direction. And Richardson's come in the lane. We started the day with 10, and we finished, off the road at a huge rate of knots for Farrell. He just darted off, lost the rear end midway through the corner.
It's all happening here.
He's thrown away position number 2. There might only be 3 cars out there, but they're putting on a bit of a show for us. In fact, all of the cars seem to be sliding. Is there some potential oil or fluid that's gone down, potentially from the smoker machine maybe? Because all of these cars at the moment are looking like an absolute nightmare. They're all sliding everywhere. Look at them. Nobody has any grip. I think there's some fluid down on the circuit, Mark.
Yeah, I think you could be right there with Dave Smoker coming in. possibly with an engine issues by the looks of things, and so a little bit of oil may have been put down.
And we've got a safety car as well. So there's no car stationary out there on the circuit. The 3 cars that are there are circulating. So I think there must be some oil down there around this circuit, because there you can see, it glistening. So there is oil all over this circuit. That's why they've been darting left, right and centre. It is literally all over the racing circuit. Hand raised for Grieg, who just took second position off Farrell. Farrell, the latest person to have a moment. Here it is on the replay. So he turned it in, and then mid-corner just lost the rear. And when he saved it, that meant he was going off into the grass. A big off-track excursion, bush bashing through the grass. He was able to come back on with limited damage, just a bit of a bruised ego, but it was nothing to his own doing. That was clearly on the oil, and you can see them well off the racing line trying to stay away from that. But you can see it all the way through turn 1 as well, glistening in the sunlight. So I have a feeling this race will probably end under these safety car conditions as a result of this. Oh, Hardman stopped as well. So our former race leader who's dominated Group O, well, he's still going to win Group O because he's finished more laps than everybody else. What a bizarre situation. We have just 2 cars remaining in this race. So our race leader has come to a stop. Maybe that's then the reason for the safety car, not the oil, but that car has come to a halt somewhere. The question is, who has deposited the oil? We're hearing that he's stuck behind a wall in the final sequence of corners. Here he is. So that's on the inside of turn number 14, where he has come to a stop. What a shame. He'll still take the honours, though, in Group O, despite not finishing the last race.
What a bizarre race. It's all happening in these last couple of laps. So that's the reason for the safety car. So probably not the oil issue as we thought, but this will definitely finish under safety car, no doubt about it, with just the 2 cars remaining. Can you believe it?
No.
But very bizarre situation. So
I have to say,
John Gregg will win the race.
He's stayed out of trouble all weekend long, has John. He's done very well, just collected the points, picked them up here, picked them up there, and he's going to, I wouldn't say inherit, I feel that's a bit harsh, because he certainly was moving forward through the field, and while others were falling by the wayside, not only with mechanical issues, but also falling off the racetrack, he's kept his perfectly on the tarmac. And as a result, and you don't know in this race, with half a lap to go, whether there's going to be any mechanical issues, but this is the final lap of the race, and he is out in front. So we've lost all of the Van Diemen's in the Formula Ford Series, and we lost all of the Group M and O cars as well. So what a shame. I mean, we started the weekend, of course, with that Can-Am car, and sadly we did lose the McLaren, the M6B of George Vitkovic. That was out early on yesterday, the big V8 Can-Am car that was driven back in the day by John Harvey here in Australia. So real shame that we lost that so early on in the weekend, but hopefully we'll see that back out in coming historic race meetings. It certainly has done a lot over the years. Certainly one of the most popular cars, a part of the festival here, the country festival that we have at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A few campers on the backside of the circuit I saw, just a moving vantage point around this layout. But we are going to finish under the control of the Hyundai N safety car, unfortunately. But nevertheless, these guys, despite the challenging conditions out there, kept their cars out of the barrier, and without a mechanical problem will finish 1-2 in the race. I've no idea what it means for the round honours with points. I simply can't do the maths with all the retirements that we're seeing in this one. I think certainly the 3-4-2 of Farrell's going to be in a good position to at least finish on the podium for the round, potentially the victory, with the demise of several of his competitors, including Whelan and as well the McNamara car that didn't finish earlier on today. So out in front, at the front of the field, the double 6 machine will come around the final corner, and it's certainly the most surprising victory of the weekend, but a victory nevertheless. It's going to go the way of John Grieg from Victoria. A surprising but deserved victory. Thumbs up he is delighted with that one. Certainly wouldn't have expected it.
I don't think he would have. There is the checkers there to complete that, and there's a bit of evidence of the oil too. See our fire and rescue crew down there doing an early clean-up. So that's exactly how they finished. So just the two finishes with John Gregg, Evan Farrell, and then all the rest were no. So Dave Hartman pulled up short. Dave Smoker's got obviously some engine problems. Neil Richardson got a bit too adventurous in that race.
Yeah.
And obviously we didn't have Dave Kent. Sean Whelan pulled in early. Grant Perryman, no Ben McNamara, no Noel Bryden at all in that particular race.
Well,
so it's all happening. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a track recovery and track clean-up at the moment by the looks of things.
You say a little bit. I think it's almost the entirety of the 5-kilometre circuit. I feel it might be quite a lengthy stoppage here. So we'll bring you the track action. Coming up next is Formula 5000. So make sure you stay tuned in on the screens of Blendline TV. It's meant to start in 15 minutes anyway. I reckon they'll probably need to use all of the 15 minutes up before we get those Formula 5000s out there on the racetrack. Those cars, of all of them, need a nice, suitable racetrack. They don't want to be driving around in oil. So we're going to take a break in commentary. We'll be back as soon as possible with Formula 5000s.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the 4-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
the off-street drag meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
To unleash the off-street drag meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four The Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
To unleash the off-street drag meet last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-street drag meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
you've been itching to unleash? The Off-Street Drag Meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the pit display. Join the track crews or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge, prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-Street Drag Meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big for the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
Hi, I'm Brad Sheriff, and I'm here at the Bend with my new R34 sport sedan. The car runs one of our billet RB engines. It runs a Hollinger MXT transaxle. The car predominantly is a floor pan car. It's got some non-factory parts in it, quite a few of them. And we're at this stage, which it's pretty early days for this thing, but look, right up to the point in time, I'll see what happens in race one, but yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I guess the idea of me coming along was just to try and help out a bit on the driving side. I think, you know, Brad has obviously built an amazing car, and his head's very much in the engineering and engine side of things. So I think he finds it hard to switch off from that mode when he's driving and concentrate on driving. So yeah, we were meant to do the test day Thursday and sort of gauge where he was at speed-wise, and then make a call on, you know, who was going to drive it for the rest of the weekend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Four the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
under 2 litre historic touring cars are on the racing circuit for their final race of the weekend. Now, I did promise you prior to the stoppage due to the track conditions, Formula 5000 was meant to be out there, but due to the track conditions, all the oil and the cement dusters had to go on the track in the last half an hour. They have elected to pull the pin just because the big thundering V8 machines and how light they are and how valuable the cars are, they decided to err on the side of caution and elect not to run their final race, which is a real disappointment, I'm sure, for many tuning in and many watching on from home. But as you can see from the images there, the track really isn't up to perfect condition here out there at the moment. Look, they're having to run well off the racing line. Do you go the inside, do you go the outside, or do you just drive through it is the question. But it's more like a rallycross track out there at the moment, unfortunately. So certainly not conditions for the Formula 5000 machines. These guys, though, have decided to brave the conditions, but with a bit of an asterisk. They're going to have a second formation lap, a second lap to assess the track conditions as they drive around. So this is not this is their first warm-up lap, but they will do another one before we wave the green flag. So as a result, as we've seen so far today, as a result of doing an extra formation lap, you do lose a racing lap. So they will get just 5 in the books for this final race of the weekend. A weekend that's been full of action throughout. As the cars are heading around for the end of the first lap. The safety car will remain there throughout, but as you can see, the oil flag is waving, and rightfully so as well. So oil deposited all around the 5 kilometre circuit here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The home here of the of many racing disciplines, from karting to drag racing and to everything in between. Here is the grid then for this, the final race of the weekend. Josh Axford will be starting from pole position in the number 3 machine. The Escort RS 1600 will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Craig Allen, the Alfa Romeo that stormed through from the back of the field to finish in position number 2 earlier on. Conno Onofaro will start from 3rd, with Paul Onofaro alongside of him. Vic Draper in position number 5 will start alongside Sean Ralph. Beyond that, we have David Cheney, Kirk Davies in position number 8. Graham Jarrett in 9th. There was a good drive from him as well from the tail of the field earlier on today. Anthony Colton will come out of 10th ahead of the beautiful FJ Holden driven by Philip Barrow. Rob Epsgrave will start from 12th. Stuart Barnes from 13th, just ahead of Michael George. Then we have Don Knight, Keith Williamson from position 16 on the grid. And then beyond that, we have a few more runners to come, including Simon Browning, Jeff Vauxhall, Les Walmsley, Dan Forster, Anthony Green, Gary Trelaw and Rodney Evans. All of those are question marks. All of those are cars that either finished slowly in the race earlier on or did not finish at all. And I'm sure a man with a few updates is the person sitting alongside of myself, Dan McCarthy. Darren Knight alongside of me. A few issues in the race earlier on. Have some of them got back out for this one?
A lot have, but a lot haven't, unfortunately. We're missing the Don Knight Cortina GT. That has a very nasty sound coming from the diff underneath the number 32 Cortina. Gary Trelaw should be out there. He just burst a radiator hose in the 3rd race. They put a new radiator cap on it. The old radiator hose didn't like that extra pressure and blew. Rod Evans has had chronic fuel pressure issues, so he probably won't be out there in the number 31 Cortina. We saw a couple of times today he's had to be towed back in on the warm-up lap, so not expecting him to be out there. Nevertheless, still a fantastic field for this final race for the Construct Hire under 2 litre historic touring cars. Still very, very windy. I think we're all going home with windburn tonight because it has been very windy, but lovely sunny conditions here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And these guys will be looking to end the meeting on a high, as you've mentioned a few times now. The biggest entry for Group N anywhere in the country this year, 70 cars. So we have the over 2 litres coming up not long after the under 2 litres to round out the program for the Men Classic for this year.
It's going to be a really challenging opening lap. I was describing the circuit as almost a rallycross track with all of the cement dust that's been put down on the circuit in the last few minutes. So they're going to have their wits about them on this opening lap, and that's why they've been given this extra formation lap, just to find out exactly what the track conditions are like, where that cement dust is, and where any oil that may not have quite been cleaned up could be as well. There's still cars coming around the final couple of corners, so I think it could be a relatively long hold for Axford at the start of the field. But he's got his biggest challenger yet this weekend starting alongside of him for the first time. The question is, can Alan go with Axford?
It will be very interesting. The lap times from the third race today don't suggest that, but anything can happen. Josh Axford obviously had a clear track, no one in front of him, so he could do whatever he wants. We saw Treloar just coming into the pits there, unfortunately. Stuart Barnes is sticking his nose out there. Hopefully he's lined up correctly. Green flag at the back, so Josh Axford in the BDA Escort left of screen alongside Craig Allen in the Alpha GTV 2000 on the right of the screen. And they're away, the final race for the Construct Hire under 2 litre historic touring cars. Good start from Axford. Graham Jarrett stayed on the tarmac this time, had a bit of grass in the earlier race there. He's made a good start as well, as has Conno Anafaro. He's looking to put a move on Craig Allen already into turn 1, Dan.
We're missing the other Anafaro, aren't we? Paul not out there in this particular race, but so that's a bit of a shame, but nevertheless a good field for this final encounter, including the number 9 of Forster that had issues earlier on. So let's look to see him move forward. Oh, that was close. He had to move out the way, and so as well did the 158 of Cheney. Great heads-up driving from both of them to avoid the Cortina that looked destined for an impact, and it's nearly another impact with the FJ Commodore. FJ Commodore, the FJ Holden, sorry, I should say. It's late in the weekend.
It is. We'll allow that. So Stuart Barnes, all sorts of chaos there. They were 3 wide. Stuart just overcooked it a little bit. Speaking of overcooking, has Axford done that? Because Craig Allen into the lead, Connor Anafaro right on Josh Axford's tail there. So new race leader, as Dan mentioned, the first time that Axford and Allen have been side by side off the front row all weekend after issues earlier for Craig Allen in the Alpha. But now he leads the race from Axford in the Escort and Connor Anafaro, the number 22 Cooper S.
He's going with them early on. To be honest, the Mini's probably a bit more suited to these tricky conditions at the moment, but that was a lovely exit from Axford, who's looking to the inside, showing the nose, or is he going to send it to the inside? No, you don't see too many overtakes, do you, at turn number 13? It's quite a fast-flowing corner, and unless you're fully alongside or even with your nose ahead, very, very hard to make a move up there. He's got better opportunities around this section of the circuit. Out of the fishbowl, he'll be looking for a nice exit, a lovely run. Straighten up turn number 16, and then the run down towards turn 17 is a reasonable run, but not good enough to be close enough for a move down into this tight right-hander. Tight to the 90 degrees. It's a real... It comes back on itself a little bit, and as well, the way the elevation is, it's down the hill going in, and then as you're on the brakes, it's back up the hill again. Very tricky sequence of corner, really.
Vic Draper hanging around with much intent in 4th place in that blue Datsun 1600 as we continue to watch the battle for the lead. Axford right behind the Alpha of Craig Allen. Conno Anafaro in the Cooper S. Axford now looking for a move into turn 1 underneath the Alpha, and the local goes through. A new race leader, Josh Axford, in the Escort.
Nicely done. Clinical move, made that look very, very easy. We can assure you it isn't, and that's why we're in the commentary box and not driving a race car successfully.
And a lack of budget as well, Dan. It's a lot cheaper commentating, I'll let you know, folks.
So he leads the way. He's pulled out a couple of car lengths in those first sequence of corners, and they are gapping on Afaro. Certainly down the long pit straight. The Mini doesn't have the legs. In a little bit deep there for the Alfa Romeo. No, late apex really nailed that corner. Further back down the field, the FJ Holden is right on the tail of the 27 of Epps-Grave. So a good battle there. And back up the inside comes the Alpha. Didn't expect to see that one. He was a couple of car lengths behind exiting the hairpin. But I said he went for a late apex, and he's clearly absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, the fast-flowing nature of this racetrack, I'm suggesting, I've never driven it, but it could allow itself to have multiple lines, and Alan demonstrating that, getting past that escort of Josh Axford.
What do the competitors think of this circuit? Obviously, we got the overs and the under 2 litre class. This track hasn't been around for that many years. So, what's the competitive fan base feel?
Absolutely love it. They just love the challenge of the 18 corners, 4.95 kilometres of fast-flowing, undulating race circuit. They absolutely love it, and they are getting frustrated time from time with not nailing some of the corners correctly, because it really does muck up your next 2 or 3 corners, but they absolutely love it. And it is certainly a challenge, and it's great to see such a big response to the entry of Group N. Just shows you how much in awe this track is held by competitors in this category.
Absolutely. Right, are we going to get a Control C, Control V situation? Axford's certainly going to try it. Oh, lost the rear ever so slightly there midway through the corner. Has that affected his straight line speed as a result of the slightly poor exit? Down the straight they come. He's certainly not as close as he was last time, and I don't think he's going to be close enough for a lunge. No, he isn't. Allen just covered himself off just in case. Half a car length, half car width to the inside. And look at this, the number 9,
Dan Forster putting the move on Vic Draper. So Dan Forster, the West Australian, the Cooper S number 9, now moves up into a 4th place, with Draper back to 5th.
He moved up over 10 places on the opening lap of this race, and he's continued to move forward as well. So, yeah, now in 2 position. Number 4, here comes the Escort later on the brakes, showing the nose up the inside, trying to force a gap and really get it open with the nose of his car, but not able to do so. Alan wise to that one. He saw that one coming and knew he had that one covered from the distance out, and he is able to retain that lead position. But the fastest lap of the entire race was set by that Mini last time through, a 2-minute 24.1. Oh no!
David Cheney in the 158 Cooper S was running in 9th. Looks like he has a technical issue. It's a bit of smoke coming out the back of the number 158 machine, so well inside the top 10.
That's underneath the engine.
That does not look good. So you see the oil streak on the side of the Cooper. Actually, it's all over the bonnet as well.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for David, looks like he's had a major issue. Hopefully it's just an oil line. We don't know, but that car does not look healthy.
He's got that well off the racetrack. You might have seen some curbing and some tarmac, but that's on the West Circuit. So the shortcut out of the hairpin, so he's well out of harm's way. And that means we continue under green flag conditions, which is great news for Axford, who sends it to the inside at turn 17. Alan forced to go the outside, and it's safety car. Midway through the manoeuvre, we went to safety car conditions. And Axford, I don't think the Mini's aware of it. Axford certainly is. He's come off the throttle, and the other 2 have roared ahead, so we are under safety car conditions. Onafara will certainly have to give that one back. The question for me is who was leading at the time the safety car was called?
Yes, very interesting. So if the race finishes under safety car, that's going to be really contentious, isn't it?
Yes,
and
certainly.
Very important to work out who was in front.
Yes, certainly.
You don't have the fancy timing loops like they do in NASCAR to work out who was in front when the yellow came out.
Absolutely, you're correct there. Just the one single timing beacon is used here on effectively what is a state meeting, although we've got lots of national competitors. It's run like a state meeting, so only the one timing beacon, not even sector splits. So, yeah, there's no way of determining that one. What we do know, though, is definitely the Mini overtook after the safety car was thrown. He'll probably be aware of that and will probably let the car behind through. Let's see if the replay gives us any indication of that matter. I'm going to be looking for some safety car boards potentially to come out. So here we go. up the inside for the move. Let's have a look. Oh, it's already flashing. It was already flashing.
Yep.
Heading into turn number 17. A bit of a lock-up. And yes, he did move his way by, but on the exit of the corner is when he saw the safety car board. So that confirms it. Great replay from the team at Blendline TV. That unequivocally confirms that the number 98 of Allen was leading at the time of the safety car.
Excellent work, and Josh Axford did put his hand up to acknowledge that yellow flag, so spot on. So we're suggesting the yellow flag has been brought out because of the expiry, unfortunately, of David Cheney's Cooper S, which has dropped some oil. There's certainly all oil over the car, and of course we had the previous open wheeler race finish under yellow with the oil all over the racing surface, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Shame that we've not been able to see Formula 5000, the big banging open wheel machines, to have their final race of the weekend, but it certainly was not track conditions suitable for those fast, ultra-fast open wheel machines, and the value of those cars as well. These things are valuable, Formula 5000 even more so.
Probably a little bit easier to control with a normal slick track, the touring car over the Formula 5000s, or the V8 skateboards as I like to call them, because they weigh about as much. Absolutely awesome machine. It's great to have the 5000s over here.
Absolutely it is, and a good field to start off the weekend. We started with 10. We did lose a couple, but to be fair, there's still a good portion of them running at the end of the weekend. Have to thank our volunteer marshals and officials for all of their work this weekend, particularly in the last few minutes with the oil spillage.
Certainly, thank you for that reminder. I must thank Matt and Jed, flag marshals here. They were on duty here on Friday morning when Don Knight ran off the track, ripped off his brake scoops. One of the brake scoops was being towed along behind him for a couple of laps, looked like a little water skier, but the other brake scoop landed out on the outside of the circuit, and Matt and Jed were able to communicate with the corner workers, and Matt actually went and retrieved that after the next event and returned it. So well done to all the officials, and thank you very much to Matt and Jed on the flags. And well done to all the flaggers and all the officials out there in very trying conditions over the weekend.
Yeah, we've really thrown everything at them, haven't we, this weekend? Friday was sunburning weather. I got sunburnt on Friday. I know a lot of other people that did as well. Yesterday we had the thunderstorms, the significant rain, which meant that racing got cold early. But today we've had an even bigger schedule, and as a result, it's been a jam-packed day. And as well as that, we've had a lot of wind today. Speaking of today's action, we are hearing the checkered flag is going to be thrown on this lap, unfortunately. Oh, the number 9 is coming into the lane. Oh, no. What a shame.
Dan Forster has chucked away the podium, unfortunately.
I'm not seeing a checkered flag, actually. We were told, there it is.
There it is.
Only the one checkered flag waving. The one that normally comes over the fence is not being waved, so that's what caught me out there. Checkered flag has gone out, and Allen takes his first race victory of the weekend. Only just about held on. The safety car certainly falling just at the right time, just in the nick of time for the Alpha driver.
It certainly did, yeah. Well, good performance there from Craig Allen, the very first race manning for this car that was rebuilt from a Group S machine originally, so a good win for car owner Graham Wakefield. Here's a confirmation of the top 10, Dan.
I have a feeling Onofaro has an asterisk, no doubt overtaking under safety car conditions out of turn 17. So
provisional.
Yeah, provisional results on the screen, absolutely. Josh Axford in position number 2, I believe. So then it'll be Draper, Sean Ralph, Anthony Colton had a good final race, moving up to position number 6. Same with Graham Jarrett, Rob Epsgrave in position number 8, Phil Barrow in the FJ Holden in 9th, and Stuart Barnes rounding out the top 10.
Unfortunately, we would have had Dan Forster in 4th, but unfortunately came into the pits before the checkered flag. So unfortunately for Dan, his race has ended well down the order, and well, he won't finish now.
No, absolutely not. No, a DNF. Michael George in 11th, Keith Williamson 12th, Simon Browning, Rodney Evans. There is Dan Forster, a DNF. And Vokes has just crossed the line now, so clearly an issue there for Jeff Vokes to fall that far behind the safety car. Maybe a spin or something out there on the racing circuit. Certainly an attritional end to the day for the historic touring cars. But Darren Knight, thanks for calling that one alongside myself. You're going to stay with Martin and Caro to call the over 2 litres that will end the proceedings here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for the Bend Classic. They'll bring you that action in a few moments' time.
Got a car or bike you've been itching to unleash? The Off-Street Drag Meet, last Saturday of every month. Test your ride's performance in a safe, controlled environment. No roll cage needed, just your helmet and your street machine. Not racing? Show it off in the big display. Join the track cruise or strap in for a passenger ride. Every competitor scores free entry into the Heads Up Challenge. Prizes, bragging rights and pure adrenaline. Proudly supported by Outlaw Speed Shop. Fast cars, good vibes, real racing without the red tape. Off-Street Drag Meet, only at the Bend.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Need a family weekend away that everyone will love?
Head to Big Bull the Bend Holiday Park, where adrenaline meets the great outdoors.
Challenge your family at mini golf. Bounce away on the big pillow. Relax in comfy cabins or bunk rooms. Or camp under the stars.
For thrill seekers, the four-wheel drive adventure park and kartdrome are revved and ready.
Escape to the Bend for a weekend of family fun. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Your best weekend yet is waiting.
So cars now entering the track, which now be the final race for historic touring cars over 2 litre and the final race on the overall program here for the weekend. And Darren Knight joins me back into commentary once again. My name is Mark Nanko. We'll be doing the final call here for the weekend, and this is how they're going to line them up. So, of course, Jamie Tilley on pole position with yet another race victory in the Mustang. It was a really tight affair up the front. Lots of chops and changes. Just got in front of Aldo De Poli. Then we go back to Brad Tilley. Ian Mewett got himself up into 4th position in another Mustang. Then we go back to Ben Wilkerson, Jason Humble in the Mazda. Michael Hibbert, the first of the Chargers. Then we go back to Andrew Beard in the Camaro.
Glenn Miles is next in the Charger, number 16, alongside Chris Stern in the Mustang, number 90. Pete Muirman, the first of the pre-65 Group NB cars, the number 43 all-black Mustang, alongside the West Australian Ray Hepburn in the 69 Fastback Mustang, number 59. Graham Wakefield, the Queenslander, is next, the 68 model Mustang, number 88, alongside Gary Finnemore in another 68 Mustang, number 19. Keith Davidson in the Pacer. Sure there's a few Mopar fans watching.
Go back to the next part of the group. We've got Rob James in the Capri, Bill Trengrove, Rob Smith and Evan Goble, the 2 XU1 Tiranas. Beck Hodgkin in the Falcon, and Nathan Gordon, who failed to finish the last race.
He won't start, in fact, neither will Leo Tobin, unfortunately. Nathan Gordon just completely ran out of brakes in that race, did not want to risk it. Pretty hefty machine, the HQ Monaro, so unfortunately Gordo will be a non-starter.
It's a bit of an unfortunate end to your weekend.
Very hard on brakes, this track.
Big cars too.
Yeah, big heavy cars. 18 corners, undulation, high speed, flowing corners as well, some big stops, so they are working very hard.
So this is the last race for the weekend here. One way to finish it off with our Group N over 2 litre group this weekend as they bring them all back around. It's been pretty good, clean racing so far. The last race was extremely interesting. Lots of chops and changes up the top of the field there between Jamie Tilley, Aldo De Poli and Brad Tilley. They were the dominant 3 there from the previous race, and that's exactly the way they're going to line them up here at the start of the grid here for the final race here for the weekend. There's been a few that have slowly progressed through the field. Some did get off to some few slower starts at the start of the meeting. Adam Smith has got a bit of work after his spin there. Right on cue, he comes around the corner from his previous race.
Yeah, the number 69, the all-white XW Falcon, powered by the 351. As Mark mentioned, had a spin on the front straight here, so that will be exciting to watch the big white Falcon come through the field. Always interesting. Adam Smith, one of the fastest men in the state in historic touring cars, so he'll be looking to finish the meeting on a high note, but he's got a lot of work to do all the way down there towards the rear of the field.
Got James just behind him there in the only Capri in the field. The Queenslander there, so he's done a pretty good job as well. Slowly progressing. Ian Mewett also has been slowly progressing through the field and gets himself up into 4th position, so it gives him a bit more of a chance here.
So Jamie Tilley, can he take out the points for the weekend with victory in this final race for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic touring cars, that all-black Mustang, and number 9, Aldo De Paoli, and the number 96 69 model Chevy Camaro on the right of your screen. Ian Mewett right behind him, the Queenslander, in another 69 fastback Mustang. Green flag getting ready for the final hit out for the Construct Hire over 2 litre historic tours. Here we go, folks. The grand finale, Tilley versus De Paoli.
And Jason Humble took a different line this time. He went the opposite direction. Now he's gone back to the middle of the track. You see the Mazda just behind him, but then there'll be 3 abreast that come over the crest here. So Jamie Tilley looks like he's got the advantage. Got the better track position. In fact, around the outside, De Paoli, nice move. So he took the wide apex down there under brakes and goes to the front. And there's everybody else just trying to sort each other out. Hibbert up, gets a clean break. It's just 2 Chargers back together again.
Glenn Miles gets through on Muleman there off the start. So the Chargers running line astern on screen here. Hibbert in 71, Miles in 16, the mustard-coloured Mopar.
So certainly De Paoli got the jump there, no problems at all. Goes back to the front as his car slowing. There's that Graham Wakefield.
Wakefield, unfortunately, looks like he's got an issue in the number 88 Mustang. He's had all sorts of issues, unfortunately, this weekend. Has Graham, it looks like his race may be going no further, unfortunately.
So the 90 car there, that's Chris Stern in the early model Mustang there, and he's got Michael Hibbert just behind him, but they're about mid-pack at the moment. Just sitting outside the top 10.
How long will the brakes last? That number 90 Mustang. Chris Stern was hampered by the lack of retardation for the Ford Mustang in race 3. The big car's running out of brakes, and he's going to be working pretty hard there with the two Chargers about to gang up on him in this final race.
They're certainly doing that at the moment. So it is Charger, isn't it? Trying to get up behind Chris Stern. They're a bit worried about his brake condition. So those Chargers aren't a light vehicle either. They take a bit of pulling up. A lot of brake work certainly done there, and they get themselves tucked up on the inside there of Stern. Just unsettles the back of the Stern car there.
Just up ahead of them is Jason Humble in the Mazda, as Tilly now right behind the Camaro of De Paoli. So this is a little bit of a replay of the first race there. The first three really ran away from the rest of the field, exchanging positions. It was a fantastic race to watch. Aldo now taking that conservative inside line there, so not giving Jamie Tilley a run at all, as Andrew Beard in the background looks to put a move on Humble.
Saw a time penalty come up on the screen there. Not sure that was full. Rectify that in a moment. Someone's jumped the start. Didn't quite catch the number. So DePaoli now with a hard charging Jamie Tilley just behind him, and then Father Brad. So they're the top three again. Just what we saw in the previous race. And it looks like it's panning out pretty much the same as we saw in the early part of the previous race as well. So DePaoli leading the first part of this race as they head down the sweeper there. Now this is the passing opportunity under brakes. And Tilley on the inside. That's Jamie. And gets the pass done nicely. That's the big passing opportunity. Can he hold it all together for the climb up to turn 7? Yes, all good. And so good exit speed there on that corner. So new race leader there for. So it's now Jamie Tilley from DePaoli, and then back to Brad Tilley.
Jamie has been very busy behind the wheel of a race car. Has done quite a few meetings in the last few months. Ran the Tilley family Green XY TCM Falcon of Bathurst some weeks ago, and also had a meeting in the car here, so he's in good touch, and that is really paying off for him at the front at the moment.
Starting to get a nice little break too, so certainly plenty of pace once he has certainly got to the front, and you can just see that Graham Wakefield has made it back to the pits, and unfortunately he'll take no further part.
Ben Wilkinson also in, so that's unfortunate for that very quick New South Welshman in that Mustang.
There's a couple of early retirements there in this early part of the race, but this is Tilley, DePaoli and Brad Tilley. So DePaoli in the Tilley sandwich at the moment. So he's got one in front and one behind him. So under brakes now they head down towards turn 17.
Meanwhile, Keith Davidson in the Pacer putting the pressure on Gary Finnemore. So Mopar versus Mustang at the moment. Keith Davidson in that 245 powered Hemi Pacer, a car that was the forerunner, of course, to the Chargers in the early days of series production racing around the country.
Finnemore just holding off all the challenges. Adam Smith just in front of him, so he's picked up a few positions in the early part of the race as well. You can see those cars there. Well, Davidson a little bit wide there. So he just drops off the back there of Finnemore as they go down to complete yet another lap.
Adam Smith not too far away from the top 10 in his all-white XW Falcon. Here he is trying to range up on the back of Hepburn and Muleman. Ray Hepburn taking a very optimistic line there to try and put the move on Pete Muleman.
I wonder if he's got an issue. He seemed to slow off quite dramatically there, whether he's missed a gear or what's happened there.
Yeah, running very wide now, and that's allowed Smith to close right up, as does Davison on Finnemore.
The lime green pacer there on the hard charge. Trying to get up behind Finnemore, not quite close enough at the moment. It's a big white car, isn't it? That is certainly when you're trying to get around that big green car. He's got his nose tucked underneath there for the passing opportunity there at turn 6. And Finnemore has nothing to do with that at all and carries on regardless. Shuts the door well and truly in his face there for that position change.
Gary Finnemore driving the car that was originally constructed by Smith's Speedworks in Wagga, beautifully engineered race car. Craig is here this weekend, ruling the spanners on Aldo's Camaro, but Daryl Hansen has hung up the helmet. Gary Finnemore purchased the car a couple of years ago and really is having a great time there. He's having a pretty hard time at the moment trying to fend off that pacer of Davidson.
Certainly is. I thought I recognised that car, the ex-Daryl Hansen car, the ex-Western Australian. As you mentioned, he's now gone into retirement. He's a pretty good competitor back in the day too. That's the two that are just hanging on to there in 13th and 14th position. That's the cars we're looking at the moment, cars 19 and 27.
Davidson
won't be on the outside there.
Won't be wanting for power because he built the engine in this number 27 Pacer, a renowned engine builder in Victoria. Also built the engine in the Hibbett Charger as well, and Hibbett right up there in 7th place for the Mopar fans.
Much closer this time under brakes too for trying to get that pass done. Still not quite close enough, so he's certainly holding off all the challenges at the moment, Finnemore.
Our second place driver, De Pioli, is the fastest man on the circuit at 209.4468 versus the fastest time of our race leader, Jamie Chilio, 209.4832, both set on that third lap.
So that margin will also be starting to decrease as well. Pete Muirleman with a big brake lock up there. And he's still got Ray Hepburn out there. I thought he had issues earlier. That problem's obviously been rectified, whatever that was.
Rob Smith in the Tirana, trying to hold off the V6 powered Capri of Rob James from Queensland.
He's looking for a pass too, Rob, in the 111 car there, and does it nicely, or has he? So Rob Smith fights back there in the 125 Shell-livered XU1 Tirana.
Yeah, no corner speed there for James with that shallow line in, but he's right again on the tail and gets through on Smith. So what do we know, Mark? He just really set that up nicely and put the move on the local Rob Smith. He's fighting back now, so Aussie 6 versus Pommy 6. Look at this, folks.
He's got himself in better track position there on the inside of the entry to 6, so he should be able to get or retain that. We'll get up in that position and retain position. Where is he at the moment? 16th on the track.
Doesn't matter where you are in this field, you're always battling for positions. And Smith certainly has his hands full as we watch the battle between Andrew Beard in the Camaro, Jason Humble in the Mazda RS2. That's a battle for 5th place. Really has a cult following, this RX2 of Jason Humble. He's right up there with the 350 Chev powered Camaro of Andrew Beard, who started off the back foot after a DNF this morning and has been working his way towards the head of the field all day. But he's hanging on to that 5th place, barely over the RX2 of Jason Humble. Only a couple of laps to go, so Humble will have to get the finger out and try and put a move on Beard.
And that's what they're about to do now. Let's have a look at Humble. Obviously, straight line speed is going to favour Beard there, but Humble on the inside, much better under brakes. Obviously, a much lighter race car there, but still doesn't manage to get that pass done. This section of the track will suit him better. So that's mentioned there in position 5.
Look at the way the Mazda turns in. Just slips under Beard. He's fighting back though. A little bit wide, almost onto the grass for Andrew Beard. So it looks like this pass will stick. So Jason Humble now up into 5th place. Beard back to 6th.
Nice pass there too. That's a very fast part of the circuit down through there. So that's a nice brave move. And gets himself a nice tight apex here, right down the bottom of the track down there at turn 6. So he'll retain and get himself up into now what becomes 5th position.
So Jamie Tilley still leading from De Paoli, and Brad Tilley having a bit of a lonely run there in 3rd place. The little 289 Windsor-powered Mustang number 28. But what a battle we have here, folks, for 5th place. Ian Mewett is 4th, so he's had a solid run this weekend, the Queenslander, as Beard drops a rear wheel off onto the grass verge. Those brakes and tyres will be screaming for mercy there, Mark, with the final race of the day.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Actually, Tilley and Pioli up the front there have actually started to get a bit more of an advantage on Brad Tilley by the look of that time margin.
Humble getting sideways. He's lost a little bit of ground there with Beard catching up after Humble was sideways, which looked fantastic for us. Not too great for the driver behind the wheel as he's trying to hold out that Chev.
So they go down on the exit there at turn 16. So Jason Humble now gets himself a front in 5th position. So now let's see if he can hold off all the challenges there from Andrew Beard. Ex-Graham Jarrett Camaro there. Graham competing in the under 2 litre class here this weekend, and the ex-Jason Bing Datsun.
On the last lap for the Construct Tyre over 2 litre. Historic touring cars problems for Adam Smith.
That's an engine failure. That's coming from straight underneath the engine block there.
Coming through the exhaust pipe, yeah, Mark. So that looks like it's
that's gone.
And spins on the oil. Adam Smith in the Falcon jumps on the brakes to stop the car going across the track. A good job from Adam. Well, what a sad weekend for the flying South Australian. That does not look happy. That
look at the oil pouring out the bottom of the motor there. So that's left look at the oil dump it's left there on the
or
inside.
Is that steam perhaps? It's white, so who knows what it is. It's not healthy, whatever it is.
And yeah, that's a real barbecue. That's not going anywhere at all. It's a bit unfortunate there for the local South Australian.
On the last lap, so Jamie Tilley is cleared off now from Aldo De Paoli in the Camaro. So Jamie Tilley will take out the points for the meeting. What a great drive from the young New South Welshman. That beautiful number 9 fastback Mustang. De Paoli not giving up though with only a few corners to go. Still got the boot in.
So it looks like another one here for Jamie Tilley. Just 2 more corners to contend with here. And he'll take out the final checker flag here for the weekend. But there's probably a problem here because probably a bit worried about fluid or oil down through this section of the track. As this is where Adam Smith was just going through when he spun. So let's hope he doesn't catch that oil down there anywhere.
The brilliant light warning system here. I saw the red and yellow light there illuminated to warn them. But Jamie Tilley will take the flag. He'll withstand all challenges. And takes the final win for the Construct Tyre over 2 litre historic touring cars. A great drive from West Australian Aldo De Paoli. Never gave up. 2nd place in the Chev Camaro. A big gap back to Brad Tilley in 3rd. And here's the battle going right down to the wire for 5th place. So Ian Muir will cross the line in 4th. This is the battle for 5th between Humble and Beard. Beard is really closed up on this final tour. As they head towards the checkered flag, Mewett goes wide, but will cross the line, so perhaps he hit some of that oil. So Mewett 4th, Beard just misses out on 5th place. A great drive from Jason Humble in the Mazda.
So the next car we'll be looking for is Michael Hibbert. There he is in the Charger, and his fellow Charger competitor there in Glenn Miles. And looks like they're travelling very slowly. I think they're a bit concerned about the oil spill down there. So they're just going to go across the line nice and quietly and finish that off. So that's where the 2 Chargers ironically go across the line together there. And then we just go back to Chris Stern. Peter Muleman there on the all-black Mustang goes across there inside the top 10 in front of Keith Davidson.
Who got through on Gary Finnemore there. So the Pacer had that race-long duel with Finnemore in the Mustang. So great drive from Keith.
Then it'll be back to, well, it won't be Adam Smith. It should be this car here.
Evan Goebel.
Ev Goebel there. So where does Ray Hepburn ended up and all of that?
14th, so or he's a drop back. So great drive from Goebel.
Oh, there's
13th.
Hepburn there, so he's going across the line very slowly. I think that car's got a mechanical problem as well. So Rob James goes past him. Or has he? Yeah, he has. So then it will be Rob Smith. And then it'll be the Rhett Hodgkin car. And obviously no Adam Smith. There's the final results there for the weekend. So Jamie Tilley takes out the round here at the Ben Classic for over 2 litre historic touring cars in front of Aldo Pioli, Brad Tilley, Ian Mewett. Jason Hummel got up for 5th position in front of Andrew Beard, Michael Hibbert and Glenn Miles, the 2 Chargers. Then we go Chris Stern. Pete Muleman just got himself inside the top 10 there.
And the first of the pre-65 cars, Keith Davidson was 11th in the Pacer, Gary Finnemore 12th, Evan Goebel, the XU1 13th, Rob James, the Capri, Ray Hepburn was 15th, Rob Smith 16th in the XU1, Brett Hodgkin, the Falcon, was 17th, Adam Smith did not finish the race, unfortunately. Bad luck for that very rapid South Australian.
And obviously the DNS's Leo Tobin, Bill Trengrove and Ben Wilkinson didn't start that event. So we lost a few there just towards the end. And that does... Okay, thanks to Darren Knight for helping us in commentary here for the touring cars here this weekend. And we're about to put a wrap here back on the event here. Thanks for everybody listening in. And Dan McCarthy has just come back in. We've been doing the bulk of the percentage of the commentary here over the weekend.
Yeah, big thanks to Darren Knight. A big thanks to you as well, Mark Nancaro. A great edition of the Bend Classic, once again brought to us by Burson Auto Parts. A few too many oil spillages late on this afternoon. But certainly the rest of the weekend was absolutely fantastic. Very much looking forward to the 2026 edition. Make sure everybody you drive home safely. Or if you're tuning in on Blendline TV, we hope to see you tuning in once again in the near future. From myself, Dan McCarthy, and my co-commentators, signing off at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.